Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Could Reset Reality? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. If asked to sum up the enigma that was Midoriya Izuku, his peers at Aldra Middle School would fail to reach a consensus, but there would certainly be a few frontrunners. Quirkless Weirdo and Delusional Wannabe were favorites, Fearless Basket Case, and Weirdly Intimidating were also common. Midoriya himself simply shrugged these labels off. The circumstances of his life had long since conditioned him to ignore the mockery of others as inconsequential. He had been through much worse than some unkind words. It was this lack of regard for the inevitable jeers of his classmates that allowed him to shamelessly raise his hand when his teacher asked them who planned on aiming for a hero course. "Don't compare me to the rest of these losers, sensei." The rough voice of a boy with a shock of spiky white hair and perpetually angry red eyes rose above the clamor of the class. "Ah yes, Bakugo." The teacher identified the speaker, ignoring the rest of the class irritated grumbling at the casual manner in which they had just been insulted. "You plan to go to UE, don't you?" At the mention of the highly prestigious school, the class broke into grudgingly impressed murmurs, and Midoriya couldn't help but let out a quiet snort of amusement when Bakugo took this as an invitation to jump up onto his desk in a fit of unbridled ego, singing his own praises. Midoriya had no desire to waste his time indulging Bakugo's braggadocio, so he pulled a well-used composition notebook out from his desk and flipped through its pages, refreshing himself on the notes he had taken that morning. "By the way," the teacher said, "I believe Midoriya is also planning on attending UE." Midoriya looked up from his notes at the sound of his name. "What's that now?" He looked around at the suddenly dead silent class, and the comically frozen expression on Bakugo's face. "What?" A few members of the class broke into mocking laughter. Others muttered and exchanged significant looks. Bakugo was less sanguine in his reaction. It was only by virtue of hard-earned experience that Midoriya didn't jump when Bakugo slammed his hand onto Midoriya's desk with an ear-ringing bang and scorched its wooden surface with his quirk. "Forget the rest of these losers and their shitty quirks," Bakugo shouted in Midoriya's face. "You don't even have a quirk. And you're saying that you think you can hang with me? You don't have what it takes to compete with the best of the best. You'd die in the exams." Midoriya wrinkled his nose and waved the smoke from the explosion out of his face. "Pretty sure that damaging school property is against the rules," he said mildly, pulling out a handkerchief and wiping the soot off of his desk. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't do that again, Kaken." Bakugo's eye twitched. He didn't understand the way his former friend's mind worked. No matter how many times he beat his butt or made his life a living hell, the utter lack of concern Midoriya showed towards Bakugo's attempts to intimidate him or assert his dominance drove him crazy. "This sheet again," Bakugo growled. He grabbed Midoriya by the lapel and lifted him out of his chair with one hand. "Your holier-than-thou attitude really pisses me off, Deku. You think you're better than me? You're not. You're just a sniveling little quirkless runt with delusions of grandeur." Midoriya let out a long-suffering sigh. "So you say, but I'm not the one throwing a temper tantrum right now, am I?" The class let out a collective hiss at the verbal retort. "What the F did you just say to me, shitstain?" Midoriya shook his head. "Just stop Kaken, you're embarrassing yourself." Bakugo's face purpled. He clenched his fists until the knuckles turned white. "You little..." Better late than never, the teacher decided to step in by extending his hand and physically separating the two boys. "That's enough, you two. I won't have any fighting in my class, understand?" Bakugo dropped Midoriya with a scowl. "Yeah, I got it." He glared at Midoriya. "This isn't over, Deku." Unfazed, Midoriya smoothed the wrinkles out of his uniform. "I would be shocked if it were." Once class had ended, Midoriya was lost in thought as he prepared to go home for the day. When he picked up his notebook to put it away, it was unceremoniously ripped from his hands. He suppressed the urge to groan. "Please give that back, Kaken," he asked, reaching for the notebook. Posse in tow, Bakugo jerked the notebook away from Midoriya's attempt to snatch it back. and loomed over the smaller boy. After sparing a contemptuous glance at the title of the composition notebook, Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 13, he carelessly flipped through the pages before pausing at a surprisingly detailed sketch of Bakugo and a thorough breakdown of his quirk and favored moves. Bakugo's lip curled up into a sneer. Still stalking me? You effing make me sick, Deku. I'll make sure to note that in your file. Midoriya replied evenly. He extended his hand. My notebook, please. With a scowl, Bakugo slapped his palm onto the notebook, marring it with a mini explosion before he tossed it out the window. Go get it yourself, loser. That was uncalled for. Midoriya frowned, staring out the window. He turned his gaze back to Bakugo. What is it you want from me, Kaken? Don't even think about applying to Yui, Deku. Bakugo growled. I don't see how my choice of school is any of your business, Kaken. Midoriya replied, moving to push past Bakugo and retrieve his notebook. Now, if you don't have anything else to say, I'm going home. With a snarl, Bakugo gave Midoriya a hard shove and sent him stumbling into a wall. Don't you effing brush me off. He warned, it is my business. I want the shine of being the first and only student from this sheet school to go to Yui, and I won't let your quirkless but try and ruin that for me. Bakugo grabbed Midoriya by the shoulder and smoke rose from between his fingers. Don't apply or else. Or else what? Midoriya asked, his tone daring Bakugo to act. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Alki, you'll kill me? Midoriya interrupted. Is that what you were going to say? Shut up. Bakugo growled, irritated at being called out. You'll have to, if you want to stop me. Midoriya paused. Are you prepared to go that far, Kaken? Don't, Bakugo angrily spat before the words dried up and died in his throat. Something about the look in Midoriya's eyes sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Those eyes were completely free of hesitancy, fear, or compromise. They were the eyes of a true believer. He Finji means it. Bakugo realized he would never admit it, but the sheer level of conviction possessed by Midoriya intimidated even him. It was a big part of why he hated him. I think I really would have to kill him. That's what I thought. Midoriya scoffed before knocking away the hand gripping his shoulder without resistance. After gathering his things, Midoriya walked to the door of the classroom and stopped at the threshold. We aren't little kids anymore, Kaken. Get over yourself. Temper flaring at the barb, Bakugo whirled towards Midoriya with mini sparks popping in his palms, but the smaller boy was already gone. Sheet! Bakugo cursed. He slammed his hands onto the nearest desk hard enough that the sound of the impact was deafening in the empty classroom. Who does that cocky little fucker think he is? His friends exchanged bemused glances. I don't see why you keep bothering with him, Kaken. The taller of the two said, everybody knows that he's got some screws loose. Let's go hit the arcade to blow off some steam. Bakugo let out a huff. Fine. 10 years earlier. He has a what? Midoriya Izuku asked the pediatrician. Unlike the other children in his age group, Izuku had yet to manifest a quirk and she was concerned that something might be wrong. To make matters worse, Izuku had been suffering from some sort of mental breakdown. She often found him sobbing inconsolably or staring into space for long periods of time. Whenever Inko asked her son what was wrong, he would simply gaze at her with a haunted expression, repeating the same phrase over and over again. Mommy, please make it stop. A aberrant quirk. Dr. Tsubasa patiently explained. It's pretty rare, but it happens on occasion. Normally, people either inherit one of their parents' quirks, or some combination of the two. The fact that Izuku hasn't displayed any signs of you or your husband's quirks made me initially suspect he was quirkless, like roughly 20% of the population. He tapped on the screen displaying an X-ray of Izuku's tiny foot. However, as you can see here, Izuku lacks the extra joint typical of a quirkless person, so that possibility has been ruled out. That's why I believe his quirk may be something entirely different from. Dr. Tsubasa paused to check his notes. Telekinesis or fire breathing. This broke Izuku out of his near catatonic trance. Does that mean I can still be a hero, like All Might? he asked in a small, hopeful voice. Dr. Tsubasa smiled kindly and ruffled Midoriya's hair. Depending on the nature of your quirk, I don't see why not. He scribbled something down onto a pad of paper and handed it to Inko. This is the name of an excellent quirk specialist who deals with cases like this. With her help, you should be able to find out the nature of Izuku's quirk in no time. Inko sighed with relief. It wasn't exactly the answer she had been looking for, but it was a start. Thank you so much, Dr. Tsubasa. This is a huge load off of our minds. Think nothing of it. I can't wait to hear what our future #1 hero's quirk turns out to be. Present day. Quirkless, huh? Midoriya mused as he walked underneath a bridge on his way home, thinking of the most common insult hurled his way by Bakugo. It had been years since he had bothered to correct anyone about that misconception. Sometimes I wish that were the case. Despite nearly a year of poking and prodding by specialists and quirk counselors, neither the effects nor the true nature of Midoriya's quirk were ever officially discovered. Officially, Midoriya Izuku's quirk was registered as unknown, a designation that had caused people to erroneously write him off as essentially quirkless his entire life. Unofficially, Midoriya thought the so-called experts were idiots. While the true nature of his quirk still eluded him, he understood its effects all too well. The only problem was they were impossible to prove. Officially, that is. Midoriya shook his head. There was no point in dwelling on it. He continued to hold his notebook at arm's length, shaking it in an attempt to speed up the process of drying it out after he found it in the koi pond at the school. He flipped through the pages. The ink had only slightly run, so it was still legible if you squinted. You know, even after being blown up and soaked, it's in surprisingly good shape. Midoriya smiled sarcastically. Today must be my lucky day. Almost as soon as this thought passed through his mind, Midoriya was assaulted by the rancid odor of sewage behind him. Ugh, he wrinkled his nose. Did a septic line get backed up or something? He felt something slimy touch his ankle and he spun around to see a massive pile of sentient sludge staring at him. Look at what we got here, it burbled. A perfect skin suit. Nope, Midoriya said, and immediately turned to run. He didn't get far before he was enveloped by the sludge and dragged back over. The sludge grinned. Sorry, kid, it said, but I didn't expect that guy to be here in town. I'm going to need to borrow your body for a while. Midoriya gagged as a tendril of sludge forced its way into his mouth and down his throat. I promise it will only hurt for a second. Midoriya clawed at the viscous material of the villain's body, but couldn't get a hand on it. Unable to breathe, he felt his vision fading as his oxygen-starved brain began to shut down. Texas smash. Just before his consciousness slipped away entirely, Midoriya heard a very familiar phrase, shouted out in a deep and booming voice that he had heard thousands of times before. That sounds like... The world went black. Heroes never die. Slap, 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 slap. The first thing Midoriya noticed when he came to was that his mouth tasted like straight-up garbage. Also, there was something lightly hitting his face, and he wished it would stop. Young man, young man. Midoriya ummed before opening his eyes. I'm alive? What happened, All Might? He exclaimed, composure completely shattered at the sight of the smiling visage of his idol, standing close enough for him to reach out and touch. All Might let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness! He exclaimed, I thought we lost you there for a second. He let out a boisterous laugh. I didn't mean for you to get caught up in my justice. He held up 2 soda bottles crammed full of the sludge from before. No need to worry now. Ever the fanboy, Midoriya scrambled to find something to write on, and snatched his now perfectly dry notebook off of the ground. Can I please get your autograph? He flipped it open to see All Might's signature already blazoned across 2 whole pages. You already gave it to me? He shrieked before bowing deeply. Thank you so much. You're very welcome. All Might said with a laugh. Now I must be off. I have to get this villain to the police. Now, can't you stay a moment? Midoriya pled. I still have so many questions. No. All Might insisted. Justice cannot wait. I appreciate all of your support. But before Midoriya could finish his sentence, The #1 hero was gone, sailing through the air with incredible speed while Midoriya stared on with an extended hand and his jaw hanging down. I just want to know if I can be like you someday. Midoriya let out a sigh. It figured that when he finally got to meet his idol, he would leave before he could ask him the questions that had been haunting him for years. He stuffed his signed notebook into his backpack and trudged through the streets, downcast. He wanted to give himself some time to reset his emotions before going home, so he decided to circle the block a few times to clear his head. He had just completed his 3rd lap when he was snapped out of his depression by the sight of a small boy chasing a ball into the road, completely oblivious to the gray car approaching him far too quickly to stop in time. Midoriya's legs moved on their own. They propelled him into the street, where he pushed the child out of danger. For a brief moment, he was relieved, then his brain caught up and he realized he was now directly in the path of the car instead of the child. Oh sure. Screeched. Ka-thump thump thump. The world went black. Heroes never die. Slap 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 slap. Midoriya tasted garbage and something was lightly hitting his face. This really isn't my day, is it? Young man, young man. Midoriya ummed before opening his eyes. All Might. Midoriya blinked in confusion. Did he save me again? He took a look around. He saw his notebook lying on the ground nearby. Further behind him was the bridge where the sludge villain had attacked him. His encounter with the car had been several blocks further down the road. His heart dropped into his stomach. Oh no, not again. All Might let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he exclaimed. I thought we lost you there for a second. He let out a boisterous laugh. I didn't mean for you to get caught up in my justice. He held up 2 soda bottles crammed full of the sludge from before. No need to worry now. Midoriya groaned. I'm so sick of this. He muttered, shaking his head. I wonder how many times I'm going to end up doing this before I get it right? Are you all right, young man? All Might asked, nonplussed at the nonsensical muttering and strangely subdued reaction from the boy he had just saved. He was worried that he had been hurt worse than it appeared, and he didn't exactly have time to hang around for an ambulance. Did you hit your head? Do you know where you are? He knew the boy was a fan from reading the notebook that he found lying nearby. The title had caught his eye, and so he had flipped through it out of curiosity while he waited for the kid to wake. He had even chuckled when he found the design for a hero costume based on All Might's own. Young man. Yes, I'm fine. Midoriya answered, appearing distracted as he stared off into space, frowning while his mind worked at 1,000,000 miles per hour. I really want to ask him more questions, but the image of a car speeding towards an oblivious child flashed in his head. No, I need to go. Well then, if you're sure, All Might hesitantly replied, I really must go, but please go and get yourself looked at by a doctor. One can never be too careful when it comes to villainy. Midoriya said, absently. Thank you once again. He paused only for a moment to watch All Might bound away once more. His gaze hardened and he broke into a jog. 5 minutes later, Midoriya stood on a familiar street corner. His sharp, watchful gaze drew strange looks from passing bystanders, but he paid them no mind. He couldn't remember exactly when the incident occurred, so he had to be patient and vigilant. It came as a relief when he finally heard the sound of rubber bouncing on pavement. Midoriya scooped up the runaway ball and handed it to the boy, waving off the thanks of a woman with similar facial features as the boy. Listen to your mom. Don't go chasing your ball into the street, okay? Midoriya told the boy with a smile, ruffling his hair before startling at an unexpected noise. Pow! Screech! What? Midoriya twisted his head to look towards the direction of the sound. His eyes widened at the sight of a familiar gray car rolling towards him at high speed after suffering a blowout. Acting on instinct, he shoved the woman and the child out of the way of the mass of metal hurtling towards them. There was a loud crunch, and then the world went black. Heroes never die. Slap 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 slap. Young man, young man. Midoriya ummed, gagging on the taste of garbage. He opened his eyes, taking a moment to glance around at his surroundings, and sure enough, there was All Might, his notebook, and the bridge. He was back again. DMN it. All Might let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness," he exclaimed. "I thought we lost you there for a second." He let out a boisterous laugh. "I didn't mean for you to get caught up in my justice." He held up 2 soda bottles crammed full of the sludge from before. "No need to worry now." Ignoring All Might, Midoriya rubbed his chin and began to mutter under his breath. "Okay, so my starting point is here, and saving the kid only changed the circumstances that sent me back. This probably means that whatever it is I need to do to move on probably has to do with All Might." Midoriya paused. "Oh my god, I'm tied to All Might." A goofy grin appeared on Midoriya's face for a second before he shook his head. "No, I need to focus. I'll start by asking him a few questions." Are you all right, young man?" All Might asked, visibly disturbed by the nonsensical muttering. "Did you hit your head? Do you know where you are?" "Yes, sorry," Midoriya replied sheepishly. He simply couldn't seem to kick the habit of thinking out loud, no matter how hard he tried. "Just ignore everything I said, sometimes I get wrapped up in my thoughts like that." He bowed. "Thank you for saving me." All Might let out a laugh. "Think nothing of it, my boy. I must be off now. This villain won't deliver itself to the police, after all." "Please wait just a moment," Midoriya said. "I've got questions that I need to." "No," All Might firmly denied. "Justice cannot wait. It will really only just take a moment." All Might ignored Midoriya and crouched in preparation to leap away. "I appreciate all of your support. Farewell." Then he won't listen. If I don't do anything, it will just end up the same pattern all over again. In a panic born of desperation, Midoriya dashed forward and grabbed hold of All Might's pant leg just in time to be jerked into the air with enough force that he very nearly lost his grip. After adjusting his grip, Midoriya looked down and immediately regretted it. They were very high in the air. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," All Might exclaimed, pushing at Midoriya as they flew through the air. "I realize that you're a fan, but this is too much. Let go." Midoriya clung on even tighter. "If I let go now, I'll die," he shouted over the wind. Though it wouldn't be the first time. He wryly noted. All Might stopped trying to pry Midoriya from his leg. "Ah," he said, suddenly remembering that most people couldn't survive a fall from several dozen meters in the air. "I suppose you have a point there. Hold on tight and close your eyes and mouth." As he looked for a nearby rooftop to land on, All Might coughed into his hand and winced at the sight of blood. "Sheet, this is bad." Once they had landed, Midoriya had to take a few moments to calm the furious pounding of his heart. "Okay, wow." Midoriya slapped his cheeks and ran his hands through his hair while taking several deep breaths. "That was actually scary, even for me." He paused. "I kinda want to do it again. That was incredibly reckless." All Might chastised Midoriya. "You're lucky you weren't killed. Now I must go." "Wait," Midoriya cried. "If that didn't kill me, I must have done something right. I have to keep pushing. I cannot wait." All Might turned to leave. "I have to say something, anything. Can someone without a quirk become a hero like you?" Midoriya shouted, voice tinged with honest desperation. That made All Might pause mid-step. He looked back at Midoriya. "Without a quirk?" Midoriya nodded. "Well, technically I have one, but I can't use it for hero work, or anything really. I don't even know how it works." Of course, Midoriya didn't say any of that. All Might wouldn't believe him. Nobody ever believed him. Who would believe that he occasionally got trapped in time loops that endlessly killed him until he correctly performed an unknown task? He barely believed it himself, and he was the one it was happening to. "Supposedly I have one," Midoriya admitted, "but my quirk never manifested, so people have always picked on me." He paused. "Well, that might not be the only reason, but maybe that's why I think that saving people is the coolest thing that someone can do." Midoriya smiled sadly. "The way you save others with a fearless smile, that's the kind of hero I want to be." For the second time that day, Midoriya's normally unflappable composure was utterly shattered when All Might disappeared into a cloud of smoke with a poof. When the smoke cleared, Standing where All Might had been just a moment ago was a sickly-looking man so frail and emaciated that he looked more like a skeleton than a living person. Where's All Might? Midoriya stammered. The man pointed to himself. I'm all niggly. His words were interrupted by an eruption of blood from his mouth. No way. Midoriya was silent as the emaciated All Might told him his story. He told him about a secret battle with a villain 6 years prior, and revealed the grievous injury he had suffered during the fight, as well as his new physical limitations. Then, he explained the reasons why he worked so hard to keep it all a secret. A symbol of peace must never be daunted by evil. He told Midoriya, "You said that I save people with a fearless smile. Well, the reason I smile is to hide the pressure and the fear that I battle with constantly. Even when they possess powerful quirks, heroes must always be willing to risk their lives. You ask me if someone can become a hero without a quirk?" All Might shook his head. "No, I can't say that you can." Midoriya was utterly silent as he took in this answer. All Might pulled himself to his feet with a grunt. "If you want to help people, you can always become a police officer. People might look down on it, but it's an honorable career. It's good to dream, young man. Just try to be realistic." At this, Midoriya let out an involuntary bark of laughter. It was an angry, bitter sound that was utterly bereft of joy or any other positive emotion. He had no idea how else to react to the sheer level of irony in All Might's admonition. Heroes have to be willing to risk their lives, huh? Midoriya repeated, "Be realistic? That's rich." "What?" All Might turned and flinched, taken aback at the burning conviction, the utter certainty that he saw in the eyes of the quirkless kid he had so thoroughly rebuked. He had a sensation not unlike an electric charge run up and down his spine, and the hairs on his neck stood on end. "You think that this is the first time someone has told me something like this?" Midoriya shook his head. "You wouldn't understand, but my life is always on the line, whether I like it or not." He walked forward, pushing past the emaciated hero, and began to make his way down the stairs. He stopped and turned his head to stare down All Might one last time. "And I'm going to be a hero whether you like it or not." All Might opened his mouth and then closed it, saying nothing. "That kid, Midoriya Izuku." He recalled, thinking of the name on the notebook he flipped through earlier. Judging from those notes, he has clearly got a keen analytical mind, and for being so small, he has an unusual amount of presence, an uncanny natural charisma. If he had the power to back it up. All Might shook his head, banishing the thought. "What am I doing? I need to get this guy to the police." He patted his pockets. In a panic, he patted them again, and his face paled. The bottles were gone. "I must have dropped them during the flight over here." All Might heard a boom in the distance, so he rushed to the nearest window and saw a plume of smoke rising several blocks away. Oh no! Heroes never die. Once he had safely left All Might's line of sight, Midoriya let go of the tight emotional control that had been holding him together. Tears welled in his eyes and his chest constricted with frustration and sorrow. Having his dreams and goals spat on by a bunch of JRK teenagers was one thing. Hearing the same thing from the one man he admired most pierced straight through his emotional armor. It wounded him deeply. Midoriya didn't know whether he was angry, or sad, or some mixture of the two. All he knew was that it hurt. "I don't know why I thought he would be different, Diminit. Distracted by the whirlwind of thoughts and feelings surging through him as he wandered the streets, Midoriya barely noticed when he plowed straight into a small child, knocking them over and skinning their knee. Mortified, he immediately began to apologize. "Oh my gosh, I'm so..." His eyes widened. It was the boy from before, the one with the ball. "Sorry." He glanced around. He hadn't even noticed that he had arrived at the street corner where the accident was supposed to happen. "Honestly." The boy's mother scowled at Midoriya as she helped her crying son to his feet. "You need to pay better attention to where you're going." She pointed to her child's bleeding knee. "Just look at what you did." A boom sounded off in the distance, and Midoriya turned his head towards the noise just in time to see the gray car speed past them without incident. The runaway ball had rolled across the street and came to a stop in a bush. Midoriya let out a sigh of relief. The boy and his mother were safe for now at least. "Excuse me." The woman scolded him. "Are you even listening to me?" "Yes." "I'm very sorry." He bowed to the woman. "That was careless of me. Hold on 1 second, I have something for his knee." Midoriya took off his backpack and dug through it until he found a small red case with a cross on it. He opened up the case and pulled out an antiseptic swab, gently and expertly dabbing the scraped knee before placing a bandage on it. He turned to the mother. "You'll probably want to clean it again when you get home, but this should help for now." The woman blinked. "Not that I'm complaining," she said, mollified by Midoriya's actions, "but why is a junior high student carrying around a first aid kit? I've had to learn to be prepared for the worst." Midoriya thought. I'm pretty clumsy, so I fall down a lot." Midoriya said, "It saves time." "I see." The woman replied. "Just be more careful, all right?" Midoriya nodded, once again struck by the irony of the situation. "Yes, ma'am. Will do." He watched the woman and the child walk away together, hand in hand. They would never know what would have happened if he had not been there, but that was fine. He knew, and that was enough for him. Another explosion rang out, and when Midoriya saw the pillar of smoke rising in that direction, he broke into a run, heading towards the danger as quickly as his legs could carry him. He didn't know what the situation was, or how he could possibly make a difference, but he knew that someone, somewhere, needed help. And that was all he needed to know. And so, a new story is beginning. This Midoriya is quite a bit different than the one from canon, but I will try my best to flesh out these changes in a way that makes sense. Midoriya's quirk is going to be very interesting to work around. I won't give away exactly what its rules are just yet, but feel free to guess. Please let me know what you think with a review. For those of you following my other story, Semper Fast, I will try and get the next chapter out in the next couple of days, a week at most. This plot bunny wouldn't leave me the F alone, and so I simply gave. The Tatooine shopping district was a complete wreck. While the flames had been put out and much of the rubble had been cleared, the street more closely resembled a war zone than the bustling market it had been just a few hours ago. Despite the property damage, the atmosphere was cheerful. Crowds of people chatted animatedly as they discussed the dramatic conclusion to the villain attack. Footage of the sludge villain incident was already going viral. It had all of the elements necessary for great television: a grotesque, dastardly villain, a conventionally attractive child hostage, intense moments of danger and uncertainty, and of course, the sudden arrival of All Might and the ultimate triumph of good over evil. It was an instant classic, though not everyone was as pleased with the course of events as the media. There was absolutely no need to put yourself at risk like that. If All Might hadn't shown up when he did, you could have gotten yourself or any of the other pros here killed. Life sure has an interesting way of sorting itself out. Midoriya mused as he sat Saiza on the pavement. His current posture was due to the fact that he was in the middle of a lengthy scolding from the pro hero, Death Arms. He glanced over at Bakugo, sitting nearby with a more thoughtful version of the usual scowl on his face. "I never would have thought that Kakin of all people would get wrapped up in this mess. Pay attention when I'm talking to you, kid." Midoriya flinched when he received a chop on the top of his head and returned his gaze to Death Arms. The burly hero was glaring at him with a vein bulging in his forehead. Apparently, he didn't appreciate being ignored. "Sorry." Midoriya apologized, bowing his head. "I was worried about my..." He paused. "Friend" didn't really seem like an appropriate word to describe his and Bakugo's relationship, and acquaintance seemed too distant for how long they had known each other. "Classmate, please, continue." After scanning Midoriya's face for a second, Death Arms let out a huff and shook his head. "This kid is something else. He isn't even pretending to be sorry about what he did. He's clearly just waiting me to finish so he can leave. I'd put money on him doing the exact same thing if he had the chance." The vitriol directed at Midoriya by Death Arms was due in no small part to his own frustration. For all of his physical power, he couldn't do a thing against the fluid-like body of the sludge villain. On top of that, The fact that the boy caught in its grasp had a powerful quirk turned an already dangerous situation into a major incident that was likely to end in tragedy. He had felt so helpless watching the blonde boy suffocate that bile burned in the back of his throat, and he could taste the blood in his mouth where he had bitten the insides of his cheeks. When Death Arms had seen the small boy kneeling in front of him dash out from the crowd into the fray, he thought that his heart was going to stop. There was no hesitation in the boy's movements. No fear. He had looked so confident sprinting towards the villain with a grim smile on his face that it took Death Arms a moment to realize that the kid wasn't a hero, but a middle schooler out of his depth. His little trick throwing his backpack into the face of the villain had succeeded in freeing the other boy's face for a second, allowing him to breathe, but that was it. His frenzied attempts to claw the blonde boy out of the villain's grasp proved to be as unsuccessful as Death Arms' own. The villain raised its arm, ready to grant whatever death wish that crazy kid had, when he appeared like magic. All Might, the symbol of peace, the undisputed #1 hero and strongest man in the world. In one blow, he did what half a dozen pros working together couldn't. He saved both boys, blew away the villain, and even put out the fires with the rain that was created as a result of the wind from his punch. Death Arms shook his head. It was no wonder that nobody but Endeavor had even tried to take All Might's place at the top. The sight of him in action was enough to shatter the confidence of anyone, villain or ambitious young hero alike. Heroes never die. Midoriya was lost in thought as he walked home from the scene of the incident. He had been held up by the police and the pro-heroes for well over an hour before being released, and the sun had already begun to set, casting the orange glow of twilight over the streets of his neighborhood. A voice called out to him, snapping Midoriya out of his reverie. "Deku! Wait up, you beastie!" Midoriya turned around. Bakugo stood behind him, scuffed up, out of breath and wearing an expression that was a mixture of anger and confusion. His body was lined with tension and his fists were clenched so tightly that they trembled. Midoriya sighed in resignation. "I probably should have expected this. Let's get this over with." "What is it, Kaken?" Midoriya asked, purposefully keeping his tone light and breezy. "Is there something wrong?" "Don't give me that sheet, you nerd. You know goddamn well why I'm here." Bakugo grit his teeth. "But why did you do that? Do you want to make me owe you or something? Are you crazy, or do you just want to die? Why the F would you try to save me when there was nothing you could do?" Midoriya was silent for a moment, remembering the moment in question. He stood in the crowd, frozen in place by his horror and guilt. The sludge villain was free, and it was his fault. If he hadn't clung to All Might's leg like that, if he had found another way to move forward, none of this would have been happening. Just a short distance away, amidst a sea of fire and peril, he could see a familiar pair of red eyes widen in terror, free of their usual anger and hostility, crying out for help. At that moment, the years of Bakugo's cruel words, casual violence, and the infuriating way that he was always better, always 2 steps ahead, none of them mattered. His legs moved on their own, and a determined smile stretched across his face. He would fix this one way or another, no matter how many tries it took. That was simply who he was. At last, Midoriya replied with a shrug. "I did it because I wanted to, that's all there is to it. It had nothing to do with you, I would have done it for anyone." "What the F dash?" Bakugo shouted, displeased with Midoriya's non-answer. "You wanted to? Do you think that being suicidal makes you some kind of hero? It doesn't. You didn't do anything. I was just fine on my own, and you would have died accomplishing nothing. I don't know you sheet." He spun on his heel and spat on the ground. "Goddamn psycho nerd." Midoriya stared at Bakugo's retreating form for a few seconds before shrugging and continuing on his way home. He couldn't really disagree with some of what Bakugo had said. He hadn't just been prepared to die charging in the way he did, he had been counting on it. To the outside observer, his actions would have indeed seemed suicidally reckless. But for Midoriya, his death held as much meaning to him as dying in a video game. It was, at the very worst, a painful inconvenience. "I am here." All Might. Midoriya startled at the sudden appearance of the bulky man from behind a bush. "What are you doing here?" Midoriya paused to look around. What happened to all of the press? All Might let out a booming laugh. I stand for justice, not sound bites. He slid into a bodybuilding pose. Getting away from them was a piece of cake, because I am All Mihak. With an eruption of blood from his mouth, his muscular body disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving him in his emaciated true form. Midoriya blinked. He didn't know if he'd ever get used to that. Okay, but why are you here? All Might wiped his mouth. I wanted to apologize to you for what I said to you earlier, and to make you an offer. You don't need to apologize to me, All Might. Midoriya said, I don't regret what I did, but it's not like I really accomplished anything. It was like you said, I was powerless without a quirk I could use. You know, All Might said, there are many stories about famous heroes from their high school and middle school days. For some reason, while everyone else was frozen in fear during a crisis, they alone were able to act. When asked about it later, almost all of them say the same thing. Do you know what it is? Curious, Midoriya tilted his head. No, what do they say? That their body moved before they had a chance to think. All Might paused a moment to savor the sight of recognition dawning in Midoriya's eyes. That's what happened to you too, isn't it? Something deeply buried within Midoriya stirred in response to this simple question, making him inhale sharply. His heart constricted in his chest as the pain from 10,000 slights, 10,000 dismissals, and 10,000 rounds of mocking laughter emerged from the dark place he had locked them away. Afraid to speak through the knot rapidly growing in his throat, he nodded. When everyone else was frozen with indecision, you alone were able to act. All Might shook his head. You, a quirkless, powerless boy, were more heroic than anyone else. Midoriya grit his teeth. He hated showing weakness, letting others know that the world sometimes got to him. It was an armor he had constructed to deal with the strain of the resets. Even if he couldn't control his fate, whether he lived or died, or how people treated him, he could at least control himself. But now that armor was beginning to buckle. Dim it. Keep it together, Izuku. Not in front of him. Choked up by his surging emotions, Midoriya paused, took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and wiped his watering eyes with his sleeve. What are you saying? Where are you going with this, All Might? Young man, All Might said, striking a dramatic figure in the golden glow of the setting sun, even in his shrunken true form, you too can become a hero. 6 words. A simple acknowledgement 6 words long was all it took to break the carefully constructed facade that Midoriya had grown to rely on. Overwhelmed, he fell to his knees and began to quietly weep. He had not cried, truly cried, in years. He had been hardened by his suffering, by the endless repeats, endured so many years of pain that he had become numb to it all. Feeling foolish, he desperately rubbed at his eyes, trying to stop himself from crying in front of his idol. The tears simply would not stop flowing, and he didn't know what to do to make that happen. For nearly 30 seconds, All Might stood and watched as Midoriya silently wept, taken aback by the intense reaction the seemingly unflappable boy was having to his words. If a simple acknowledgement was enough to drive the boy to tears, All Might wondered how he would react to what he had to say next. I have chosen you to inherit my power. That did it. His joyful tears halted by the shock of what he had just been told. Midoriya blinked, trying to process All Might's nonsensical statement. After a moment, he gave up and shook his head. I'm sorry, I must have heard you wrong. What? All Might laughed. What's that face for, kid? I'm asking you if you want to try accepting my power. All Might explained the way his quirk worked, an ability that originated during the dawn of the superpowered society, cultivated and passed on like the Olympic torch of old. And now, he said, it is your turn to carry this torch, should you accept it. Hold on a second. Midoriya said, pinching his nose and holding out a hand. This is a lot to take in all at once. I mean, yeah, nobody really knows what your quirk is, and it's been a hotly debated topic on the internet message boards ever since your debut all of those years ago, but there's never been any known case for a quirk getting passed from person to person like that, since the genetic factor of quirk inheritance makes such a prospect highly unlikely at best. Although, I'm not sure that I have room to protest a quirk having unusual effects considering, but still, holy crap, kid, take a breath. All Might exclaimed with a geyser of blood. Nobody beats you when it comes to spouting nonsense. He wiped his bloody mouth with the back of his hand. The ability to transfer power. That's the quirk I inherited, one for all. One for all, Midoriya repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. There was a weight to that name. The moment that the foreign phrase passed from his lips, Midoriya suddenly knew that something about this situation seemed right. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he felt like he had just found a key piece of a larger puzzle. All Might nodded. The first person cultivates the power, then passes it to another, the next refines it and passes it along again, growing in strength from generation to generation. I can understand that much, but why choose me? Midoriya asked. You just met me. When we were on that roof earlier today, you told me that you were going to become a hero, whether you had my blessing or not. All Might paused. I have heard such declarations before, many times, but your heroic actions proved your convictions to me. My time as a hero is almost up. I've been searching for a successor for a while now, and I believe that you are worthy. Now, what say you? Midoriya didn't hesitate. Of course I will. An instant answer. All Might laughed. As I expected. Let me see that notebook of yours. Midoriya handed it over and All Might wrote down an address. Meet me at this address at 5 a.m. sharp. Your training begins in 2 days. Heroes never die. Good morning, young Midoriya. All Might greeted his new protege with a dazzling smile that, in defiance of all logic, still seemed to glisten with its usual intensity despite the fact that the sun hadn't risen. There's nothing quite like the crisp morning air to get the blood flowing, is there? Good morning, Midoriya automatically replied, looking around at their surroundings. So, All Might, quick question. Why are we at a dump? All Might let out a laugh. This is not dump, young Midoriya. You could have fooled me. Midoriya replied, staring at the massive piles of trash surrounding them on all sides. So, he said, choosing to humor All Might, if this isn't a dump, what is it? So glad you asked. All Might said, breaking out into another posing routine. As it happens, I did a little research on this spot last night. Do you know why this site is so polluted? Something about ocean currents? Midoriya replied, I think I read about it once. The tides carry a lot of garbage to this particular shore, and even though it's not allowed, people take advantage and use the area as a dumping site, but that doesn't answer my question. Why are we here? There are 3 reasons. All Might said. He held up one finger. The first is that this is an isolated area where there is very little risk of my secret being exposed. Midoriya nodded. That makes sense. All Might held up a second finger. The second is that you have a lot of work to do, and not very much time to do it. As you are now, you are not a proper vessel for one for all. Hold on a second. Midoriya objected. You told me that I was worthy of your power. I was under the impression that you would be training me to use your quirk. What do you mean I'm not a proper vessel? All Might poked Midoriya in his bony chest. I'm talking about your body, kid. My quirk holds the stockpiled physical prowess of 8 generations of heroes. If I gave you my quirk now, your limbs would probably explode if you tried to use it. I see. Midoriya said mildly. He had never lost a limb before, and he wasn't particularly keen on adding it to his list of life experiences. That doesn't sound like very much fun. I'd like to keep my limbs, if possible. He paused. I'm kind of attached to them. All Might laughed. I must say, you have a talent for understatement, kid. He gestured around. You wish to go to Yui for their hero course, is that correct? Midoriya nodded. It's the best one there is. And... He paused for a moment, shifting in uncharacteristic embarrassment, and well, you went there, so yeah. All Might chuckled, you really are a fanboy, aren't you? He coughed into his hand. Anyways, Yui's entrance exam is only 10 months away. You'll be competing with the best of the best, people who have had their entire lives to refine their quirks. You see, my boy, this beach is not a dump, it is your proving ground. All Might pulled a stack of papers out of his pocket. As long as you follow my aim to pass American Dream plan, This place will be the crucible where you will be forged into a proper vessel for my power. All Might paused. I must warn you, this will be more difficult than anything you have ever done in your life. If you wish to back out, now is your last chance. With a slight snort of amusement, Midoriya snatched the papers from All Might and shook his head. Is that a serious question? I was going to become a hero without a usable quirk, remember? I had already accepted that I'd need to work harder than anyone else. If anything, this is the easy road. That's the spirit. All Might said approvingly before rapping a knuckle against an abandoned refrigerator, denting the side. Many people think that heroics is mainly flashy stuff like fighting villains, but at heart, it's all about community service. He crushed the fridge with one hand. This is your first test. Before the date of your exam, you will clear this beach. Midoriya looked up from the papers detailing All Might's training regime. He blinked. He looked to his left and his vision was filled by huge mounds of trash, easily hundreds of tons of it. He looked to his right and saw the same thing. An enormous, mind-boggling amount of trash. He squinted at one section in particular. Is that a car? To his eyes, hoping that it was a figment of his fatigued mind. It was only a bit past 5 o'clock in the morning. After all, perhaps he was just seeing things. He opened his eyes and looked again. Yep, that's a car, all right. Awesome. Oh, Midoriya said. He pasted a sickly smile on his face. Is that all? And here I thought you said this was going to be difficult. All Might let out a booming laugh. That's what I like to hear. Let's get started. First, I'd suggest you take a moment to plan how to do this as efficiently as possible. A job of this magnitude can't be accomplished with a haphazard approach. Good point. Midoriya agreed. Glancing around the site, he pulled out a pocket-sized notepad and began jotting down some notes. Say, All Might, he said as he continued to write, this is sort of like a rescue operation after a disaster, right? Having to decide on who and what takes priority in a time-sensitive situation, being as efficient as possible in order to save the greatest number of lives. All Might blinked. An interesting analysis, young Midoriya. Yes, I suppose you could make that comparison. There are times, for example, when we must ignore someone who might be closer to us, but is not in as much immediate need, or if we lack the necessary ability to help them at that moment, but can help someone else. Curious, All Might walked over behind Midoriya and took a peek at what the boy was writing in his notepad. It had only been a little over a minute since Midoriya had begun writing in the notebook, but in that time, he had already sketched out a roughly accurate top-down map of the beach and a series of notes detailing a plan of action that organized the priorities he would use to determine which trash he would dispose of first based on physical location, size, shape, and weight. What on earth, young Midoriya? All Might said, an approving grin stretching across his face. This is very impressive. There are seasoned pros who couldn't come with a plan of action so quickly. I knew you were clever, but this kind of operational planning and detailed attention to the layout of the surrounding area are usually skills acquired through experience. I expected to have to help you, but what you have here is perfectly workable. Good even. Where did you learn to do this? Oh, really? Midoriya stammered, flushing with embarrassed pleasure. He still wasn't used to being praised instead of ridiculed for his efforts. I was just throwing out random ideas that made sense to me. I guess picked it up from all the time I've spent watching heroes? Fanboy knowledge, huh? All Might said. Seems like you've internalized those lessons well. Anyways, let's get started. That probably is part of the reason, Midoriya mused, nodding at All Might and scurrying off to begin the monumental task ahead of him, but really, this isn't all that different from figuring out how to escape from the loops. If I hadn't learned how to be observant, plan, and problem solve, I'd probably still be in primary school. He shuddered at the thought. Midoriya didn't like to think back to the early days of his quirk, before he had figured out how to escape from the endless cycle of death, when he had no idea who he was, or what he was meant to do. Breathing heavily, Midoriya hauled an armful of garbage to the truck that All Might had secured for him and let out a grunt as he dumped the load into the bed of the vehicle. He started jogging back to the dump. One trip down, 9,999 to go. Later, as he staggered home to shower before heading to school, Midoriya couldn't help but smile. He was dirty and exhausted, every muscle in his body was screaming at him in protest, but still, he smiled. He wasn't that scared, confused little boy anymore. He could endure any pain, any hardship, because this was what he was meant to do. He was sure of it. 10 months later. It had been a close thing. Midoriya felt like kicking himself after his overzealous deviation from All Might's plan cost him several days due to overwork, but in the end, he had barely made it in time, finishing the beach cleanup with only hours to spare before the UE entrance exam. All Might had not yet arrived, and it had still been dark when he dumped that final armload of garbage into the bed of the truck. It was a simple action, one that he had repeated thousands of times. As he grew fitter and stronger during the course of his training, each load seemed a little easier than the last. However, nothing could prepare Midoriya for the rush, the sheer sense of accomplishment that flooded through him when he heard the trash clang against the metal bed of the truck. Filled with a sudden, wild energy, Midoriya broke into a run towards the beach. The frigid April air burned his lungs as he sprinted down the path he had run so many times before. Something was bubbling up, growing inside of him, ready to burst. At the edge of the pavement and the beach, there was a large stack of cars that formed a makeshift tower, the only remaining proof that the dump existed. Moving with a dexterity that he couldn't believe, he scaled the tower of cars and made it to the top, just in time to see the sun peek over the horizon. Bit by bit, the sun cast its rays over the surface of the ocean, staining the water and the sky with brilliant red and orange hues, illuminating the spotless sands of the cleared beach and taking his breath away at the sight of it. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen in his life. Overcome by the power of the scene, the proof of what he had done, what he had accomplished, his eyes welled up with tears and his heart swelled with triumph, so full that he thought he would burst if he did not let it out. He inhaled deeply, filling his lungs to their limit before screaming out at the ocean, as loudly and powerfully as he could. He didn't use words, he didn't have to, it was his challenge to the universe, a primal howl into the void, a defiant declaration that he had won. He had arrived, and nothing in this world or any others could stop him. Almost as quickly as the wild, manic energy had come, it left, and Midoriya soon found himself in the position of being incredibly lightheaded and unbalanced on a precarious tower made of wrecked cars 5 meters above ground level. His legs went out from under him and he stumbled from the perch, hurtling towards the ground. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me," Midoriya mentally swore. He closed his eyes and prepared to wake up at whichever point in the past that universe saw fit to return him, but once again he found himself rescued from that fate by the arrival of All Might, who had appeared just in time to stop his fall. "Well done, my boy." All Might's voice thrummed with warmth and pride as he lowered Midoriya to his feet. His face was split by a massive grin, an honest smile this time, completely unlike the smile-shaped mask he wore most of the time. Midoriya had learned to distinguish the difference between the two during their months together. "All Might," Midoriya whispered, his voice hoarse from all of the screaming he had just done. "I did it. I really did it, didn't I?" "Yes," All Might agreed, "you have done an excellent job. I'd say that you have exceeded my expectations, but I never doubted you for a moment. You have become a fitting vessel in the past 10 months. All Might coughed. "Anyways, it's time for your award ceremony." Midoriya nodded. There was nothing that he could possibly say that would accurately convey his feelings at the moment, so he decided to simply let All Might do his thing. "Young Midoriya, someone once told me that there is a difference between those that are born with everything and those who have earned what they have through their own effort." All Might plucked a hair from his head with all of the ceremony and flourish he could muster. "My boy, if you were to forget everything else I have ever or will ever teach you, I want you to remember this. You have earned this power." Midoriya stood as still as a statue, frozen in shock by the gravity of the sentiment All Might had just laid upon him, and the reality of what he had actually accomplished. He had finally been recognized, truly seen for who he really was by the man he admired most. He was going to be next symbol of peace, the shining pillar of justice that held the evil and darkness of the world at bay. "All Might," Midoriya began, "I don't even know what to." All Might extended his plucked hair to Midoriya, cutting him off mid-sentence. "Now eat this." Midoriya blinked. What? And so much for his touching moment. Another week, another chapter bites the dust. The response to this story has been kind of overwhelming. I'm glad so many people enjoyed it. As always, leave a comment or a review, and don't be shy to let me know what you think. Next week will be the next chapter of Semper Fast. All Might's hair tasted like bug spray. Hairspray. Midoriya wasn't sure, but it had some sort of horribly bitter chemical residue on it that burned and gagged him as the strand of hair traveled down his throat. It makes sense, I suppose, he thought, idly rubbing his throat as he walked down the cherry blossom-lined path to Yui's main building. There's got to be something holding his hair in that style. After the initial moment of awkwardness and confusion that resulted from his mentor telling him to eat a strand of his hair had passed, All Might had explained the way that One for All was transferred from person to person. Throughout the 10 months of training, Midoriya had honestly remained rather skeptical of the idea of transferring a quirk, but he had gone along with the whole thing since he wasn't about to turn down free training from All Might. However, his explanation that it required the recipient to ingest the previous user's DNA made things clearer. It must work something like CRISPR. The section of the DNA containing One for All is forcibly inserted and integrated into the genetic structure of the new host. Midoriya shook his head. It's a shame that All Might swore me to secrecy about this. If I took this quirk to a geneticist, the things that we could discover about the nature of quirks could change the world. We might even be able to cure quirklessness or fix malignant quirks, something to consider in the future, I suppose. Get the F out of my way, Deku. A rough voice growled from behind Midoriya, interrupting his musing. Or I'll light you on fire. Ah, good morning, Kakin. Midoriya replied in a conversational tone, ignoring the casual threat of grievous bodily harm as he turned around to greet the speaker. He gave Bakugo an easygoing smile. Good luck on the exam, yeah? Bakugo scoffed, walking past Midoriya with an angry expression. I don't need something as worthless as luck, you loser. Bakugo didn't stop, but he slowed down a bit before looking back over his shoulder. Don't get yourself killed out there. I don't give a F dash, but my mom would be sad if you died. He spat on the ground. She still asks about you sometimes, stupid hag. Midoriya quirked a half smile in amusement. I can't make any promises, but I'll do my best. Whatever. Bakugo grunted in reply before walking off with a scowl, ignoring the whispers of the other test-takers who recognized him from the sludge incident. Ever since that day, Bakugo had stopped hassling Midoriya mostly. He still spoke to him contemptuously, but Midoriya was hardly unique in that regard. Bakugo spoke to everyone contemptuously. He had, however, ceased the violence, threats, and stopped going out of his way to put him down. Midoriya didn't believe that the change was due to any new sense of respect and definitely didn't think it was due to gratitude. If anything, it was like Bakugo had decided that it was simply no longer worth the effort. Midoriya shrugged. Whatever the case, it was a welcome change too. What had been a consistently unpleasant feature of his life. It's not like I have time to think about something like that right now, anyways. He thought, stepping forward. I need to focus on the task ahead of me and devote 100% of my concentration towards my new quirk. Everything else is inconsequential. Midoriya's gaze was steely, straightforward, and determined as he took a step forward, his stride full of confidence, until he tripped on his shoelace, which had come untied without his notice. He plummeted face first towards the ground. Or not a minute. He closed his eyes, and just as he had resigned himself to eating the pavement, Midoriya's downward trajectory had come to a halt, and he found himself gripped by the disorienting sensation of weightlessness. He opened his eyes somehow. He was floating parallel to the ground. He said. What just happened? A pair of small hands grabbed him and reoriented him to a standing position. Are you okay? A feminine voice asked. It's my quirk. Sorry about using it on you without permission, but I thought that tripping like that before an exam would be bad luck. Midoriya turned his head in time to see a brown-haired girl with rosy cheeks smile at him. She pressed her fingertips together and he felt the weight suddenly return to his body. See cute. Midoriya swallowed hard at the sight of the bright and refreshing smile on her face. This sure is nerve-wracking, isn't it? the girl continued. Well, good luck. She turned to walk away. Wait. Midoriya called after the girl. He knew he wasn't the smoothest guy in the world, but he'd had the worst of his social anxiety beaten out of him long ago, and he wasn't about to let someone who had done him a favor walk away without so much as a thank you. She paused and turned back towards him. He bowed his head and met her gaze with a grateful smile. Thanks for saving me. I don't relish the idea of getting all scuffed up before the test even begins. Good luck out there. She smiled right back. Don't worry about it. I just did what anyone would do. I wonder about that. Midoriya thought, picturing Bakugo's laughter if he had seen Midoriya fall on his face. Right. He agreed in principle if not in reality. He indicated towards the meeting area. We should probably get going. Want to walk in together? The girl nodded. Sure. The two headed inside, chatting casually until they got their seating numbers, and went their separate ways. It was only after Midoriya had taken his seat next to Bakugo of all people that he realized that he had never gotten the nice girl's name. Dang. He mentally kicked himself for that. She was so cute, and nice to me too. Now I might never see her again. He sighed. Oh well, it's not like her being nice to me necessarily means anything. I try to be nice to everybody, but that doesn't mean I'm interested in them. It's probably the same for her. For F's sake, Deku, stop muttering. Bakugo growled. Nobody gives a shit about your love life. Midoriya didn't react, save for a slight flush appearing on his cheeks. He hadn't meant to say any of that out loud. He hadn't even noticed that he'd done it. Sorry. He replied, I'll try to refrain. After about 5 minutes of waiting, the lights in the auditorium suddenly cut out. Midoriya sat silently and watched the pro-hero, Present Mike, give his presentation covering the entrance exam with a strange sense of relief. He was confident in his ability to deal with robots due to hardware restrictions. Any mobile platforms like the faux villains could only contain the most basic of AI systems slow to react to environmental changes, predictable and easily fooled. However, this wasn't the only reason that Midoriya was relieved to be facing machines. He didn't know what would happen to a living opponent if he couldn't control one for all right away. After the slime villain incident, Midoriya sat down and calculated the amount of force All Might needed to use in order to summon those rain clouds. If his numbers were correct, and they usually were, Midoriya now carried an amount of energy roughly equivalent to several nuclear bombs, probably. There really wasn't any way to be 100% sure. One of the biggest hurdles that the scientific community faced after the appearance of quirks was adjusting to the new reality that previously ironclad physical laws of thermodynamics, conservation of matter and energy, universal attraction, and relativity could be thrown out the window with the introduction of the right quirk. Regardless, if I used 100% on a person, I wouldn't kill them so much as delete them from existence. Midoriya shivered at the thought, unnerved by the prospect of accidentally killing someone in such a brutal manner. There wouldn't even be a body left to identify. The walk to the testing ground was a bit of a jaunt, nearly 20 minutes at a brisk pace, but Midoriya was grateful for the delay. He made use of the time to center himself and clear his mind of all distractions. By the time he arrived at the impressively large model city, he wore a tranquil smile and his lean frame was free of tension, projecting an aura of complete confidence that drew wary stares from the other competitors. When Present Mike made the call to begin, Midoriya decided to sit back and allow the desperate cluster of students fighting to shove their way through the crowded gateway disperse. He didn't want to waste any energy unnecessarily, and the moment that a gap opened in the crush of people, he easily jogged through the gate and began his search for his first villain bot. The streets of the test site were a war zone everywhere Midoriya looked. There were dozens of test takers firing off flashy, powerful quirks, smashing, melting, exploding, and tearing the villain robots into expensive piles of scrap. In the distance, he could hear his competitors calling out their scores, some of them rather high considering how much time still remained. Midoriya frowned. Things were progressing much faster than he expected. Maybe I should have been in a bit more of a rush. If I don't give a move on, there won't be any points left for me. He was concerned, but he wasn't about to panic just yet. He just needed to keep his cool and keep searching. An opportunity would appear, he was sure of it. Fortunately, Midoriya didn't need to search very long for said opportunity. It came to him, violently bursting out of a wall like the Kool-Aid Man. With a large one, painted on its sides, the robot was fairly large, blocky, full of sharp edges and intimidating at first glance. It mechanically swiveled its triangular head back and forth before locking onto Midoriya. Target acquired. The machine growled in a deep mechanical tone that had been designed to be menacing. It began to barrel towards him. Prepare for termination, human. Rather than freezing in fear, Midoriya grinned at the opportunity and chambered his fist. "Thanks for making my life easier," he said. "Now, let's take this quirk for a spin." Willing his new quirk to appear, Midoriya felt a sensation of intense heat as One for All surged through his right arm like bottled lightning, crackling with unbridled power and shredding the sleeve of his shirt, begging to be released. All Might's words before the test echoed in his head. "You've had no time to get used to the power, so be prepared for a real kickback. But when the moment to use it arrives, remember this. When using One for All, clench up your butt cheeks and from the bottom of your heart, proudly shout. Smash!" With All Might's signature battle cry, Midoriya let his fist fly, unleashing all of the built-up energy at once. When struck by the full might of One for All, the helpless robot was more than defeated, it was obliterated. The force behind the blow was absurd, even more powerful than the payload of a surface-to-air missile. It created gale force winds that buffeted the surrounding area, even sending test takers unlucky enough to be nearby flying, and devastated the building in the path of his punch. Unfortunately, Midoriya was not in a position to appreciate the sheer power he now possessed for one simple reason. Every single bone in his right arm had been completely shattered into dust. He was no stranger to pain, but this intense agony was an entirely new level of torture. He could hear somebody screaming. It took a moment before he realized that it was him. "Kick back." The small part of his mind that was still lucid cried. He calls this kickback? Midoriya's racing thoughts were interrupted by a loud, creaking groan, an ominous sound that snapped him out of his current state of agonized obliviousness and saw that his attack had rendered a large water tank on the building above him structurally unstable. The large, heavy mass of iron leaned further and further over the edge of the roof, and finally, with a loud snap, the remaining struts holding it in place broke and the tower toppled over, hurtling towards the ground directly towards Midoriya, who could only watch helplessly as death approached him from above. Oh, sure, with the deafening crash of metal on pavement, the world went black. Heroes never die. "Are you okay?" A familiar feminine voice asked. "It's my quirk. Sorry about using it on you without permission, but I thought that tripping like that before an exam would be bad luck." Midoriya opened his eyes with a gasp. He glanced at his arm. It was totally fine, as if the grievous injury that he just suffered had never happened. More importantly, he wasn't currently doing his best impression of a bug beneath a rolled-up newspaper, which could only mean one thing. "I guess I'm in a loop, huh?" It had been almost a year since the last one, the longest stretch of time Midoriya could remember since his quirk manifested. "I'm definitely overdue for one." He sighed. "On the bright side, at least my arm isn't destroyed anymore." "This sure is nerve-wracking, isn't it?" The friendly girl continued on script, just as before. "Well, good luck." Midoriya was too caught up in his thoughts to stop her this time, so she simply walked away. "Oh, darn it." Midoriya chastised himself for letting her go. "I forget to get her name again, or even say thank you." He shook his head. "No matter, I'll probably get another chance, and I need to dedicate my time to figuring out what I need to do right now anyways." He checked his watch. It's 9:52 right now, so the exam starts in exactly 1 hour and 8 minutes. That's lucky. Normally my time frame is much shorter. After he made his way into the auditorium for the second time, Midoriya walked to his assigned seat on autopilot, pulled out his pocket notebook and began to write down his thoughts in a process that he had perfected over the course of many, many repeats. "I can't exactly be sure what triggered the reset, but my death occurred immediately after using One for All and injuring myself, so my mistake is likely within that series of events." With this hypothesis in mind, Midoriya began to list the ways he could test his theory. That being the case, my options are A. Defeat the robot without one for all, B. Ignore it and move on to a different target, or C. Defeat it with one for all, but without injuring myself. As he thought, Midoriya absently tapped the side of his cheek with the end of the ballpoint pen. At my current level, option A is... Midoriya shook his head. Yeah, no way. Beating those things without any powers or weapons is impossible for me as I am. He crossed out that entry and moved on. Option B is the simplest solution, and also the easiest to check. He underlined the entry to indicate it as promising. B is probably the best choice right now. For the sake of being thorough, he moved on to the next entry. Option C, while possible in theory, is easier said than done. I just got this quirk today, and I haven't had enough time to master it, so I'd probably just end up repeating over and over until I got it right. Midoriya stopped writing mid-pen slide, eyes going wide as inspiration hit him like a lightning bolt. Holy shit! A grin slowly spread across Midoriya's face, and he had to struggle to contain the maniacal laughter threatening to escape his throat at any moment. Midoriya had never intentionally triggered a reset of a loop before. It had never even occurred to him to do so, mostly because until now he hadn't seen any point, since the actions required to break free of the loop tended to coincide with his desired outcome anyways. More importantly, as used to the experience as he was dying was still extremely unpleasant, especially since Midoriya's deaths were almost universally gruesome and/or painful. It was something that he preferred to avoid, if at all possible. Midoriya scribbled frantically in his notebook, writing so hastily that his typically neat script was jagged and rough. His brain was on fire, and he needed to get his thoughts down before he lost them. There must be a way to regulate the amount of power that I'm using at once. If there wasn't, then All Might would kill every villain that he came across. As long as I don't change anything except the level of power that I'm using, I can endlessly experiment with one for all without consequence. He paused, remembering the agony of his exploded arm. Well, mostly without consequence. He wasn't looking forward to experiencing that kind of pain over and over again. Clenching his fists, Midoriya shook his head. SCK it up, Izuku. He chastised himself. If you don't do this now, you'll still have to do it later when you might actually have to live with long-term consequences of messing up. Midoriya wasn't a medical expert of any kind. His knowledge began and ended with basic first aid, but he was pretty sure that injuries as bad as the breaks in his arm were the kind of injuries that resulted in long-term, lingering problems. He had no intention of burning out in his 20s or early 30s like so many other heroes. He placed pen to paper and began to write once more. Back when I was in Quirk therapy, the specialist was big on visualization, creating a concrete image of using my quirk and visualizing success. It didn't really help me then, since all I could picture was dying, but now, Midoriya furrowed his brow, trying to recall the sensation of using one for all. It was like a rush of heat, pressure, and sort of a tingly feeling like... He tapped the page of the notebook rapidly with his pen. The image he was looking for was in his mind, just barely out of reach, but he couldn't find the words to express it. Just before he came to a realization, Midoriya's thought process was interrupted by an elbow to his ribs from Bakugo. Letting out a surprised yelp at the sudden pain, he looked up from his notebook to glare at Bakugo only to see the white-haired boy pointing behind them. Midoriya's followed. The surly teen's finger before landing on another test-taker, a tall, solidly built teenager wearing a suit and glaring in Midoriya's direction through a pair of rectangular lensed glasses. Midoriya vaguely recognized the boy as the one who had spoken up the first time he sat through the presentation, something about an error on the information packets, but he didn't pay him much mind at the time. Once again, he was in the middle of a rant. Should listen when people are talking to you. Midoriya looked around. It seemed like everyone else was staring at him as well. Ah. Midoriya realized. This is about me then. He sighed. What a pain. I'm sorry, can I help you? Midoriya asked. His face was calm and his voice was even, but internally, he was seething that his train of thought had been utterly derailed by this interruption. The other teen's glare intensified. Yes. He shouted, chopping the air in an oddly robotic fashion. You've been muttering to yourself this entire time. It's distracting. He gestured at the rest of the silent crowd watching their exchange with the same strange sense of compelling curiosity inspired by seeing a wreck on the side of the road. We are all trying our best to become students here. If you think that this is some kind of joke, then please leave. Midoriya's body stiffened involuntarily. A joke, he repeated. In his outrage, he failed to notice the sensation of heat flooding through his entire body as the images of countless deaths and his 10 months of training from hell flashed through Midoriya's mind. The other boy flinched in surprise at the bottomless depth of feeling contained in Midoriya's glowing green eyes. Is that what you think this is to me? The air surrounding Midoriya thrummed with latent power, making the hair of everyone in the immediate vicinity stand on end as if lightning were about to strike. Out of the corner of his eye, Midoriya could see Bakugo eyeing him with a mixture of shock, wariness, and suspicion. Ida faltered, suddenly forgetting what he had been so upset about only moments before. Despite being significantly larger than Midoriya, Ida Tenya felt pitifully small under the weight of his gaze. His primal instincts were screaming at him to submit. What on earth is this? I'm not the one in the wrong here. Why do I feel like I should apologize? Luckily for Ida's pride and the audience's nerves, Present Mike chose that moment to step in and answer the question Ida had asked concerning the printout before he called out Midoriya for his muttering. With the subject successfully changed, Midoriya turned back to his notes and everyone let out a sigh of relief as the aura of power surrounding the plain-looking boy disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. Though the moment had passed, Bakugo's eyes remained glued on Midoriya. He scowled. He didn't understand what had just happened. He didn't like it when he didn't understand things. What the hell was that just now, you shitty nerd? I don't know what you're talking about. Midoriya answered instantly, snapping his notebook shut in resignation. If Bakugo was curious enough to actually ask him a question rather than bark out demands or simply insult him, Midoriya couldn't simply brush him off or redirect him like he usually did. For better or worse, Bakugo wasn't the kind of guy who let things go once they caught his attention. At the very least, Midoriya wasn't going to be able to think in peace until the walk to the test center. Don't give me that bullshit, you ass clown. Bakugo growled, I'm not an idiot. You did something just now. I could feel it. It was like standing next to a goddamn power station. You've never done anything like that before. What did you do? Midoriya raised his eyebrows and tilted his head curiously. Really? He asked, suddenly flipping his notebook back open and setting his pen in the writing position with an intent look in his eye. This, something you're talking about, was it a physical phenomenon, or did it feel more psychological in nature? Were there any visible changes that you could detect? Please, be as descriptive as possible. Any information would be extremely helpful. Bakugo blinked, taken aback by the sudden onslaught of questions. Seeing honest, eager curiosity writ large upon Midoriya's face, Bakugo scoffed and turned away like hell. He would help the shitty nerd if he didn't even know what he had done himself. He still wanted him to fail. Pfuff, he growled. Figure it out yourself, loser. Midoriya frowned minutely at the brusque dismissal, then shrugged, writing it off as Bakugo being Bakugo. He turned back to his notebook. Like, standing next to a power station, huh? I must have been channeling One for All without even noticing. He smirked. He definitely didn't mean to, but Kaken gave me a great hint just now. I think I know the image I'm going to go with. Heroes never die. Midoriya's eyes were steely and determined as he stared down the one-point robot from his previous life. Okay, he thought, if I think of the energy of One for All in terms of electricity, then my body is a circuit. I just need to adjust the level of energy and distribute it in a way that's usable. He summoned One for All, feeling the same rush of heat and power flood into his right arm. He grit his teeth. No, that's too much. That was the same as before. If I use it like this, I'll just break it again. Don't let it surge out of control. Picture adding resistors to the circuit. Reduce the amperage by about half. He slowly let out the breath he had been holding for nearly 30 seconds. Focusing his full attention on reducing the intensity of the sensation. After a second or two of concentration, he felt the surging heat in his arm dissipate. He grinned. Good enough, let's give it a try. Smash. Heroes never die. Are you okay? A familiar feminine voice asked. It's my quirk. Sorry about using it on you without permission, but I thought that tripping like that before an exam would be bad luck. Midoriya opened his eyes and suppressed the desire to groan. 50% is still too much, huh? I guess it was stupid of me to think that I could get it on my second try. He absently rubbed his throat for a moment to ease the phantom pain from his death. It was a flying shard of glass that killed him this time. Midoriya grimaced at the memory after piecing his throat. It took him nearly 20 seconds of choking on his blood before he lost consciousness. Remembering where and when he was, Midoriya glanced over at the smiling girl standing next to him. Thanks for the help, he told the girl with a bow. I could definitely use all of the good luck I can get right now. He smiled ruefully. My name's Midoriya Izuku, what's yours? He wasn't going to beat around the bush this time around. He didn't want to just keep calling her nice girl in his head. Oh, I'm Uraraka Ochako, she said with a smile. Nice to meet you. Likewise, Midoriya replied. We should probably head in now, if we don't want to be late. He paused. Want to go in together? We'll be future classmates after all, might as well get to know each other now. Uraraka smiled, feeling oddly reassured by Midoriya's casual confidence in their success. He stated his belief in their ability to pass in the same matter-of-fact manner one would use to describe the color of the sky. Sounds like a plan. As he amiably chatted with his bubbly new acquaintance, Midoriya knew that he should probably be focusing on his power incontinence issue, but at the moment, he couldn't bring himself to care. He just died in a truly awful way and needed a moment to recover. After all, there was no need to rush. He had all the time in the world. And, okay, this took a while, I apologize. Writer's block is a mother. Not much else to report. Please leave a comment or a review to let me know what you think. Until next time, plus ultra. Are you okay? Uraraka asked Midoriya for the 20th time, reorienting and releasing him from his weightless state. It's my quirk. Sorry about using it on you without permission, but I thought that tripping like that before an exam would be bad luck. No need to apologize, Midoriya replied, moving through the increasingly familiar conversation on autopilot. He bowed his head. I appreciate the save. Just as he had done for the majority of the previous loops, he got Uraraka's name before promptly waving her on ahead of him as a precaution. As refreshing as he found talking with the infectiously cheerful girl to be, Midoriya had to be careful when dealing with the people tied to his loops. On several occasions he had creeped people out by slipping and mentioning personal details that he shouldn't have had any way of knowing. If there was any chance of Uraraka being in his class in the future, the less loop-acquired knowledge he had, the better. He had no desire to inadvertently come off as a stalker. Once she had left, Midoriya furrowed his brow in frustrated irritation at his latest failure to control his new power. This isn't working. I need to change my approach. Through sheer repetition, he was getting a better grip on One for All, but he still felt as if he were missing something fundamental. Lost in thought, Midoriya made his way into the testing center, signed in and headed to his seat, and pulled out his notebook. Is it a problem with the image I'm using? He shook his head. No, I'm making progress using the image of a circuit. Slow progress, but progress nonetheless. In his last loop, he'd finally identified the level of power he could handle after extensive trial and error, around 4 to 5%. The image of adding resistors to the circuit gives me a decent amount of control, but it's too slow to use in a fight. In a real combat situation, I don't have the time to fight against the flow of power for each individual attack. Midoriya grimaced. In the last loop, he'd finally managed to take down the one-pointer without suffering any injury, but when he moved on to get more points, his next encounter pitted him against 3 of the foe villains at once. He took down the first 2 easily, but the third one, a 3-pointer, broke his neck and shattered his skull with a single well-placed blow before he could set up his attack. Having no desire to be lectured again by the boy with the glasses, Midoriya lightly bit the insides of his cheeks to keep from muttering as he tapped his notebook with his pen. The ability to use One for All without conscious thought will come with time and experience, obviously, but there has to be something else, a more efficient way of distributing the power. He pulled out his phone to look up some information about circuits, hoping to glean some sort of insight. This is probably a bit too literal, but I'll try anything at this point. I'm sick of this DMN exam. His eyes scrolled rapidly over the information displayed on the screen. As he expected, most of it was useless to him except in the purely academic sense. Just as he was about to give up and close the browser, his eyes stopped on a particular circuit diagram and its explanation. When passing through a parallel circuit, current is divided. While the amperage passing through each branch is reduced, the sum of the current traveling through the separate branches is equal to the current outside of the branches. His eyes widened. That's it. Midoriya's main issue when it came to using one for all was managing the amount of energy he summoned at any one time. Calling upon the power was easy enough, as was directing it to the limb or limbs of his choice. However, controlling the output was an entirely different story. It was an effort that grew exponentially more difficult the smaller the amount of power he wanted to use. Midoriya compared it to trying to fill a drinking glass with a fire hose without spilling anything. I've been thinking too small. That's why using individual limbs without hurting myself is so difficult. By trying to send the current where I need it, when I need it, I have to visualize and devote all of my concentration to only drawing out the exact amount of current that I can handle per limb. But if I distribute one for all throughout my entire body at once, holding it at that level, I'll not only greatly reduce the need for pinpoint control, but I also eliminate the need to visualize every individual action. His hands trembling with excitement, Midoriya's writing grew shakier and shakier as he scribbled down his thoughts with feverish intensity. If his theory was correct, this next attempt was going to go a lot differently than the previous ones. I can do this. All Might, your efforts to prepare me for the exam won't be in vain. Heroes never die. Inside of the model city, Midoriya patiently stood next to a particular section of wall, ignoring the chaos surrounding him as he lay in wait for the one-pointer that had killed him so many times to emerge. Right on schedule, the robot burst through the barrier, filling the air with a thick cloud of drywall and dust. Within the cloud, the only thing Midoriya could see was the dark silhouette of the machine, cast into sharp relief by the clockwork criminal's single red eye as it gleamed with a menacing crimson light. Target acquired. Prepare for termination, human. The expression on Midoriya's face was quite a bit different than the determined grin he typically donned in deference to All Might. This smile was vindictive and vicious predatory, even as he activated One for All and felt the surging wave of power flow throughout his entire body in one continuous stream. One for All, 4% parallel flow. His eyes glowed with eldritch light and green sparks of pure energy erupted randomly from his body as he walked towards the faux villain. You know, Midoriya drawled, I try not to be the kind of guy who holds grudges. They're just a waste of time, especially when the people you're mad at can't remember what they technically never did. He cracked his knuckles. But in this case, I think I'll make an exception. Not wasting another second, Midoriya darted forward, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard by his sudden increase in speed, he overshot the faux villain, blazing past in a blur of motion. My body is so light. He marveled as he corrected his trajectory by lowering his center of gravity and digging in his toes. This is amazing. I feel like I weigh nothing at all. The instant he slid to a stop, Midoriya coiled the muscles in his legs like a spring and rebounded in the opposite direction, using his momentum to his advantage as he smashed his fist into the side of One-Pointer's head, tearing through the plastic casing with virtually no resistance. After sparing a brief moment to smirk victoriously at the smoking wreckage of the faux villain, Midoriya inspected his fist for any sign of injury. Not even a scratch. He stared in wonder at the unbroken skin on his knuckles. This must be how All Might's invulnerability works. He shook his head in disbelief. It's strange how the same quirk that's broken me so many times is what's protecting me now. The sounds of robots getting destroyed en masse all around him snapped him out of his contemplative state. Something to think about later. For now, let's focus on racking up as many points as I can. He grinned ferally, and working out a little frustration in the process. For the next 7 minutes, it was a bad time to be one of robotic villains. Wreathed in the viridian aura of one for all, Midoriya went on a gleeful spree of retributive violence against the robotic enemies. He had a smile on his face as he used his bolstered strength and speed to tear through them like wet paper, drawing from the deep well of anger and pain caused by his deaths directly and indirectly at the hands of the machines and the cruel nature of his original quirk. This is for my broken neck. He leapt into the air and rebounded off of a wall to build up speed for a flying kick that crushed the metal chassis of a three-pointer and knocked it over. Midoriya finished it off by punching straight through one of the large red eyes, sending sparks shooting out of the derelict machine. That's for my collapsed windpipe. He caught the blow of a one-pointer robot. Shifting his grip for better leverage, he side-kicked it with enough force to send it flying despite his tight grip on the appendage, tearing off its arm in the process. Crushed by a water tower, he spun around like a discus thrower, hurling the flat metal panel at the elongated neck of a nearby two-pointer, severing it cleanly and continuing on in its flight path to smash into another three-pointer behind it. My brains bashed in by a brick. He scrambled onto the back of the stunned three-pointer and moved his fist through a section of paneling before grabbing and ripping out a handful of electrical components, dropping the machine like a puppet with its strings cut. Impaled. Leaping off of the downed three-pointer, Midoriya's glowing eyes darted about, scanning the chaotic battlefield for his next target. Identified, he sprinted down the street and lashed out at a two-pointer with a low, sweeping kick that disabled one of its legs, toppling it to the ground before he stomped on the downed robot's neck, severing its head. Trampled. He picked up the severed head of the decapitated two-pointer by its flexible neck and spun it in a tight circle, building up speed and centripetal force before smashing it into a one-pointer like a flail, demolishing both his target and his improvised weapon. Bled out. Run over. Poisoned. Asphyxiated. Shot. Drowned. Immolated. As he cut through the robots like a human buzz saw, Midoriya's smile gradually transformed into a rictus of fury. Though Midoriya normally kept his emotions tightly in check, his unbridled feelings ran wild, muddying his thoughts and narrowing his perspective as he grew angrier and angrier at the suffering he'd been subjected to over the course of his life, and the unfairness of it all. No more. God, fate, destiny, whatever is behind this, I'm not helpless anymore. I'll beat whatever is put in my way. With a triumphant roar, Midoriya pierced the chassis of another robot with his fist, but his celebration was cut short by a sudden eruption of pain in the arm he had just buried in the body of the machine. He winced as he pulled the limb out of the faux villain's remains. He could still move the arm somewhat, but he could tell that he had fractured something, one of the more fragile bones, most likely. DMN. Midoriya muttered, chastising himself. I let myself get too worked up. Lost control. Stupid. He took in a deep breath and slowly let it out. Bit by bit, he felt the tension drain from his frame along with the air in his lungs. Nothing I can do about it but keep moving forward. No point in beating myself up over it. He grimaced, though honestly completing the rest of the test with a most likely broken arm isn't going to be easy if I can even survive, that is. 1 minute remaining. Present Mike called out in the distance. We're already 9 minutes in? Midoriya thought, surprised at how quickly the time had flown by. In all of his previous attempts, he'd never even managed to pass the 5-minute mark, and now it was almost over. I guess I better get moving then, he said before whirling around at an approaching sound that was as ominous as it was threatening. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Midoriya's mouth dropped open as he slowly craned his neck to take in the sight of the towering villain bot approaching them at a slow, but unrelenting pace. This must be the fourth villain type, the zero-pointer. It was enormous, standing at least 15 meters tall and weighing hundreds of tons. The monstrous obstacle simply bulldozed its way through the buildings in its path as if they weren't even there. Yeah, Midoriya muttered, that's a hard pass for me. At this point, he knew a death flag when he saw it. He wanted nothing to do with that thing whatsoever, so he activated one for all and prepared to make his escape with the rest of the panicked, fleeing examinees. He had only taken one step before a familiar voice stopped him in his tracks. Ow wow! In response to the pained cry, Midoriya's head turned on its own in a mechanical fashion that would have been comical were it not for the sight before him. Uraraka, possibly injured and partially buried beneath one of the many piles of rubble that had been created by the Titanic robot's wanton destruction. If she didn't move in the next few seconds, she would be crushed into paste beneath its treads. With this realization, Midoriya's shock melted away, replaced by grim determination. She wouldn't die. Not while he was there. Not in this or any other life, not when he possessed the power to stop. And he did have the power now. He had more power than he could even handle. And now is the time to use it. He had made his decision. Midoriya released his hold on One for All, letting the boundless well of energy contained within him flow through his body in a surge of power that radiated out from his small frame like heat from a furnace. The small, intermittent green sparks that he'd been giving off had grown into crackling arcs of viridian lightning in a brilliant display that instantly drew the eyes of every examinee as well as the teachers monitoring the exam. Everybody held their breath, unable to look away. Oblivious to the attention, Midoriya exploded into action, his immense speed causing him to virtually disappear from sight after leaping into the air with so much force that he broke the sound barrier, shattering nearby windows and cratering the pavement beneath his feet. Detroit smash! With a mighty cry, he clenched his fist and threw a single punch which hit the zero-pointer with unbelievable force, obliterating the machine, and creating gusts of wind so powerful that they blew away its exploded remains. She's safe, I did it. Midoriya thought with a smile, feeling relieved. At least until his nervous system caught up with reality and kindly informed him that he had fed up. When the pain hit, it was in terms of scale unlike anything he'd experienced. Unlike his previous use of One for All at 100% where the damage was highly localized, this pain was distributed throughout nearly his entire body. He wanted to scream, but couldn't, because his ribs were broken and the muscles in his diaphragm were torn. He couldn't even breathe. It was easily the most severe injury he'd ever suffered without immediately dying. Unable to move, breathe, or even think, all Midoriya could do was look on helplessly as he plummeted towards the ground from several stories in the air. He closed his eyes and accepted the inevitable. Looks like I'm doing another run-through. I thought I was done this time. Amazingly, even through all of the pain, Midoriya felt something small and soft slap his cheek right before the world went black. Heroes never die. For once, the darkness did not recede, and Midoriya felt as if he were floating in some kind of limbo, unable to move, unable to see, unable to think. But he could hear, in fact he could hear voice around him almost constantly, he just couldn't comprehend any of it. Never seen such horrible injuries from a simple exam, thinking, giving your power to someone so unfortunate, but I have total faith in a successor. He still may die, you have to tell. Please, Izuku, please wake up. Had my son, secret from me. As the world slowly came back into focus, Midoriya opened his eyes. Not to the apologies of Uraraka as he had expected, but to the sound of several voices arguing, two of them familiar, the other was unknown to him. What's going on? I should be back with Uraraka, right? After blinking away the blurriness and letting his eyes adjust to the light, he tried to sit up and take stock of the situation, only to let out a low, pitiful groan when his horribly sore muscles protested against the motion. The noise immediately attracted the attention of the bickering adults. Izuku, young Midoriya. All me, Midoriya began, but clamped his mouth shut when he saw All Might in his true form, standing next to his mother and an unfamiliar elderly woman in a doctor's coat. What happened? Seeing her son awake, Inko impulsively lunged forward to embrace him, but was stopped by the elderly woman, who blocked her with her wooden walking stick. I know that you are emotional right now, Mrs. Midoriya, but Izuku is sure to be extraordinarily tender. If you hug him it will only aggravate his injuries. Inko nodded reluctantly, stricken at the thought of hurting Izuku, and backed away from the bed with tears brimming in her eyes. Izuku, she gently asked, how are you feeling? I'm fine, Mom. Midoriya automatically replied, the lie slipping from his mouth as easily as breathing. He typically tried to be honest with his mother, but she tended to worry, and he didn't want to burden her with useless complaints. I'm just a little sore. He fumbled for the bed control and sat himself up. I'd still like to know what's happening. How long have I been here? What happened with the test? He glanced at All Might and gave him a meaningful look. What does my mom know about our relationship? The elderly woman spoke first. Izuku, I'm Recovery Girl, the resident doctor here at UA. You've been in our clinic for the last 5 days, in a medically induced coma. Hearing this news, Midoriya snapped his head in the direction of the ancient healer so quickly that he had to fight to keep from wincing. I've been asleep for 5 days? His eyes widened. Does this mean that I missed my third-year final exams? Don't worry about that. Recovery Girl assured him, bemused by his sense of priorities. We contacted your middle school, you'll be allowed to make them up. There might not be a lot of excuses considered acceptable by the testing authorities, but comas are one of them. Midoriya let out a sigh of relief. That's good, he replied, completely straight-faced. I sure would hate for my GPA to suffer because of something as minor as a little coma. Just kidding. He quickly added upon seeing the unamused expressions of the gathered adults. This is no laughing matter, Izuku. Recovery Girl scolded him. The trauma to your body caused by the backlash of One for All was very severe. I was able to fix your most life-threatening injuries, but needed to keep you under as I treated the rest of your injuries. Even now, you'll need another week for me to fix the many fractures throughout your body, so make sure to take it easy until then. A week? Midoriya repeated incredulously. That soon? How? Recovery Girl tooted. My Quirk, of course. You didn't think Yui would allow such a dangerous exam without an ace in the hole, did you? People could easily die without me there to put them back together. You don't say. Midoriya drily replied, overwhelmed by the irony. Realizing something, he startled. Wait, you just talked about One for... He quickly shut his mouth and glanced at All Might. The emaciated hero coughed into his hand. You can speak freely, young man. Everyone here knows. Recovery Girl was already in the know as to my condition and the nature of my quirk, and your mother... It was touch and go as to whether you'd make it or not, and I felt that she deserved to know the reason why. Oh. Midoriya replied, I see. He paused, and there was a PRGNT silence in the small, but well-equipped clinic. Besides the part where I nearly died, how did the exam go? All Might's grin slipped a bit, and Inko silently wept at Midoriya's nonchalant acceptance of his near-death experience. Midoriya sighed. His mother was aware of the true nature of his original quirk and she believed him, even if no one else did, but it was something she didn't want to think about. She didn't want to consider that her son had died before hundreds of times over, in fact. Ahem, yes. All Might said, typically, you wouldn't get to learn your results except through the official school correspondence, but since the results have already been mailed out, I don't see why I can't tell you now. All Might's smile was dazzling. Congratulations, my boy, you passed the exam with flying colors. Midoriya replied. He closed his eyes and let out a sigh, somehow expressing his immense relief, exhaustion, and satisfaction in one nearly inaudible breath. That's good. There's more. Mostly used to his protege's typically understated reactions, All Might continued, I didn't mention this during our training, but I actually came to this town for a reason. I have accepted a position as a teacher here at UE. Midoriya's eyes widened at the news. Seriously? Yes, All Might said. As you know, my time as a pro is coming to an end, so I originally accepted the position in the hopes of finding a successor within the ranks of the students here, though obviously, my meeting you changed those plans. All Might gently laid a gigantic hand on Midoriya's shoulder. I can't express how excited I am to continue watching over your growth, my boy. You've exceeded all of my expectations, especially in your use of One for All. Really? Midoriya quirked an eyebrow. Not that I'm unhappy with the praise, but... He trailed off and glanced meaningfully at the hospital bed he was still lying in. All Might coughed. Well, yes, while your move against the 0-point villain was, it has room for improvement, I was actually referring to your performance before that encounter. When I was watching the exam, I almost couldn't believe it when I saw you use one for all with no issues at all. Midoriya's mouth twisted into a humorless facsimile of smile. No issues at all? Ha, if only he knew. I suppose it went well enough up to that point. Midoriya allowed, but even before I went all out on the zero-pointer, my control slipped a bit and I injured my arm. He frowned minutely. Clearly, I still have a lot of work to do before I can call this quirk my own. All Might laughed. A perfectionist, huh? That's a good personality trait to have if you're shooting for the #1 spot, but remember to keep things in perspective, my boy. You haven't even started school yet. It would be ridiculous to expect you to have one for all mastered so quickly. The fact that you have such a good handle on it after only using it once is incredibly encouraging. Maybe it seems that way on your end, but I won't always be able to rely on a loop to bail me out when I mess up like that. I guess. Do the other members of the staff know about our connection? Midoriya asked, changing the subject. I wouldn't want to let anything slip to someone who is unaware. All Might shook his head. Besides the people in this room, only the principal knows about one for all. Midoriya nodded and closed his eyes once more. God, I'm so tired. I feel like I could sleep for another week straight. Almost as if she could read his mind, Recovery Girl shooed All Might and his mother out of the room. All right, she said, out all of you. Izuku needs his rest. Being in a coma is no substitute for sleep. Midoriya was sound asleep before he could even hear his mother and All Might's goodbyes. Heroes never die. Bakugo was livid. His face was red and his eyes narrowed into slits as he screamed in Midoriya's face. What did you do, loser? What shitty trick did you pull to beat me in the exam? This wasn't the way it was supposed to go. Bakugo internally raged as he roughly shoved Midoriya against the wall he had cornered him against following their graduation ceremony from Aldra Middle School. It was going to be the birth of a legend. My legend. I was supposed to be the only one from this shitty school to go to UE. I was supposed to be #1 in the exams, but this quirkless shitstain stole it from me. He ruined everything. Let me go, Kakin. Midoriya said, that hurts. His voice wasn't angry or threatening, but his tone held no fear. I'm still under doctor's orders to avoid any physical stress. F you. Bakugo slammed his free hand against the concrete wall, scorching the surface mere centimeters away from Midoriya's head. If you want me to go away, then if any talk. Midoriya sighed. It had been a long time since he'd had an encounter like this with Bakugo, but he'd known it was inevitable the moment he saw his official scores. He'd racked up a respectable 46 villain points during his rampage, enough to put him in the top 5 for examinees in that category. Even then, Bakugo's score of 77 villain points had literally blown the rest of the competition out of the water. Nobody else even came close. However, Midoriya's stunt with the zero-pointer had won him a whopping 60 rescue points from the judges, a feat which rocketed him into first place. I didn't use a trick. Midoriya calmly explained. Since he had known this conversation would occur sooner or later, he had prepared an explanation for the volatile teen ahead of time. I used my quirk, just like you. Bakugo grit his teeth. You lying little, you don't have a quirk. Don't try to pull this sheet with me, you red. Do you think I'm stupid? Midoriya rolled his eyes. Kakin, I know you aren't stupid. You're arrogant, belligerent, and the biggest a-hole I've ever met in my life, but you aren't stupid. That's why you should know better. What are you talking about? Bakugo's grip on Midoriya's collar tightened in response to Midoriya's matter-of-fact insults, but his curiosity outweighed his rage. What should I know better? Do you remember how you and the neighborhood kids originally taunted me? Midoriya asked rhetorically. His voice took on a sing-song tone. Deku, as good as quirkless. Deku, he's totally worthless. Midoriya paused for a moment. Eventually you dropped the first part and went with just calling me quirkless because it was easier to say. Trying to jog his memory, Bakugo furrowed his brow. Is that really how it went? I think I remember something about a song, so I might have said that, but it was so long ago, I can't remember. What does that stupid song have to do with anything? He growled. Remember all those times I was absent in primary school? All that time I spent with doctors trying to figure out what my quirk was. Bakugo scowled. Vaguely. I had better things to do than worry about your useless but now get to the effing point before I get angry. Get angry? Is this what you consider being calm? Midoriya wondered. Well, Midoriya smoothly continued. Shortly after the sludge villain incident last year, my quirk finally manifested. The doctors I saw think that my quirk didn't manifest when I was younger because my body was too weak to use it without killing me. I had to go through an intense PRD of physical therapy in order to use it without breaking myself. He grimaced. Even now, I'll still hurt myself really badly if I lose control. The reason I missed finals was because the backlash of my quirk nearly killed me. Speechless, Bakugo let Midoriya go. This whole time, you actually weren't. For a moment he looked truly lost, before the anger returned. You just went along with me calling you quirkless. Laughing as you made a fool of me all along, is that it? What? No. Midoriya shook his head. Are you even listening to yourself, Kakin? I told you that I had a quirk until I was blue in the face, but you never listened. He shrugged. Eventually I just gave up trying to convince you. Bakugo was silent for nearly a minute. Midoriya could practically see the gears turning in his head. Fine. He finally spat. He stared at the ground so hard that it seemed as if he was trying to burn a hole in the pavement with his eyes. I guess. Bakugo looked like every fiber of his being was about to puke. I guess I was wrong about you. Midoriya's jaw nearly dropped at the reluctant admission from his former friend. Now that's a sentence I never thought I'd hear from him. Bakugo raised his head and gazed unblinkingly into Midoriya's eyes. You might not be the worthless bug I thought you were, but don't think this changes anything, Deku. I lost this time, but it won't happen again. I'm going to win from here on out, you hear me? I'm going to be the best hero that goddamn school has ever seen. Bakugo spun on his heel and turned to walk out of the alleyway. Defenji, count on it. Unnerved by this series of events, Midoriya simply stood and watched silently as Bakugo angrily stormed away. After a minute of standing in mute shock, he pulled a small bottle of aspirin from his pocket and popped a few of them in his mouth to ease the aching of his bones. He shook his head and began his walk home. Yeah, that's just about all the weirdness I can take today. I'm going to bed. He would need his rest. School started tomorrow. Chapter 4 is down for the count. I kind of struggled on how to end this one, but eventually just said "eft." As always, let me know what you think with a comment or a review. Plus Ultra everybody. Despite all appearances to the contrary, Aizawa Shoyuda was a firm believer in logic. To the outside world, his lifestyle, career choices, and the manner in which he conducted himself seemed counterproductive, but there was always a solid, rational explanation behind everything he did. The government salary for pro heroes was livable, but most of a pro hero's income came from the endorsement deals that went hand in hand with the high media exposure they universally received. Aizawa avoided such exposure like the plague because his quirk worked best on the unaware. The ability to erase quirks with a look was powerful, true, but a prepared villain could easily counter him with something as simple as a sheet. After all, what good was money to Aizawa if he were dead? Most heroes took great care to maintain a professional, neat appearance, with eye-catching costumes that immediately put dastardly villains on the run and frightened civilians at ease just at the sight of them. With his long, scraggly hair, perpetual 5 o'clock shadow, and plain, unassuming hero outfit, Aizawa could easily be mistaken for a homeless person at first glance. He inspired no hope in the civilians, nor fear in the villains who usually laughed at him contemptuously, right up until the moment they realized they were already ensnared by his capture cloth, essentially quirkless, and on the butt end of an butt beating. Yes, Aizawa Shoyuda was a firm believer in logic, and it was this belief that allowed him to act with neither hesitation nor shame as he zipped himself up in his sleeping bag and silently wriggled down the hallway into place behind 2 of his new students as they conversed in the doorway to his classroom. It was time for his grand entrance. If you're here to socialize, he said loudly, then you should go ahead and leave now. The conversation of the 2 students in the doorway ground to a halt as they turned to stare at him. This, Aizawa pulled out a sports drink and drained it in one gulp. Is the hero course. Interesting. He thought as he studied the reactions of the two students in the doorway, or rather, the reaction of one of the students in the doorway. The student closest to him, a rosy-cheeked girl with chestnut-colored hair, reacted exactly as he predicted with complete bewilderment. The boy, a plain-looking boy with dark, curly hair and a smattering of freckles, merely stared at him placidly, with a casual nonchalance as if he had already seen this many times before. Nonplussed at the lack of reaction, Aizawa unzipped himself from his sleeping bag and pushed past the two teens, making his way to the front of the classroom. While he waited for the spirited conversations to die down, Aizawa took advantage of the opportunity to size up his next crop of students. His expression was trained in a perfectly neutral position as his tired, yet intense, dark eyes darted from person to person, never resting on a single form for longer than a fraction of a second. Almost as if they could feel his intent gaze upon them, the chattering of the heroes to be died off as they gradually became aware of Aizawa's presence until finally, the room was silent. It took you lot 8 seconds to quiet down, Aizawa remarked in a monotone, once again shifting his gaze from student to student. Life is short. You are all lacking in rationality. Aizawa blinked. As he stared down his class, something about the boy in the doorway, a small, seemingly insignificant detail, caught his attention. Midoriya Izuku. His brain helpfully supplied. Aizawa stared at Midoriya for nearly 5 seconds before he realized what seemed so out of place. He isn't wearing his tie. While Aizawa's appearance, demeanor, and habit of napping during staff meetings led some of his colleagues to the conclusion that he was lazy, nothing could be further from the truth. Aizawa was not lazy, he simply spared his efforts for what he considered important. As soon as the results of the entrance exam were finalized, Aizawa got to work. He spent hours every day leading up to the start of school combing through the school records and social media of each of his new students, getting a handle on each of their personalities and aptitudes so he could perform his role of an educator as efficiently as possible. Midoriya Izuku. Aizawa ran through his mental profile on the boy. Though he isn't lacking in social skills, he's a loner who has few, if any, friends. From the ages of 4 until about 14, there were reports of bullying due to his quirk being registered as unknown, though. These reports gradually decrease until they stop entirely in his last year of middle school. In his behavioral reports, his teachers all describe him as driven, unusually mature, soft-spoken, and unerringly polite. No history of disciplinary issues, no unexcused absences ever. A model citizen and student. In comparison, Aizawa glanced over at the only other student in the class to forego the tie. Bakugo Katsuki. A longtime classmate of Midoriya's, and by all accounts, a natural genius. Already famous for his involvement in the sludge villain incident a year ago, his powerful quirk, academic smarts, and athletic ability make him stand out as one of the top talents of his generation. However, Aizawa eyed Bakugo's wrinkled, untucked shirt, unbuttoned blazer, and sagging pants. Everything from his ever-present scowl to his sitting posture, complete with his feet propped on his desk, loudly broadcasted his utter disdain for everything and everyone around him. Aizawa dreaded the many, many future migraines he would suffer in his efforts to educate this walking ball of arrogant pride. I would have been surprised if he followed the uniform guidelines. This sort of petty defiance fits his model perfectly. But Midoriya? Other than the missing tie, every bit of Midoriya's uniform was impeccable. His shirt was tucked in, starched, freshly ironed, and his blazer properly closed. His straight-backed posture and the tranquil half-smile on his freckled face gave off a quiet, but unmistakable aura of complete confidence. His hands were folded neatly behind his back in nearly military fashion as he calmly and patiently watched and waited for Aizawa to introduce himself, clearly recognizing him as an authority figure. This doesn't make any sense, Aizawa concluded. He must have some specific reason why he isn't wearing the tie. I'm probably overthinking this. Excuse me? The tentative voice of Ashido Mina, a horned girl with pink skin and hair, rang out in the silent classroom. Aizawa's gaze snapped to her face. Who are you? Snapped out of his reverie, Aizawa glanced at the clock and was shocked to see that he had been silently staring at Midoriya for nearly 30 seconds. Not good. He thought, I can't afford to waste time like that. I'm Aizawa Shoyuta, your homeroom teacher, he said blandly. He reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a shirt with a distinctive design. Down the hall are the locker rooms for our class. Your locker number corresponds to your assigned desk. You'll have this inside. Put it on, then shove off to the main PE grounds. Don't keep me waiting. Without another word, Aizawa turned and walked out of the classroom, leaving the flabbergasted teens behind. After a few seconds of PRGNT silence, the class began muttering amongst itself. What was that all about? Uraraka asked Midoriya, thoroughly weirded out. Do you know that guy? He was staring at you for a really long time. Never seen him before in my life. Midoriya replied with a shrug. He probably just recognizes me as the idiot who nearly killed himself in the exam. I guess. Uraraka conceded in a low voice, shivering involuntarily at the memory of Midoriya's broken, unmoving form as he was carted away on a stretcher. You were in pretty bad shape. How are you feeling, by the way? I'm fine. Midoriya reassured her. Recovery girl's treatments fixed me right up. That's good, Uraraka smiled. I was really were. In any case, a familiar voice boomed from behind the two, making Uraraka jump in surprise at the volume and proximity. He chopped the air in robotic fashion. Sensei's instructions were clear. Let us make haste to the locker room. Of course, Midoriya demurred. We were just about to head out. You are? Ah, the boy adjusted his glasses. How rude of me. My name is Ida Tenya. I remember you from the exam. That was quite a display you put on with the 0-pointer. Ida clenched his fist. I was moved by your heroism. As they began to walk towards the locker rooms as a group, the three continued talking. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and thanks, I guess. But in retrospect, it wasn't my smartest move. I don't know, Uraraka wryly remarked. I thought it was a pretty good decision. I'm Uraraka Ochako, by the way. She introduced herself belatedly. I imagine so. Midoriya smiled reassuringly at her. I'm not talking about the helping you part. If I could go back and do it again, I would still do it. I'd just go about it in a way that wouldn't leave me injured. How so? Ida asked. It's hard to imagine anything short of overwhelming force stopping that thing in its tracks. Easy. I just ask Uraraka to use her quirk on the wreckage to make it weightless, then move it and carry her out of there. No giant robot smashing or catastrophic injuries required. Both Ida and Uraraka were silent for a moment as they processed this. Yeah, Uraraka agreed faintly, that definitely would have been a much better plan. She furrowed her brow. But how do you know what my quirk is? Was? She flushed a bit at her difficulty expressing her point. How would you have known what my quirk was at that time? Midoriya gave her an amused look. You used it on me when we first met, remember? I tripped and you stopped me by making me weightless. I also saw you using it in the exam itself. Uraraka opened her mouth in an O shape. She had completely forgotten about that encounter, the memory of it completely overshadowed by the image of Midoriya wreathed in green lightning, blowing away a multi-story tall robot that was about to crush her. They continued to chat casually until they reached their respective locker rooms. Heroes never die. All right, now that everyone is here, Aizawa announced in his monotone voice, we're doing a quirk assessment test. His expression was unreadable as he carefully watched the students' reactions to his abrupt declaration. While the rest of the students either grumbled with annoyance or showed signs of excitement, he once again couldn't help but take note of the complete non-reaction from Midoriya. Sensei? Uraraka hesitantly asked, what about the orientation ceremony, or the meeting with the guidance counselor? If you want to become heroes, Aizawa said gravely, then you have no time for frilly niceties. He gestured at the field in front of them, softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength test, sustained side-to-side jumps, pull-ups, seated toe touch. These are all activities you know from middle school, naturally. Physical tests where you were barred from using your quirks. The country still hasn't gotten around to standardizing those sorts of records or keeping track of average performance levels. He shook his head. Negligence on the part of the MXT Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, but fortunately, I will be correcting that oversight here and now. Aizawa scanned the crowd of students, looking for an adequate example. His eyes settled on one student who, despite his best efforts to appear above it all, was almost trembling with excitement in anticipation of the chance to prove himself. Bakugo. Yeah. Bakugo quickly replied before letting out a cough. I mean, what do you want? He growled. Aizawa decided to ignore the disrespectful tone, for now. What was your score for the softball throw in middle school? 67 meters. Bakugo smugly replied, swelling up at the impressed mutters coming from the peanut gallery. As this went on, Midoriya quietly sidled up to a slim girl with dark, asymmetrical bangs and tapped her on the shoulder. Excuse me, you're Jirokyoka, right? Surprised, the girl turned and regarded Midoriya suspiciously. I saw your name on the seating chart. He explained before she could ask. Oh, I'm Jiru. Jiru answered, wondering what Midoriya wanted with her. What is it? Midoriya. Midoriya supplied. What is it, Midoriya? Aizawa produced a high-tech-looking ball seemingly out of thin air and tossed it to Bakugo. Try using your quirk this time around. He ordered, as long as you don't leave the circle, anything's fine. Oh, and don't hold back. I wasn't planning on it. Bakugo said, shooting a dark look over at Midoriya. He grinned ferally. Oh, and sensei, you might want to stand behind me. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, but did as Bakugo asked, moving to stand with the other students. Midoriya pointed at Bakugo. His power is to make explosions, so you might want to cover your ears, like now. To further illustrate his point, Midoriya covered his own ears with his hands. After staring at him in confusion for a brief moment, the meaning of Midoriya's words sunk in, and Jiru's eyes widened. With her extremely sensitive hearing, a nearby explosion would be horribly painful, so she hastily mimicked him, clamping her hands over her ears. "De!" Bakugo screamed, hurling the ball with picture-perfect form, further propelling it with an explosive blast so powerful that it buffeted the surrounding area with hot winds strong enough to knock the smaller students off of their feet, rendering everyone nearby temporarily deaf. Everyone, that is, except for Midoriya and Jiru. What the hell, man? Kirishima Ijiro, a boy with spiky red hair and shark-like teeth, complained as he cleaned out his ringing ears. Warn us before you do something like that. Shut up, small fry. Bakugo growled through clenched teeth, biting back a hiss of pain as he rubbed his strained shoulder. He had gone far beyond the safety threshold of his quirk in order to prove his point. A king doesn't concern himself with the feelings of 2-bit extras. Pff, this hurts. Bakugo ignored the outraged complaints of his new classmates as he glared at Midoriya, who calmly returned his gaze with that serene expression that never failed to piss him off. Beat that sheet, Deku. It doesn't matter what your quirk is, I'm still better. After taking a moment to let everyone's hearing return, Aizawa continued the lesson. Before anything else, he said, one must know what they are capable of. He displayed the device to the class, showing a reading of over 900 meters. This is a rational metric that will form the basis of your hero foundation. Aizawa glanced at Bakugo, who was rotating his arm with a pained expression. That being said, while I expect you to do your best, please keep within the limits of safety. Aizawa leveled an especially heavy gaze at Midoriya, who had the good grace to look away sheepishly as he said this. The class had a variety of reactions to these developments, but it was one comment in particular coming from Ishido that set Aizawa off. Awesome! She squealed, practically jumping up and down in delight. That looks so fun. It looks fun, you say? Aizawa's voice was low, almost a whisper, but the sense of anger and doom coming from the normally stoic and monotone adult shut every one of the chattering students up quick. So you were planning on spending your 3 years here having a laugh, huh? What happened to becoming heroes? You think that this profession is some kind of joke? He glared at each and every one of the dead silent students, meeting their eyes and forcing them to gaze at the ground in the face of his sudden, unexpected fury, only coming to a stop when his eyes met with Midoriya's. Midoriya's unflinching gaze didn't surprise Aizawa that much was expected from the boy by now. No. It was the hauntingly familiar sense of conviction that shone in his emerald eyes that gave him pause. Aizawa would recognize it anywhere he saw it, every time he looked in the mirror. It was the kind of conviction that could only be acquired through hard-earned experience. By having someone die in your arms and knowing that you could have saved them if you had only done a little bit more. If you were just a little bit faster, a little bit smarter, if you had only trained a little bit harder, they'd still be alive. Midoriya again. What the hell is this kid's deal? He thought, filing the observation into his mental file titled, Things to Investigate Later. For now, he had a point to make. Listen up. He barked. This exercise has a new rule. The student who ranks last in total points will be judged hopeless and instantly expelled. The response to this new wrinkle in the exercise was as swift as it was noisy. However, the outraged and panic-stricken shouts of his students fell upon deaf ears, and he grinned menacingly. You all understand this school's reputation for freedom on campus. Well, that freedom goes for us teachers too, which means that we get to dispense of the students as we see fit. Welcome to the Department of Heroics. It's the first day of school and you're saying that you'll kick one of us out based on your whim. Uraraka yelled. Her normally rosy cheeks were even redder from the mixture of righteous anger and fear. That's just too unreasonable. It's outrageous. It's unfair. The other students voiced their agreement with her assessment of the situation. Just as Aizawa opened his mouth to shut down his students' complaints, the sound of bitter laughter cut through the grumbles of the crowd. One by one, the gathered students all went silent and directed their gaze towards its source. No matter how many times I hear it, it somehow never gets old. Midoriya muttered under his breath. As he met the curious gazes of his classmates, his mouth was twisted up into something resembling a smile and his eyes began to glow with an eerie green light. Unfair. He spat the word as if it were a particularly vile curse, and his voice cracked with tightly reined emotion. Life isn't reasonable or fair. Bad things happen to good people. Good things happen to bad people. Natural disasters, villain attacks, honest-to-goodness freak accidents happen every day. Right this very second, someone, somewhere in the world is about to die for no other reason than being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Heroes have to face that unfairness every day head-on. If you give up over a little speed bump like this, you don't deserve to be a hero. Even if I'm expelled, I'm still becoming a hero. He shook his head. Even if I'm not a UE student, my dream isn't over. Nothing is over until I'm dead. As the class stood in silence, first from shock at the passionate speech from the unassuming, soft-spoken boy, then in thoughtful contemplation of his point, Aizawa decided to reassert control of the situation, as well as chime in with an additional point of his own now that his thunder had been stolen. Well said. Aizawa remarked in a tone so dry it was impossible to tell if he was being sarcastic. Believe it or not, I'm doing you a kindness. Uraraka. Uraraka jumped at Aizawa's sudden call-out. Why yes. She stammered. You asked about your orientation and guidance meeting? Since I'm feeling generous, I'll give you both right now. Less than half of those who graduate from hero programs last even 5 years in this profession. Of that remaining half, only a third make it 10. The drop-off only gets more severe from there. Whether it be accumulated injuries, stress, or plain bad luck, this job will catch up to you sooner or later, and when that happens, you had better have saved your money wisely, because the pension SCKS. Aizawa paused a moment to let his words sink in. Now let's begin. Heroes never die. The mood in the boys' locker room was a somber one as they showered and changed in near silence. They had started the day with 14 in their ranks, and true to his word, Aizawa had mercilessly sent the last ranking student in the class a small boy with odd purple hair packing. Man, poor Mineta, Kaminari, a yellow-haired boy with a dark streak in it, said, referring to the expelled student, talk about tough breaks. Ever the bastion of empathy, Bakugo scoffed. I say good riddance. If that loser couldn't beat a girl whose only power is being see-through in an athletic competition while being allowed to use his quirk, he doesn't belong here. Demon, dude. Kaminari winced. He didn't get to know Mineta very well, but they'd bonded somewhat. I mean, you're not wrong, but you don't have to be such a D about it. F him. Bakugo growled. That shitty little rat was a creepy F- anyways. I saw him literally drooling while he was looking at Ponytail Girl. Who the F even does that? If he stuck around, he'd infect all of us with his loser stink. Bakugo scowled. PNG Ponytail Beach, can't believe she actually beat me. Second PNG place, first place loser, more like. I need to do better. I need to be better. No FING excuses. Oblivious to the source of Bakugo's brooding, the rest of the boys exchanged a meaningful look at that point. In the interest of first-day harmony, they had been willing to give Mineta a chance, but several of them had picked up on his rather toxic, creepy personality quickly. Barring some unforeseen crisis making fire-forged friends of them, everything from Mineta's annoying lisp, constant references to his sticky ball, loud, lewd jokes and his blatant leering at the girls marked him as someone to avoid for the sake of their own reputations. They didn't want to say it, but many were relieved that he was gone beyond the obvious reason of it simply not being them who got the boot. How's your shoulder, Kakin? Midoriya asked. You heard it during the softball throw, right? None of your effing business, Deku. Bakugo snapped. Worry about your own DMing self, you half-butted fucktard. Giving that FANG try-hard speech and sleepwalking through the goddamn tests. He spat into a nearby drain. Fee makes me sick. I did my best on those tests, Kakin. Midoriya calmly replied. The F you did. Bakugo shouted, you don't just beat me in the exam and then get 6th goddamn place. Give me a effing break. All about how you took down that 0-point fucker. You were holding back. Of course I did. Midoriya said slowly, as if he were talking to an idiot. Doing that broke every bone in my body and put me in a coma for nearly a week. Why on earth would I do that to myself again? A vein throbbed in Bakugo's forehead. Obviously you don't go that hard, you FING smartass. Just enough that it hurts. You aren't even sweaty. Of course I'm not sweaty. I just showered. Mother fu, you know what I mean, sheet for brains. The rest of the boys, all of whom had completely finished getting cleaned up and changed while this exchange was going on, watched with a sense of morbid curiosity. Siro Hanta, a flat-faced boy with oddly shaped elbows, leaned over and whispered to the person next to him, I can't tell if they get along really well or hate each other's guts. You know, the person in question, a blonde boy with a large, powerful tail named Ojiro Mashireo, replied, I think it might be a little bit of both. You think that they're, you know, Kaminari made a hole with his forefinger and thumb and stuck his other forefinger through it. The locker room went silent. What? Kaminari asked as the boys around him suddenly made themselves scarce. Guys? A heavy hand fell on his shoulder, and when he turned to see whom the owner of the hand was, Kaminari let out a high-pitched shriek at the sight of Bakugo. As he loomed over Kaminari, Bakugo's smile was calm, playful, and utterly terrifying. Smoke began to rise from between the fingers of the hand gripping Kaminari's shoulder like the jaws of death. Please, Bakugo purred, by all means, continue. I'd love to hear your opinion of my relationship with Deku, Cadavernari. KK Kaminari. Kaminari stammered. Bakugo's smile widened. What's that? My name's Kaminari. Kaminari desperately looked around for a savior, but everyone, even Midoriya, had made themselves scarce in the face of Bakugo's tranquil fury. No. Bakugo said cheerily, it isn't. For the next 5 minutes, the boys stood outside of the locker room door, listening in horrified fascination as Kaminari shrieked and pleaded for forgiveness. Please, no more. Shut up and take it like a man. That isn't supposed to bend that way. It will when I'm done with you. Ida cleared his throat awkwardly. Could you help him? As if by magic, Bakugo's head popped out of the doorway the moment the words left Ida's lips. Oh, go ahead. He said casually, pool's open, water's fine. He stared at Ito with murder in his eyes and a pleasant smile on his face, his behavior completely at odds with the foul, abrasive personality they'd seen from him thus far, and all the more terrifying for it. No? Just going to stand there like a bunch of pissants? He paused for a second. Thought so. He retreated back into the locker room. Now, where were we? Please no. Oh, now I remember. The boys all looked to Midoriya. Okay, Kirishima said after a moment. After today, I think we all knew that Bakugo is an intense guy, but what the hell? Did you see his head when Kaminari made that crack? Rikido Sato, a large, solidly built boy with fish-like lips, said with a haunted look in his eyes. I swear it turned a full 180 degrees. On this day, we have gazed into the abyss and witnessed the true face of evil. Tokoyami Fumikage, a boy with a crow's head, said in a grave tone. He pushed the Deku button. Midoriya said matter-of-factly before giving a shake of his head. He shouldn't have did that. At that moment, the boys of Class 1A all resolved to never joke about the nature of Bakugo and Midoriya's relationship ever again. Heroes never die. Meanwhile, in the girls' locker room. Okay, ladies. Ashido said gravely, it's time to discuss a matter of the utmost importance, initial impressions. Which of the boys are the best? Caught up in the flow of Ashido's serious tone, the rest of the girls let out a groan at the frivolous topic. Really, Ashido? Yaoyorozu Momo, a gorgeous teen with the figure of a gravure model, aka Ponytail Girl, said with an exasperated sigh. We just watched someone get expelled on the first day of school because the teacher wanted to make a point about how deadly serious all of this is, and you're talking about boys? Yes. Ashido shot back as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Aizawa-sensei also said that stress was one of the reasons that heroes drop out of the game. Well, this is my way of relieving stress. Humor me, all right? Here's an initial impression for you. Jairu said with a smirk. That Mineta kid being the one who was expelled is proof that Midoriya was wrong. There is fairness in the universe after all. She shuddered, unlike the other girls in the class. Her sensitive hearing meant that she had heard every single word that came out of his mouth. Every single word. There wasn't enough hot water and soap in the world to make her feel clean after that. Harsh. Ashido said, but I like the honesty. Let's keep this train rolling. Yamamo, your thoughts? Yaoyorozu blinked at the impromptu nickname. That is a bit harsh, but I have to admit, I caught him staring multiple times. I certainly wouldn't have looked forward to dealing with that for the rest of my time here, especially considering my costume's design. She didn't mention the drooling. She figured that it had to be a figment of her imagination. There's no way he literally drooled over me, she thought. Who even does that? Caught him. Ajuitiu, a petite, frog-like girl, croaked. That implies that he was even trying to hide it. He was as subtle as a brick to the head ribbit. Enough of this. Ashido declared imperiously, this talk of ex-classmates bores me. I want to hear about someone else. Uraraka. She declared, pointing a pink digit at the rosy-cheeked girl, making her squeak with surprise. You were hanging around with that Midoriya Deku kid a lot today, right? Anything going on? That's Uraraka said, I think it's Izuku actually. Well, whatever his name is, he's on my good list, that's for sure. Jairu chimed in. I don't know how he knew my hearing was sensitive, but he warned me about that Bakugo guy's quirk beforehand and saved me a lot of pain. Now that you mention it, a voice coming from what appeared to be an empty space in the locker room said, when that Mineta kid accidentally, Hagakure Toru's voice dripped with sarcasm at the word, bounced off of one of his ball things at a bad angle and was about to land face first in my chest, Midoriya appeared out of nowhere and snatched him out of the air. The transparent girl giggled. You should have seen the little creep's face. He looked like he was about to cry blood while he thanked Midoriya for saving him. The rest of the girls shared a laugh at this. Mina looked impressed. A regular good Samaritan, ain't he? She remarked. But I'm still waiting on your answer, Uraraka. I mean, there's not much to say, Uraraka said with a smile. He seems like a sweet guy and all, but I barely know him. He got hurt pretty bad helping me out of a jam during the entrance exams, so I guess I feel like I owe him, or something. He seems like he'll be a really good friend. Ashido flashed a teasing grin. Do you think he's Kuguit? Not really. Uraraka instantly replied with a bright, earnest smile. He's kinda plain-looking, honestly. All of the girls winced in sympathy for Midoriya. That was merciless, Ochako. Azui croaked. You didn't even think about it for a second. HM? What do you mean? Anyways, Ashido said, moving on for the sake of the absent Midoriya. Any other thoughts? How about we finish getting dressed and get back to class? Yaoyorozu suggested. Hush you. Ashido rebuked the sensible girl with a swish of her hand. Any other not boring thoughts? The chairwoman is willing to receive all motions. Yaoyorozu opened her mouth only to be cut off by another swish of Ashido's hand. Accept your motions. You have been hushed. Accept thine judgment. Thy judgment. Yaoyorozu corrected. What part of hushed do you not understand? Ashido exclaimed. Yaoyorozu just shook her head and tried not to laugh at the over-the-top antics of the lively girl. She didn't want to encourage her. I would like to present a motion to the honorable chairwoman. Hagakure said with a giggle, playing along with Ashido and thoroughly enjoying herself. The chair recognizes. Ashido replied in an exaggerated haughty tone. Please proceed. I propose that we take a moment to discuss how unreasonably hot Todoroki is. Hagakure declared. All in favor? Ashido asked the group with a raised hand. Aye. Uraraka laughed. Aye. Azui croaked. Aye. Jairu said with a blush. Aye. Hagakure cheered. All opposed. Nay. Yaoyorozu said. The ice have it. Motion proceeds. Yaoyorozu sighed, and then smiled and leaned in. Oh well, if we're doing this, I might as well. Enjoy myself. And I was in a silly mood when I wrote the last parts of this chapter, as I'm sure you can tell, but I figure that a bit of levity couldn't hurt. As always, I love to read your comments and reviews. You all are the reason I keep writing. Internet cookie to anyone who can guess why Midoriya doesn't wear a tie. Plus ultra. Morning is here. Morning is here. Morning is. Even in the pitch darkness of his windowless room, Midoriya's hand moved like a viper, striking with speed and precision to shut off the alarm. He desperately wanted to roll over and go back to sleep despite the mental and physical exhaustion from his multiple attempts at his first day of school. He spent most of the night tossing and turning in anticipation of his first lesson with all might. However, snooze button wasn't in Midoriya's vocabulary, nor all might's apparently one of the functions of the limited edition alarm clock turned on the lights of the room the instant someone shut it off. After waiting for a moment for his eyes to adjust to the sudden change in the light level, Midoriya rolled out of bed. It was 4:30 a.m., and that meant he needed to begin his morning routine. He wasn't a morning person naturally, but after 10 straight months of waking up at the crack of dawn, he felt off for the rest of the day if he didn't get a workout in before sunrise. He slipped on a tracksuit and a hat to stave off the chilly April air, grabbed his workout bag and crept through the darkened apartment as silently as he could to avoid waking his mother. Once outside the gate of his apartment complex, Midoriya began a series of simple dynamic stretches to get his muscles limbered up for the work ahead. After about 5 minutes, he picked up his feet and set a brisk pace for his 5 kilometers trek to Dagoba Beach. The stretch of shoreline had recently become a popular spot for couples, but in the early hours in the morning, it remained as deserted as when it had been a junkyard. Even after receiving one for all, Midoriya continued to visit the beach just about every day to train and hold back the literal tide of garbage continuously washing up on shore. He appreciated the solitude, the taste of the salty ocean air, the sound of the waves crashing on the shore, and the feeling of sand shifting beneath his feet. Once at the beach, Midoriya took a brief water break before he pulled a jump rope out of his bag. After 15 minutes of jump rope, he pushed himself to his physical limit with a 45-minute menu of sprints, crawls, lunges, squats, long jumps, and push-ups on 30-second intervals. He wrapped up the workout by activating parallel flow and going through a low-intensity yoga routine. Rather than conditioning, this portion of the workout focused on using the slow, deliberate movements to center his mind, stretch his battered muscles, and refine his control over the volatile Quirk all at the same time. After 20 minutes, Midoriya completed his final position with a long, controlled exhale and released his hold on One for All. As he grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead, Midoriya idly glanced at his watch and felt his stomach clench up. 6:42 Crap. I did my old morning routine. Unlike his middle school within easy walking distance of his apartment, the commute to Yui was significantly longer, requiring several train stops. Midoriya grimaced. People are going to be on the road for sure. It's risky, but I'm going to have to use One for All if I want to have any chance of getting to school on time. He took a swig of water. Well, it's not too obvious when I'm using it at lower levels, so it should be fine. Midoriya packed up his things and called upon One for All, making his eyes glow green in the dim dawn light. Then he began to run. Heroes never die. Although the news of his hiring had generated an insane amount of buzz from every corner of society, nobody was more excited for the first lesson in foundational heroics than All Might himself. Even the looming threat of his muscle form's time limit couldn't dampen his mood as All Might craned his neck to sneak a peek through the open door and swelled with pride at the sight of his chosen successor. Midoriya Izuku, the enigmatic bearer of the torch that had been passed on to him by his own master. All Might did not think about Nana Shimura very often. The thought of her violent, premature and senseless death was almost too painful to bear, and a substantial portion of the greatest accomplishments of his career were fueled by the grief and unresolved anger at her loss. But ever since his injury 5 years ago, his thoughts increasingly turned to his old master as he slowly came to terms with the reality that his time as a hero was approaching its end. His defeat of the evil being that took her life dulled the pain, and his thoughts became more contemplative. Why did she choose him? What did she see in the gangly teenager with an excess of vision and a tragic dearth of power that convinced her to pass on her power? As All Might watched Midoriya quietly writing in his ever-present notebook, he felt like he finally understood. It wasn't about talent. He had no track record. There were no objective standards to even hint that scrawny, quirkless Toshinori Yagi would eventually become All Might. It wasn't about idealism. There were countless youths with an abundance of naive dreams that would eventually be crushed by reality. No, All Might finally understood that Nana had seen in him the same quality that Midoriya had in spades: an unshakable will. In Midoriya, All Might caught a glimpse of an unyielding heroic spirit that would hold firm in the face of impossible odds. That was the true qualification to be a holder of One for All. Know how talented or idealistic a prospect was, they would crumble under the weight of the responsibility without that crucial element. All Might glanced at the clock on the wall and took a deep breath. It's time. He burst through the door with a flamboyant pose. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. All Might was not ignorant of how intimidating he could be. Putting his reputation aside, the symbol of peace was over 2 meters tall and weighed more than a lowland gorilla. His sense of humor, along with his sillier mannerisms, had been deliberately cultivated with that in mind. Case in point, the reactions to All Might's exaggerated march into the classroom varied from individual to individual. Some broke out into excited whispers, laughed, or merely sat up a bit straighter, but none appeared overtly nervous in the presence of the living legend. Haha. All Might let out a booming laugh and began his posing routine. Welcome to Foundational Heroics. Just like the name says, the purpose of this class is to teach you all of the skills essential to a pro hero from the ground up. All Might rustled through a back pocket and pulled out a wooden placard. But let's not beat around the bush and get right to it. Your first lesson is this battle training. Battle training? Bakugo's grin at this revelation was downright malevolent. Now we're talking. All Might pulled out a remote control and pressed the button. And to do that, we will need these. With a rumble, a series of panels slid out of the wall with a pneumatic hiss. Each panel contained a briefcase with a number from 1 to, in accordance to the Quirk registry, and the request forms you filled out before being admitted. These are your costumes. Unable to contain their excitement, the class broke out into cheers while they scrambled to grab the suitcase containing their hero outfit. Once you are all changed, make your way over to Training Ground Beta. He turned and glared at Midoriya as the two made their way out through the massive door of their classroom. You and me, Deku. We're gonna settle this today. Midoriya met the belligerent boy's gaze with a confident smile. Sure, Kakin. he said, if that's how it turns out. Just don't give me any half but bullshit like you pulled during the assessment test. Bakugo poked him in the chest. Write this down in your little stalker file, shithead. By the end of the day, you'll understand the difference between the two of us. Midoriya let out a chuckle, unable to help himself. Bakugo growled. Something funny? Not really. Midoriya replied. I was actually just thinking the same thing. The smile melted away from his face. Don't worry about me, he said, unconsciously tightening his grip on the aluminum case in his arms. I think you'd be surprised if you knew just how far I'll go to measure up. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at Midoriya, searching for any hint of being patronized, but eventually turned away with a huff. Whatever. Heroes never die. Wow. Uraraka said, neat costume, Midoriya. It's super practical looking. It has a real professional vibe to it. Thanks. Midoriya replied with a forced smile, trying to suppress the shame caused by her well-intentioned praise. She was correct, his costume was very practical, and he had designed it to look professional, but it wasn't the costume his mother made for him. After his acceptance into Yui, Midoriya's mother presented him with a low-budget, homemade costume based on an early concept drawing she found on his desk. She told him that regardless of any personal reservations, she would support his dreams the best she could. Midoriya appreciated the sentiment behind her show of support more than he could ever hope to put into words, and while the expensive, expertly crafted costume from Yui's Department of Support wouldn't ever fill him with a sense of warmth and gratitude, sentiment wasn't enough. The time loops had given Midoriya lots of practice in separating his feelings of guilt from his sense of responsibility, but looking at the unshed tears in his mother's eyes while she held out the hand-stitched symbol of her love and knowing that he would never wear it made him feel like scum. Are you okay? Uraraka asked. You look kind of sad. I'm fine. Midoriya replied, I was just lost in thought for a moment. I like your costume too. He took a look at Uraraka's form-fitting space-themed outfit. It's very, he managed to keep his face straight, but couldn't stop the flush creeping up the back of his neck from reaching his ears. Uraraka blushed and sheepishly rubbed the back of her head. Yeah, I wish I had been a bit more specific in my request form. I wanted something a little closer to number 13 space suit, but I got this skin-tight jumpsuit instead. It's a little embarrassing. Why you don't say? It took Midoriya a considerable amount of mental effort to avoid staring at the way it emphasized her every curve. Well, I think it looks really good on you. Regardless of the fit, it's eye-catching and memorable, but the dual color scheme and simple pattern keep it from being over-designed. You have a good sense of aesthetics. Wow, thanks. Uraraka smiled widely, a pleased blush graced her cheeks. That's probably one of the best compliments I've ever gotten from a boy. You should get rid of the heels though. What? Uraraka frowned. Her heeled boots were of the few parts the support department got right from her designs. But I think they look super cute. Midoriya held out his palms defensively. I'm not knocking the way they look, they're just terrible footwear for hero work. No, they're not. Uraraka defiantly crossed her arms and pouted. There are tons of female heroes who wear heels. She began ticking fingers. There's Midnight, Ryukyu, Iwabumi, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and, Midnight and Pixie Bob specialize in ranged attacks. Ryukyu transforms into a dragon, and Mandalay and Iwabumi are largely focused on providing logistical support during rescue operations. Midoriya retorted, and even then, they still shouldn't be wearing heels. They have poor balance and impede movement. Even if you're really good at moving in them, the difference between life and death is often incredibly small. I know I wouldn't be alive right now if you'd been just a little slower in stopping my fall during the entrance exam. Uraraka stared at Midoriya with her mouth agape. But I like these boots. She finally grumbled. As much as she wanted to dispute his points, she was unable to deny his logic. Luckily for Uraraka, Azui overheard Midoriya's evisceration of her choice in footwear and decided to come to her rescue. You've never been very popular with girls, have you, Midoriya? Midoriya blinked. What does that have to do with anything? You seem like a smart guy. Azui croaked as she took the shell-shocked Uraraka by the shoulders and led her away. Think about it, Ribbit. Ha 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 ha. All Might boomed as the last of the students arrived. We're all here then? Excellent. They say that the clothes make the hero, and everybody is looking so cool. All Might glanced at Midoriya's costume and didn't know whether to be disappointed or relieved. He had been expecting something more along the lines of what he saw in his protégé's notebook on the day of the sludge villain attack. This new design still contained certain elements that subtly paid homage to All Might. Although less prominent than the initially blatant imitation of All Might's iconic hairstyle, the rabbit ears of the hood concealing the visored helmet protecting Midoriya's head remained, as well as the smile-like pattern of the metallic guard around his neck. All Might gave Midoriya a thumbs up of approval after catching the boy's eye. Listen up, class. All Might said, the new tends to focus on the public confrontations between heroes and villains, but in truth, most villain activities take place not out in the city, but indoors. For this exercise, you'll be broken up into randomly assigned hero and villain teams for a series of 2-on-2 indoor battles. After the inevitable grumbles and questions about the prospect of randomized teammates, Midoriya watched and waited while the students lined up one by one to draw their lots. Unlike the rest of his peers, his thoughts were not centered on the upcoming battle. He was too preoccupied by the small white tablet in his front pocket, an unauthorized addition to his toolkit that he had brought from home. Despite its negligible mass, he was keenly aware of its weight as if it were made of some super-dense alloy instead of a few 100 milligrams of packed crystalline powder. It's frightening what you can accomplish with only a basic chemistry set and 1,000 yen. Midoriya mused as he fingered the tablet in his pocket. 500 milligrams of Sinna. Enough cyanide to kill 10 grown men and far too much to do anything to stop, even with immediate treatment. Midoriya took a deep shuddering breath. He'd been planning this from the moment he'd used his quirk, his original quirk, during the exam. As unpleasant as the repeated trial and error attempts at getting a handle on One for All had been, week-long coma aside, he had saved himself weeks, if not months of classes where he would have needed to break a bone every time he wanted to use his quirk. However, even if he knew it wouldn't stick, Midoriya hated the idea of killing himself to trigger a loop. There were a variety of reasons for his reluctance, but he was practical enough to admit that a hard reset button was simply too useful for him to ignore. Midoriya glanced over at All Might, who continued to explain the parameters of the exercise. If yesterday's test was about determining your baseline talents, today's exercise will give me a basic idea of your ability to apply those talents. He let out a booming laugh. I'll step in if things get out of hand, so don't be afraid to go all out. Midoriya grinned at his teacher as he reached into the box containing the numbered ball that would determine their team. Worst case scenario, I returned to yesterday morning before the assessment test, but I doubt it. Either way, I couldn't ask for a better opportunity to test my abilities against other people with quirks. He frowned thoughtfully. But before I do any fighting, I need to gather as much information as I can. I can't risk getting locked out of the chance to loop by completing the exercise. I'll watch until it's my turn to fight, and then, anyways, who's my first partner? With Jairu. Jairu. Midoriya called out to his teammate with a wave, notebook in hand. Yes. The teen acknowledged the greeting, idly playing with her earphone jacks as he approached. And you're Midoriya, right? Thanks for the warning about Explosion Boy yesterday. Midoriya hummed as he flipped through his notebook to an open section. I have a few questions for you. Jairu raised an eyebrow at the blunt, no-frills approach. Do you now? I do. I need to know the details of your quirk, a list of your equipment, and any other relevant information that may influence the battle, martial arts experience, exploitable weaknesses, etc. Jairu warily eyed the notebook in Midoriya's hands. And you're writing this down because? It helps me organize my thoughts. Midoriya replied without missing a beat. Jairu crossed her arms. And why exactly should I give you all of this information? We might be working together this time, but I'm not sure I want someone with a written-out list of my weaknesses. Midoriya looked up from his notebook. Good question. You'd like to win this battle, right? Jairu blinked. What kind of question is that? Of course I want to win. Ever heard of Sun Tzu? She nodded. He wrote The Art of War, but what does that have to do with? Those who know themselves, but not the enemy, Midoriya quoted, will win as much as they lose, but those who know neither their enemy nor themselves will wallow in defeat every time. He smiled. I'm not proposing an unequal exchange. It goes without saying that I'll tell you everything about myself as well. Jairu hesitated. You make a good point, but I don't know. How about this? Midoriya interjected. Once the exercise is over, I'll hand over any notes I take on you, and I'll even throw in a copy of all the notes I've taken so far. Jairu shrugged. Not much downside in that case. All right, I accept. Ida. Of course. Ida replied, chopping the air with a strange robotic motion. It's true that sharing information will increase our ability to cooperate, and thus, the probability of our victory, but you're sure you don't need to dedicate more time studying the map of the building? Not a problem. Midoriya tapped his head, and his fingers made a solid rapping sound against the hard Kevlar Twarin weave of his helmet. I've got really high spatial intelligence, so I've always been pretty good at reading floor plans and maps and stuff like that. Just a glance or two and I'll have it down. Superb. What a handy skill. Ida praised. I must say, I continually find myself more and more impressed with you, Midoriya. Midoriya smiled. It's funny how the way people treat me has changed since I got a useful quirk. Before One for All, if anyone noticed at all, they would have said something like, you can read a map really fast? Amazing. So can my phone. It also gives me traffic projections. Midoriya shook his head minutely. Not that it was ever productive, but this especially wasn't the time to get wrapped up in bitter feelings about past treatment. Thanks, he said and placed pen to paper. Now, what do you say we get back on track? With Tokoyami. Interesting. Tokoyami crossed his arms. But how do I know that you aren't an agent of the organization? Midoriya stared at his bird-like classmate with a blank expression. The organization? Tokoyami nodded gravely. Okay, I'll bite. What's the organization? Tokoyami glanced around to make sure nobody was listening. I'll tell you, since I've already said too much, the organization is a group of villains dedicated to the destruction of society by upending the public's faith in our public institutions. Yui is the perfect target for their sinister designs. Ah, I get it, this guy is a total chunibyu. I'll just play along for now. I see. Midoriya said slowly, leaning in and adopting a hushed tone of dawning realization. Thank you for telling me. He tapped on his notebook. I've been running my own investigation into a series of villain attacks. They seemed unrelated at first glance, but something about them just seemed. He shook his head. Anyways, now that I know that there's a group pulling the strings, there are a lot of things that suddenly make much more sense. I don't know how I could have missed this. Tokoyami leaned back against the wall. I felt much the same way when I realized what was going on. After class, we need to compare notes. Midoriya declared. Now that I know, there's no way I can turn my back on this. A gleam appeared in Tokoyami's eye and he lay a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Ugh. Forward to it. But we need to trust each other if we're going to work together, Midoriya said, both in this lesson, and if we want to take down the organization, let's go over our quirks and abilities. I'll go first. Tokoyami nodded. I'm still not sure about this, but as long as you're going first. Midoriya grinned. With Bakugo. Motherfucker. Bakugo raved. Why the F am I paired up with goddamn Deku? What the hell? Somebody switch with me. Midoriya rubbed the bridge of his nose to ease away the headache that had been building since the moment he had drawn that particular lot. Young Bakugo, all might admonished, as I said before, partners are assigned at random, you can't switch, yes, young Midoriya? I need to use the restroom. Midoriya said. The cyanide tablet was already concealed within his palm. He wasn't going to get anything useful out of this loop. Oh, you two aren't up quite yet, so make it quick. Just make sure to go before class next time. Midoriya nodded. I'll make sure to remember. With Eshui, I can do pretty much anything a frog can do. I can jump pretty well, but you already know that. My tongue goes out 20 meters and I can cling to walls. I can also eject my stomach to clean it and secrete stinging mucus, but those aren't very useful. Midoriya stared at Azui for a few seconds before shaking his head and beginning to write. What? That look you just gave me, Azui croaked. What was that about? It's nothing, Midoriya said. It didn't look like nothing. I'm just surprised that you're answering my questions without me having to waste time convincing you. Azui shrugged. I don't see why. It's not like you won't find out eventually anyways. Plus, it seems pretty obvious to share this kind of information with the people you'll be working with. You'd be surprised. Heroes never die. Ashido Mina, huh? Midoriya approached the pink-skinned girl. I can't believe I made it to the final loop and I still haven't had a chance to gather much data on her yet. I'll have to rectify that now. Hey! Ashido greeted Midoriya with a bright smile. Midoriya, right? Midoriya nodded and pulled out his notebook and pen. After sidling up to her, he flipped to the section reserved for Ashido, slightly angling it so that she couldn't see the contents of the pages. Yes, that's right. Now to begin it. Curious about what her teammate was hiding, Ashido leaned over to sneak a peek. Whoa! She exclaimed, and quick as a viper, snatched the notebook out of his hands. Her mouth hung slightly open as she looked over a dynamic sketch of her using her quirk to skate along the ground. This is awesome. It's so good. How long did it take you to do this? Midoriya closed his eyes and sighed. Not too long, he answered. 20 minutes, maybe. He extended his hand and stared meaningfully at his purloined notebook. Can I have that back now, please? Rather than return it, Ashido continued to look over Midoriya's notes. Are these my scores from the assessment yesterday? And my exam scores? Let's see here. Ashido Mina, she recited. Height, 159 centimeters. Weight, unknown. She directed a glare at Midoriya. It better stay that way too. She returned her attention to the notes. Ashido's quirk appears to be a hybrid emitter mutant type. Pink skin and hair appear to be largely cosmetic. Dark sclera and golden irises may indicate a difference in visual acuity. The horns on her head are small and thin, possibly a vestigial remnant of parental quirk. Her extreme flexibility, along with the highly toned muscles of her neck, shoulders, arms and thighs suggest a background in gymnastics. Can secrete an unknown substance used to slide along ground as if she were skating on ice. This feat would not be possible without high level of natural athleticism. Fed up, Midoriya grabbed the notebook and took it back, preventing her from reading the rest out loud. Please don't do that again, he requested, his mild tone out of sync with his actions. If you want to see my notes in the future, just ask. I'll be happy to show them to you. Ah, sorry. Ashido apologized, slightly embarrassed. That was a little rude of me, huh? It's fine. Midoriya replied. Just don't do it again. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously and unconsciously cradled his notebook against his chest when a mischievous grin suddenly stretched across Ashido's face. You knew, she purred, leaning into his personal space. That drawing of me was pretty accurate. Midoriya's ears went red and he faked a cough to cover for the nervous crack in his voice. I like to draw. Ashido's Cheshire grin grew wider at the brief display of weakness. And the way you described my body was really detailed too. I'm a dancer, by the way, not a gymnast. Good to know. Midoriya cautiously replied. What's your point? Going for the proverbial kill, Ashido leaned in close enough that Midoriya could feel her hot breath in his ear, and her proximity sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Life-threatening danger was one thing, but nothing in any of his many lives had prepared him for this. It's just, you must had a nice, long look at me in order to do that. Was it good for you? She winked at him. You big perv. A fuse in Midoriya's brain promptly exploded. He jumped away from Ashido as if he had been burned, and in his panic, old nervous tics believed long dead began to rear their ugly heads. First, his voice jumped several octaves higher. What? He failed to notice Ashido's shoulders start quivering once he began to stammer. Pee-pee perv? What? A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. He frantically waved his hands. It's not like that. I take notes on every hero and villain I see, and Midoriya trailed off. Ashido's hands were clapped over her mouth and her shoulders were shaking so hard that she was practically convulsing. He blinked. Are you okay? Pfft. Ashido's ability to contain her mirth finally gave out. Huh, see the look on your face? She continued to laugh for another 10 seconds before wiping a tear from her eye. That was great. She patted her flustered, red-faced teammate on the shoulder. I'm just kidding, dude. We're good. You're super weird, but you clearly aren't creepy pervert weird. After taking a moment to regain his composure, Midoriya smiled blandly at Ashido. That's a relief. I sure would hate for my obvious weirdness to come off as the creepy perverted kind, though it wouldn't be the first time someone thought that about me. He muttered, trying and failing to completely hide his frustration. Just out of curiosity, what makes you so sure I'm not? A pervert, I mean. Ashido smirked. It's all very scientific. Your score on the 5-point Rashi scale of perversion is easily determined via your reaction to what I'll call the Yamamoto test. Midoriya stared at her blankly. He knew that they needed to get down to business and start planning their strategy for the battle ahead, but he simply had to ask. There's an actual scale? The what test? Ashido pet her head in the direction of the curvaceous Yaoyorozu, whose costume left very little to the imagination. Ah. Midoriya said, his ears tinged pink. Right. So, I take it I did well on the, test. Honestly, Ashido said, if it weren't for your reaction to my teasing earlier, I would say that you did a little too well on the test. Midoriya frowned. What's that supposed to mean? You're a teenage boy surrounded by attractive girls your age in skin-tight, revealing outfits. Ashido leveled a gimlet eye at Midoriya. All of the girls expected to get at least some reaction, but you hardly spared any of us a second look. What do you think it means? He returned her gaze in confusion for a few seconds before cracking an amused grin and let out a chuckle. Oh, I see. He shook his head. Sorry, much to the disappointment of some of my old classmates in middle school, that's not the case. Ashido laughed along with him. That's a shame, she said with a saucy grin. You'd make such an adorable bottom. Midoriya grimaced. Wow, okay, I think that's my cue to get things back on track. Also, do me a favor and never say that again, thanks? Ashido snickered. Whatever you say. First things first, Midoriya said, placing pen to paper and staring into Ashido's golden eyes with such quiet, focused intensity that she unconsciously found herself standing up a bit straighter. I need to know the details of your quirk, a list of your equipment, and any relevant skills that you may have. After that, I'll review what I know about our opponent's abilities and draft a plan. If you have any questions, concerns, or if you think you can improve the plan in any way, please let me know. Nodding dumbly, Ashido could hardly believe that this was same boy she had reduced to a stammering mess only moments before. I make acid. She explained, I can secrete it from anywhere with sweat glands, but it's easiest through my hands and feet. I can control how strong it is, and I can also control its consistency. She lifted a foot to show him the special holes in her shoes. My shoes are designed to make sliding around easier. I don't have any other special equipment though. Midoriya hummed. I see. Regarding the consistency of your acid, what's the range roughly speaking in kinematic viscosity? Ashido blinked. What? How thick or watery can you make it? Oh. She scratched her head. Basically, anywhere between water and maple syrup. Midoriya didn't say anything, but raised his eyebrows as he jotted this info down. And the strength of the acid, what is its range? Ever heard of the Alien franchise? Midoriya stopped writing and looked up from his notes. You're kidding. Ashido smirked. You aren't kidding. He began to chuckle. I can't believe this. How unlucky can you get? What? Ashido replied, feeling insulted. You got a problem with my quirk? Midoriya smiled. Not at all, you have an amazing quirk. I wasn't talking about us. Midoriya glanced over at the team of Todoroki and Azui. I was talking about them because with these quirks, they don't stand a chance. And, well, this took a while. And honestly, I'm still not entirely thrilled with it, but I originally wanted to have it done by New Year's, and at this point I just want to get it out already. Enjoy, and let me know what you all think. Despite the fantastical rumors surrounding Midoriya's performance during the entrance exam, Ishido found her teammate rather underwhelming at first glance. He was a little short, maybe a centimeter or two below average for his age, and had a slender, unimposing frame. His looks were downright average, neither ugly nor attractive, and his only distinguishing features were an unruly mop of hair not unlike Ishido's own and a modest spattering of freckles across his round, boyish face. He was quiet, rarely initiating conversation outside of class-related activities, but he wasn't overly awkward or unsociable. In short, he came off as someone condemned to forever exist in the background, utterly unremarkable, never standing out for good or bad reasons. But as she watched Midoriya efficiently outline the details of his quirk, abilities, and equipment, Ishido quickly realized her initial impression had been terribly flawed. Just by talking to him, it was clear to her that Midoriya was incredibly sharp and possessed a level of focus, drive, and attention to detail that stood out even at an elite school like Yui. He had a presence about him that sharply contrasted his unremarkable appearance, an air of quiet intensity Ishido found strangely compelling. And that covers my list of equipment. Now, let's go over the plan. Midoriya told Ishido, continuing to scribble something in his notebook as they walked through the winding, featureless corridors of the facility. He had been so confident in his stride that Ishido ended up following him on instinct, but she began to wonder how he knew where he was going. First and foremost, it's crucial that we stick together at all times. Our preparations will center around making our stand in the room containing the weapon, he remarked as he ushered them into one of the many unmarked rooms on the third floor. Here we are. Ishido was impressed. He couldn't have looked at the map provided by All Might for longer than a second, and yet he'd led them straight to the weapon without a hint of hesitation. Still, she had something to say. I don't like that plan, she bluntly declared. Why should we just let them waltz their way to the objective with no resistance? I say we bring the fight to them. Wonderful. Midoriya had to hide the brief flash of annoyance on his face behind his notebook. I don't know how much time we'll have to set up, but what I do know is that I have no chance of defeating Todoroki without her cooperation. He took a deep, calming breath to mentally prepare himself to handle this little snag. He peeked over the top of his notebook and saw defiance shining in Ishido's golden eyes, practically daring Midoriya to disagree. I need to convince her that she's wrong, but if she feels like I'm being dismissive, she'll just dig in her heels. This is going to require my full attention. I see. Midoriya snapped his notebook shut and calmly looked Ishido in the eye. I respectfully disagree. He paused. I'll explain my reasoning in a moment, but if you have an alternate plan, I'd like to hear your thoughts. He pasted a sheepish grin on his face. We are partners in this, after all, so I apologize for going ahead and making plans without even considering what you might have to offer. Ishido blinked in surprise at this mature, reasonable response. Based on Midoriya's reaction to getting his notebook snatched, Ishido figured he wasn't the type to roll over and meekly submit in the face of her bold, forceful personality. Given his obvious intelligence, she had expected the same patronizing, dismissive attitude she so often got from people who thought they were smarter than her and prepared her response accordingly. Well, caught off guard by the lack of resistance, Ishido fumbled her words at first, but quickly regained her bearings. It's just, my quirk mostly just melts things, so it isn't good for defensive use. She paused, her cheeks heating up under the almost physical weight of Midoriya's full attention. I'm also really fast when I skate around, so I'm at my best when I get to move freely. With the weapon in here, I'd have to focus on not accidentally damaging it. I never had formal training or anything, but I'm pretty good in a fight, she said, punctuating her point with a series of blindingly quick punches that audibly cut through the air, so I'd probably be able to take out at least one of them while you guard the weapon. Even if I lose, I'd still stall them long enough that you'd be able to run down the clock for the win. The two stared at each other in complete silence until Ishido realized that he was waiting for her to indicate that she had finished. That's all. Midoriya nodded and made a mental note to add Ishido's ability to throw a wicked punch to her file. Thank you for sharing your input. You made a good point regarding being restricted in what you can do with the weapon in here, but I still believe that my plan is the best one. Are you willing to hear me out on this? Sure. Ashido nodded. She still wanted to do things her way, but he had listened to her without interrupting, so it only seemed fair. He opened his notebook and beckoned her over. I'll admit that in a straightforward fight, your superior mobility and athleticism would overwhelm most of our classmates. Ashido grinned widely at the acknowledgement. You're darn right it would. But that won't work on Todoroki, Midoriya said, quick to nip that idea in the bud. Without a plan, fighting him one-on-one in such close quarters is suicide. How do you know that? Ashido asked. She crossed her arms and scowled, offended at being written off so easily. I know he got third in the assessment test, but you never know how a fight will go until it happens. That's true, Midoriya allowed, but he's a recommended student and Endeavor's son. Todoroki has probably been training to be a hero since he could walk under the tutelage of the number 2 hero no less. He's more athletic, more skilled, and has more raw power than both of us put together. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's probably the strongest first year in the country. For now, at least. Midoriya mentally added, thinking of the swirling, seemingly infinite maelstrom of power churning inside of him. He's seriously that good? Ashido's eyes widened in horror. Yes. Midoriya nodded. Wait, Ashido said, you said he's Endeavor's kid, but that doesn't make sense. Endeavor uses fire, not ice. How can they be related if they have such different quirks? Well, it's rare, but kids can end up with totally different quirks than their parents. Midoriya replied, that's what happened to me, actually. He shook his head. Not important, let's get back on topic. Todoroki actually does have fire powers as well, but I haven't seen him use them for anything other than melting his ice. He has 2 quirks? Ashido ummed. How are we supposed to beat that? That's totally not fair. As someone with 2 quirks, Midoriya kept his thoughts on the inherent fairness or unfairness of the situation to himself. That's what the plan is for. He's good, not invincible. He reassured her. Plus, I doubt we'll need to worry about his fire. He seems to rely entirely on his ice for some reason. He had to struggle to keep himself from scowling, like consciously deciding to never use it in battle. That little revelation had easily been the juiciest morsel of information gained. From his interview with the stoic teen, Midoriya didn't understand what could compel someone to purposely handicap themselves, but it irritated him to his very core. He didn't care what the reason was, the selfishness, the sheer hubris it took to throw away the kind of power he had only dreamed of until he met All Might. Just the thought of it infuriated him. I have to win, he resolved. I wouldn't be too bothered by losing to anyone else in the class, but I refuse to lose to someone who refuses to do their best. The hero business isn't the place for such petty bullshit. He needs to learn just how foolish and costly his obstinance can be before he ends up getting himself or anybody else killed out of his worthless pride. But, Ashido. Midoriya cut her off. He didn't raise his voice, but his tone was very direct. He had stopped smiling and the air felt as if it were charged with electricity. We don't have much time left to decide on a plan. I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking, so I'd appreciate it if you'd extend me the same courtesy. Sorry. Unnerved by the unblinking, glowing green eyes boring into her, Ashido couldn't help but apologize. Scary, she thought, absently rubbing the goosebumps that had arisen on her arms. Where did that come from? With her apology, Midoriya took a breath and the charged atmosphere in the room suddenly disappeared. It's all right. The faint glow faded from his eyes. I apologize for snapping at you like that. I was thinking about something else. Anyways, let's get back to it. Ashido nodded mechanically as she stared in disbelief at the night and day transformation she had just witnessed. Based on my analysis, Todoroki's plan is to freeze the entire building and us in one massive attack before coming in to secure the weapon by himself. Midoriya continued. Todoroki's raw power is incredibly formidable, but it's a double-edged sword. The more powerful the quirk, the more difficult it is to be precise in its use. In close quarters, he'd be almost as likely to catch his partner up in his attacks as one of us. He flipped to a page in his notebook with a top-down sketch of the room with the weapon. Ashido also saw several notations detailing various likely combat scenarios, including responses and counter-responses depending on the situation. He wrote out 5 different play-by-play scenarios in the time it took us to walk here. She gave Midoriya a wary glance. I'm glad he's on my side. He tapped various places on the map that he had lightly shaded in. This is where you come in. I need you to put down a layer of fairly strong acid along the floor in front of the door and along the edges of the walls. This will prevent the ice from spreading past it and catching us. He tapped a darkly shaded circle around the weapon and several lines cutting diagonally across the room to the right of the entrance. After we move the weapon away from the windows, I need you to put down a layer of the strongest, gooeyest acid you can make without melting straight through the concrete to act as barriers only you can cross in case the ambush fails and he incapacitates me. If it comes to that, stall for time the best you can. Any questions so far? What if Tsuyu comes with him? Ashido asked, helping him relocate the surprisingly lightweight weapon. She began laying down the protective pool of acid, recognizing the utility of zones that only she could move through with impunity. I can't believe I've never thought about using my acid like this before. She won't. He confidently replied, or rather, she can't. The most she'll do is scout out our location for him by climbing the exterior wall, hence moving the weapon. No point in preparing for Todoroki if she can just use her tongue to retrieve the weapon without even entering the room. What makes you so sure? You're betting an awful lot on Todoroki coming in alone. There are a couple of reasons. Midoriya explained. I already mentioned the risk of Todoroki catching her in his attack, but the most important one is that in terms of their quirks, Azui and Todoroki might have the single worst compatibility in the class. Azui can't hop or cling to frozen surfaces, and the cold makes her sleepy and lethargic. She'd just get in his way. So that's why you said they were unlucky. A smug grin slowly spread across Ashido's face. My acid counters his ice, and he shuts down his own teammate entirely. Midoriya shot her a mirroring smirk of his own. Exactly. All right. Ashido declared, I've decided. We'll go with your plan. She paused and gave Midoriya a curious glance. How do you know all of this stuff? I can't imagine Tsuyu being weak to cold would just come up in conversation. You know how I went up to Todoroki and Azui to wish them luck before we went inside? Midoriya asked rhetorically. Ashido nodded. Remember those tiny GPS trackers I told you about when I went through my equipment? They also have microphones on them that connect to the earpiece in my helmet. You didn't. Ashido's mouth dropped open. You bugged them? Midoriya grinned. There was a limit to how much money the school would put into hero equipment, so he'd had to drop a considerable chunk of his savings on the miniature listening devices. Their sheer utility alone made them worth every yen, but their most useful function was granting him plausible deniability for any loop-acquired knowledge. Ashido looked at Midoriya with a mixture of wariness and admiration. You know Midoriya? She teased. You might not be a creepy perv, but you've got one heck of a creepy stalker skill set. What? Midoriya recoiled at the unflattering description. It's not I'm not. He bit his tongue and let out a heavy sigh. You know what? We don't have time for this. Just hurry up, put down the acid. We only have 2 minutes until the exercise starts and Todoroki will turn us into popsicles if we aren't ready. Okay. Ashido felt a little bad. Seeing Midoriya's downcast expression. She had only meant to tease him, not actually hurt his feelings. I was only kidding, you know. She consoled him. I don't actually think you're creepy. Midoriya stopped digging through the various boxes scattered around the room and glanced at Ashido. His usual tranquil expression snapped into place so suddenly it reminded her of a steel door slamming shut. Of course you were. He replied in a suspiciously calm tone. Let's finish up our preparations so we can run through a few possible scenarios. Heroes never die. A little under 10 minutes after the exercise began, Azui jumped from building's exterior wall and landed next to Todoroki. They're both in the northwestmost room on the 3rd floor, along with the weapon. She croaked. I would have used my tongue to touch it, but it was out of range and Ashido was keeping a close eye on the windows. "Sorry I can't help you in there, Todoroki." Todoroki shook his head. "Don't be. You've done everything you can do under the circumstances. Knowing exactly where they are is a big help." Azui nodded. "By the way, I saw Midoriya busy moving stuff around, so watch out for tricks." "I'll keep that in mind." "Now step back," he warned her as he approached the building. "Things are about to get frosty." They might think that they're playing a defensive game, but he took a deep breath, placed his right hand on the wall and exhaled, turning the entire building into a pillar of ice in a matter of seconds. "That means nothing to me." He spared Azui a quick glance. "I'll be back soon." Azui began to shiver uncontrollably, her breath a solid plume of white in the suddenly chilly air. Even several meters out from the epicenter of the frosty spire, the temperature of the air had dropped precipitously, turning the mild spring afternoon into the dead of winter. As she hopped away from the cold, she felt a flash of pity for Ashido in her sleeveless ensemble. If it was this bad out here, it had to be even worse inside. Heroes never die. The cardboard boxes Midoriya broke down for them to stand on as yet another layer of precaution had turned out to be superfluous. The acid had admirably done its job preventing the ice from spreading into the room. However, nothing they did could prevent the interior temperature of the building from plummeting into the negatives. This was especially unfortunate for Ashido, who had definitely not designed her costume with insulation in mind. I am going to get that PP pretty BB boy for this." Ashido swore through uncontrollably chattering teeth. "He's going to PPPP pay." On the other hand, Midoriya was feeling positively toasty in his hooded jacket. Although its primary purpose was to act as a shield against flames or high levels of electrical current during rescue operations, the tough, insulated material did an excellent job keeping out the cold as well. Another thing keeping him warm was the massive, practically luminescent blush that started at the back of his neck and covered his entire face. In addition to making her miserable, the intense cold had another effect on Ashido that was very distracting for a boy in the midst of PBRY. Thinking quickly, Midoriya removed his hooded jacket. "Here, take this," he said, ignoring the bite of the cold as he busied himself by looking anywhere but directly at her. "I can't. Just take it and put it on, please." Midoriya insisted. He ignited one for all and basked in the sensation of warmth flooding through his body, taking the edge off the cold. "He'll be here any second, and I need you at your best. Give it here." Ashido abandoned her token resistance in an instant and Midoriya tossed the jacket over to her. "Oh my gosh, I love you so much right now." Both she and Midoriya sighed in relief when she slipped on the jacket and zipped it up. "Wow. It's a lot heavier than it looks," she noted. "It must weigh a couple of kilos at least." Midoriya replied absently as he monitored the movement of the tracking device on his phone. "It's meant to take a beating. You do know there's a chance I'll end up melting your costume by accident, right? I could not possibly care about that any less than I do at this moment," he stated emphatically. Keeping you warm is the top priority. Top priority. Ashido raised an eyebrow at Midoriya's unusual behavior. "Okay." Suddenly, Midoriya's eyes narrowed and he held up his hand in a bid for quiet. "Get ready," he whispered. "He'll be here in about 10 seconds. You know what to do." Without another word, he picked up the bucket he had found while searching the room. A slide of luck he had quickly integrated into his strategy by filling it with a weak acid. Ashido nodded, moved to her post on the right side of the room behind the defensive line of acid. She mentally ran through Midoriya's instructions one last time while he counted down the time. 10, 9, 8. "The moment he walks through that door, I'll drench him. If it hits, it should blind him for an instant, and the stinging will force him to wipe his eyes. I'll use that opening to sneak in a couple of good hits. If it misses, I'll continue to press the attack." He drew an arrow on the paper, hurting him in this direction. "His back will be facing you. Use that punch you showed me and hit him in the back of the head. If that doesn't knock him out, it will stun him long enough for me to follow up." Ashido tightened her grip on the roll of capture tape. 7-6. I noticed something interesting about Todoroki during the assessment test. Every time he used his ice powers, he would first take a deep breath in and release the ice on the exhale. This is purely conjecture on my part. It may be coincidence or an ingrained habit, but I believe his powers are connected to his breath. He flipped to a sketch of a man and circled an area on the midsection. Our main target is the diaphragm or solar plexus. A solid blow here will deflate his lungs and leave him breathless, and if my theory is correct, powerless for a brief window of time. Ashido could now faintly hear the crunching sound of Todoroki's footsteps upon the iced-over floor. Her heart hammered furiously in her chest, and she prepared her legs to move. 5.43. Since I'm physically stronger, I'll use that brief window to bring him to the ground and restrain him. Your job is to secure the win with the capture tape. The sound of Todoroki's even footsteps seemed deafening in the still air of the frozen building. A booted foot emerged through the doorway. Now! Heroes never die. Excellent work. Excellent work, all of you. Very impressive. The pleasure in All Might's voice was entirely unfeigned as he heaped praise upon the 4 teens in front of him. Especially you, villain team. Midoriya nodded, his chest warm and head buzzing from the praise of his mentor and the thrill of victory. Still wearing Midoriya's jacket, Ashido was less reserved in her reaction and let out a raucous whoop of triumph that made their classmates chuckle. She elbowed Midoriya's shoulder and flashed an ear-to-ear grin. Oh yeah, we're the best. Midoriya shook his head with an amused half-smile. Now, All Might asked the class, who do you think had the most standout performance in this match? Todoroki for sure. Kirishima said, sure, he might have lost because of a bad matchup, but he froze the entire building. That would have beaten just about anybody else here. No way, Ashido was the MVP. Hagakure disagreed. It was her acid that stopped them from getting frozen and stunned Todoroki, and she was the one who ended up securing the win with the capture tape. It is true that Ashido officially captured Todoroki, Ida chimed in, but don't forget that it was Midoriya who brought him down. He threw a bucket of FNG acid on him and sucker punched him. Bakugo retorted. It wasn't impressive, it was a beach move and anybody could have done it. You seriously gonna say that after trying to use a sneak attack on me in our match? Kirishima incredulously responded. Hypocritical much? Shut the F up, stupid hair. Bakugo growled. That was different. How? Jairu snarked, fiddling with one of her earphone jacks. Is it because it didn't work for you? Even though she and Kirishima had still lost to Bakugo in the end, she had heard him coming from a ways off and they reversed his attempt at an ambush. I guess that is technically different. F you. Bakugo shot back. It didn't stop me from kicking your butt, you dangly-eared F dash. Oh, this scathing. Jairu replied in a bored tone. I understand why nobody has even mentioned me. Azui croaked. But it's still kind of annoying. I scaled a 4-story building and checked 20 rooms from the outside. That wasn't easy, you know. Whilst the discussion raged on, Todoroki stood in a daze. His eyes stared off into space as he mentally shut out his surroundings, desperately trying to make sense of what had just happened to him and why. Todoroki had been certain he was on an entirely different level than the rest of his classmates, coddled as they were. While they had been busy running around with their friends and having fun, his father had been hard at work molding him into a weapon beating and hammering him into shape like a stubborn scrap of raw iron. And yet, I lost. The thought kept reverberating in his head, his brain stumbling over the phrase as it attempted to reconcile his self-image with this reality. After all that training, that effort, all of my determination to be number one without his power, I was beaten. He glanced over at Midoriya, quietly standing in his dark long-sleeved undershirt with a green and white helmet tucked under one arm and a small, satisfied smile on his freckled face. He looked completely unbothered by the way his role in the fight was either being downplayed or denigrated as dirty by the majority of the class. Beaten by him. He furrowed his brow, remembering the utter contempt in Midoriya's glowing eyes as he glared down at him. No, not beaten, I was crushed. Todoroki didn't think much of Midoriya Izuku at first. It wasn't personal, He just wasn't on his radar. Most of the people surrounding Todoroki were background noise, overshadowed by the looming, perpetually angry figure of his BSRD of a father and his egomaniacal desire to live vicariously through him. That wasn't the case any longer. It's Midoriya. The class went quiet, surprised by the sudden declaration from Todoroki, who up until now had been closely trailing Kuda as the quietest student in 1A. I underestimated him. He admitted, I underestimated him, and he took me apart. Interesting. Seeing an opportunity for an instructive moment, All Might decided to retake control before the class could start talking amongst themselves again. What makes you say that, young Todoroki? Where do you think you went wrong? Though he was admittedly biased, All Might agreed with Todoroki. Unlike the rest of the class, he had been able to overhear his protege outline the entire plan to take down the young prodigy and was shocked by what he witnessed. From the incident with the sludge villain and his reckless move against the zero-point robot, All Might had figured Midoriya to be as straightforward as All Might was in his approach to combat. Instead, the way he fought was eerily similar to the way his old sidekick Night Eye operated, arranging every last detail in such a way that by the time the battle actually began, he had already won. My first mistake, Todoroki said, shooting a dirty look at Midoriya, was not noticing the bug he planted on me before the exercise officially began. After his confirming his capture, Midoriya had nonchalantly plucked the pea-sized device off of the back of Todoroki's shirt and stuffed it in his pocket without a word. Still, galled Todoroki to think about it. Midoriya's expression did not change even as the entirety of the class turned to stare at him. You bugged him? Several people asked in unison. That's got to be cheating, right? Ojiro asked. There's no way doing something like that before the start of the exercise is fair play. The hero team was allowed to familiarize themselves with the map of the building before the timer started. Midoriya stated in an unapologetic, matter-of-fact tone. I figured that meant that any non-offensive actions intended for the gathering of intelligence were within the bounds of what is allowed. What kind of twisted logic is that? Yaoyorozu asked, looking more amused than scandalized. How on earth could you possibly draw that conclusion from the hero team being given a map to study? Midoriya shrugged. I was told to get in the villainous mindset. Young Midoriya is correct. All Might confirmed for the flabbergasted students, though I'll admit that I did not anticipate a student using such a creative interpretation of the rules to their advantage. However, he added, with the prevalence of pro-heroes, one must remember that villains are usually hopelessly outmatched in order to survive. They must excel at this sort of devious opportunism. Please continue, young Todoroki. Besides the bug, what could you have done to change the outcome? Todoroki silently went over the encounter several more times in his head. Something didn't sit right with him. Midoriya had somehow acquired detailed knowledge of Todoroki's fighting style, strengths, and weaknesses, to the point where he could calculate exactly how to take him down with ruthless efficiency. Todoroki conceded that it was entirely possible for Midoriya to figure out that he wouldn't use his left side. His quirk was a matter of public record, and given his costume, he wasn't exactly trying to hide his disdain for his fire half. However, the bug didn't explain Midoriya's knowledge of things Todoroki knew he hadn't discussed with anybody, ever. Things like needing to breathe in order to use his quirk, for instance. How did he know about that? Todoroki wondered. Nobody knows about that weakness except for him. The importance of protecting his diaphragm was one of the first lessons Endeavor had beaten into him. Coincidentally, it was also the first time he'd seen his mother get hit for intervening. He'd only been 5 then, on his knees after taking a brutal punch. He remembered fresh vomit and tears trailing down his chin as he struggled to breathe, looking on helplessly as his mother suffered for trying to protect him. Sometimes, Shoto's that child's left side looks so unsightly to me. I don't know. Todoroki finally replied. With what I knew at the time, I don't see how I could have come out of that situation a winner. That ambush was practically perfect. Midoriya frowned. Heroes never die. Inside of the boys' locker room. Hey, Todoroki. Todoroki turned around, surprised to see Midoriya standing behind him with a plain look of disapproval on his face. Yes. I beat you. Midoriya bluntly informed him with an undercurrent of anger in his normally calm voice. Why does he seem so upset about that? Todoroki thought. I'm the one who lost. I know. He stiffly replied. I was there. And you know what? Midoriya said, taking another step closer. He poked Todoroki in the chest. It was easy. What the hell is your problem, Midoriya? Todoroki was starting to get angry. You trying to pick a fight with me or something? Hey. Kirishima stepped between them. What seems to be the issue here, guys? Let's not fight in the locker room. Kirishima is right. Ida also approached the two. I would expect this kind of immature behavior out of Bakugo, but I'm surprised at you, Midoriya. You shitty four eyes. Bakugo shot back immediately. I'm always mature. He has a point, though. I've never seen that overly passive dipshit get in anyone's face like this. Deku is actually set off at icy hot for some reason. My problem is that you're a DMN liar. Midoriya said. Todoroki scowled. What are you talking about? I didn't lie. You said that you didn't know how you could have won. Midoriya interrupted. But that isn't true, is it? He glared at Todoroki. You know exactly what you could have done to win. Isn't that right, Endeavor's kid? Several classmates' jaws dropped open in surprise, and Todoroki's expression darkened at the mention of his father's name. Midoriya continued. You could have beaten me easily if you'd used your left side. You're just too stubborn and pathetic to admit it. Oh, I see. Todoroki murmured with growing fury. Now it makes sense how you knew how to take me down so easily. Did my old man put you up to this? He angrily demanded. You can tell him that it won't work. I'll become the #1 hero my own way, without relying on his shitty power. Now get out of my face before I make you. No, Midoriya replied. I didn't need to have anybody put me up to this. I just can't stand to see selfish, spoiled brats like you act like they're hero material. Spoiled? Todoroki repeated with an edge to his tone. You had better watch what you say. You don't know a thing about me. I know that you'll never become the #1 hero with your current attitude. Midoriya glanced over at Bakugo. Besides me, there's at least one other person in this class shooting for that title, but do you know what makes us different than you? We aren't the kind of losers who refuse to do our best out of spite. I suggest you either grow up or quit being a hero before you get yourself or somebody else killed. Because if what happened today happened in the real world, you'd be dead. He spun around and marched away from Todoroki with a scowl. The atmosphere inside of the locker room was heavy and awkward for the rest of the time it took the boys to change out of their gear. From time to time, Bakugo would turn and stare at Midoriya as if he were looking at a stranger before shaking his head. Heroes never die. Inside of the girls' locker room. Come one, come all. Ashido announced in a voice mimicking a carnival crier, gather round for the second roundtable discussion concerning the boys of Class 1A. Yaoyorozu let out a sigh of dismay when the girls actually began to gather together at Ashido's request. Can we really not talk about anything else? She complained. So far, every time we've actually discussed things as a group, it's been about the boys. We actually did stuff today too, you know. Ashido stared at Yaoyorozu for a full 5 seconds before shaking her head. You are a sad, strange little woman, and you have my pity. Because my personality doesn't revolve around talking about boys? Yaoyorozu asked incredulously. Bakugo is the biggest tool I've ever met in my life. Jairu grumbled. I'm pretty sure I've encountered feral cats with a more pleasant demeanor than him. So we're just ignoring me now, is that it? Yaoyorozu asked nobody in particular. Uraraka patted her on the shoulder in sympathy. I know, right? Hagakure let out a huff. He's so handsome that I was kind of excited to work with him at first. But as soon as the exercise started, he told me to, and I quote, park my invisible, naked but by the weapon and stay out of his way. Wow, Uraraka shook her head. What a jerk. How about you, Uraraka? Ashido asked. How was working with Kaminari? Not too bad. She replied before letting out a sigh. Except for him constantly hitting on me while I was trying to come up with a plan. Seriously? Yaoyorozu groaned. I thought we saw the end of that when Mineta got sent home. Uraraka shook her head and waved her hands back and forth. No. To be fair, he wasn't like Mineta at all, he was just asking what I like to eat and stuff like that. It was more annoying than creepy or disrespectful, like, time and place, you know? The girls all nodded, knowing exactly what she meant. Anyways, Azui croaked, I want to know about Ishido's experience with Midoriya. I don't think anybody expected you guys to beat Todoroki after he froze the whole building like that. I wasn't even in the building and it chilled me to the bone. Yaoyorozu shuddered. That was awful. Even through all that insulation, he still managed to turn the basement into a freezer. My costume is meant to give me easy access to my creations, not protect against cold. Ishido nodded vehemently. I'm lucky that Midoriya was willing to give me his jacket. She paused and scratched her head. He was oddly insistent about it too, even though I sort of upset him just a little bit before that. Huh. The girls collectively mused. Also, Ishido hesitated. This will sound ridiculous, but he's kind of intimidating. The girls stared at Ishido for a few seconds before bursting out into incredulous laughter. You think Midoriya is intimidating? Snorted. Sure, he was impressive today, but that kid is about as intimidating as a teddy bear. The rest of her peers nodded in agreement. You don't understand. Ishido defended herself. He has this way of, I don't know, looking at you that makes you feel weird. It's really freaky. You have to see it to believe it. That's it? Was Jairu's sarcastic response. He looked at you? How terrifying. Do you want me to explain it or not? Ishido growled. I think it's actually more about the contrast than anything. He's normally just so calm and laid back. He's got this aura about him that makes you feel at ease, and then beans. Ishido shouted and suddenly slammed her palm into the side of a locker, making the girls jump. He gets angry and his eyes start glowing. My hair stood on end like there was electricity in the air. He wasn't blinking. It felt like he was staring into my soul. Slipping back into her usual penchant for silly theatrics, Ishido grabbed Jairu by the shoulders and began to shake her back and forth. Do you understand, Jairu? My very soul. I was being judged and he found me wanting. Oh. Ishido whined, rubbing her forehead where Jairu had just poked her with her earphone jack. I got it. Jairu said drily, he looked into your soul, very scary. Hagakure began to snicker. So, what you're saying is, Midoriya looked deep into your eyes, and you felt a strange sensation? Like electricity in the air. Azui added. Ishido blinked. Don't you dare. She warned. I've heard of sparks flying when boys and girls work together, but this is a little quick, don't you think? Yaoyorozu said conspiratorially, using a delicate hand to cover the amused grin on her face. You had better stop now, Ishido threatened, or you will rue this day. Did you see her wearing his jacket? Uraraka piled on gleefully, beginning to laugh herself. She sure seemed reluctant to give it back. It must have felt like getting hugged by him. I'm not joking. Ishido swore, pointing to each of them. Your every waking hour will be spent in a perpetual state of rue. She's in Louvre. Hagakure crowed, breaking down into helpless laughter. That's it. Ishido howled, swiping at the air where Hagakure had occupied just moments before. The sound of the invisible girl's laughter continued to echo off of the linoleum walls of the locker room. You're dead meat when I get my hands on you. Exie. How rude. Azui croaked. Yaoyorozu, Jairu, and Uraraka all exchanged a brief look, busting out into laughter themselves. And, happy Friday. I don't really have a lot to say this time. As always, leave me a review to let me know what you think, and until next time, plus you alter a chapter text. Let's see here. Midoriya muttered, cold temperatures, acetone, and ethanol all desensitize nitroglycerin. The main hurdle to deal with there is a reliable method of deployment. Both of those chemicals are volatile in their own right, so carrying them around would prove more dangerous than helpful, not to mention how impractical it would be for such a niche situation. Perhaps preventing combustion altogether would be more, yes, that would do nicely. If I could introduce an anti-catalytic agent into the mix, that would prove helpful in a variety of situations. But that brings me back to my original problem of deployment, perhaps some sort of iron-based particulate, or maybe a halogenated hydrocarbon? No, too toxic. Even though he now possessed arguably the strongest quirk in the world, Midoriya had no intentions of quitting this routine mental exercise. It was a habit left over from a time when the only weapon Midoriya could truly rely on was his mind. Every day, Midoriya would pick one of the subjects of his notes, hero or villain, it didn't matter, and dedicate a minimum of 30 minutes to brainstorming various methods of defeating them or shutting down their quirk. Excuse me, young man." A brunette reporter shoved her microphone in Midoriya's face as soon as he approached the massive crowd of media members blocking the entrance to the school. "Can you tell me what it's like learning from All Might?" Midoriya looked up from his notebook. "What's going on here?" "All Might." The young woman flashed her most charming smile. "What's it like having the #1 hero as a teacher? The public wants to know." Midoriya's expression was perfectly neutral as he glanced around at the huge collection of cameras and microphones surrounding him. When his eyes finally settled back on the female reporter, he smiled politely as he took a moment to craft a suitably generic response so he could gracefully make his exit. He's surprisingly approachable, considering his reputation. Other than that, he acts exactly as you would expect based on his many public appearances. Midoriya bowed. "Now, if you'll please excuse me, I have to get to class." Midoriya moved to walk around the reporter, but frowned minutely when she sidestepped to intercept him. "I just have a few more questions when All Might is." "Get the F out of our way, news bimbo." A rough voice interrupted her. "This dipshit is too polite to say it out loud, but I don't give a F dash. You bunch of goddamn vultures are effing annoying, so buzz off." "News bimbo?" the reporter exclaimed with an angry flush. "You did not just, wait, aren't you that kid from the sludge villain incident? Is Kaken helping me out?" Midoriya's jaw dropped in shock as his longtime bully nonchalantly pushed him through the entrance while flipping off the outraged crowd of media members. "Get a real job." Bakugo taunted. "You? Christmas cake, hack. See Christmas cake? You little brat." The apoplectic female reporter stormed towards them. "I'm only 23. Get back here and apology." Clang. Bakugo cackled as the thick steel doors of the famous Yui barrier slammed shut in the face of the furious woman. "SCK on that, you blood-sucking losers." "Thanks for the assist, Kaken." Midoriya thanked Bakugo while struggling to contain the amused grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Bakugo's talent for being but can be kind of funny when he isn't using it to bully his peers. Still, I probably shouldn't encourage him. They were getting a little overbearing. "Assist." Bakugo scoffed. "Don't misunderstand, Deku. I didn't assist. Sheet the doors wouldn't have closed on them as long as you were near the threshold, so I shoved your butt through." "I'll keep that in mind." Midoriya replied. "I think you might have gone a little far with the insults, though." "I agree." Aizawa's monotone, no-nonsense voice interjected. As he approached his students, he had to pull his capture cloth up over his mouth to hide his own delighted smirk at Bakugo's treatment of the press. He had to set an example. "Bakugo, I don't make any secret of my feelings towards the press, but as long as you wear that uniform, you need to remember that you are a representative of Yui. You can't go around calling reporters bimbos or, blood-sucking losers." He laughed. Midoriya noted. He totally just laughed. Bakugo smirked. "If this happens again, let me handle them." Aizawa continued. "Now hurry up and get to class. I have a few announcements to make." "Yes, sensei." The two chorused. Triplets. "Heroes never die." Triplets. "Good work with yesterday's combat training." Aizawa began class without any preamble. "I've looked over everyone's grades and evaluations." He shuffled through a few papers. "For the most part, everyone did well enough considering your lack of experience. That being said, there are a few issues that need to be addressed. Kaminari." The blonde electricity user perked up at his name. "Training or not, combat situations are not the time or place to try and score a date. Focus on your love life on your own time." "Yeah." Kaminari laughed sheepishly while the rest of the class snickered at his expense. Sorry, sensei. Don't apologize to me. Aizawa grunted. Apologize to the partner whose time you wasted. Sorry, Uraraka. Kaminari apologized. I guess that was pretty thoughtless of me, huh? Just don't do it again. Uraraka said, embarrassed by the unwanted stares and suppressed laughter directed their way thanks to the situation. Bakugo, what? Bakugo interrupted in his outrage. What are you on my case for? IFA1. If you had waited for me to finish my sentence, Aizawa narrowed his eyes at Bakugo, you would know that your issue is not with your performance in combat, nor your judgment. Hagakure remaining behind to guard the weapon was the most logical choice under the circumstances. Bakugo blinked. Then what? I wasn't finished. Aizawa cut Bakugo off, quelling the volatile teen with a quirk-enhanced glare. I'm not calling you out like this because I'm picking on you. On the contrary, I'm grateful because you've given me a perfect opportunity to teach all of you an important lesson. Aizawa shifted his gaze to the first seat in Bakugo's row. Hagakure. Weiss-sensei? The transparent girl sat up straighter in her seat. Did Bakugo discuss the plan of action with you before he left to go engage the enemy team? No, sensei. Did Bakugo ever ask for your opinion, or seek your input in any way? No, sensei. Did Bakugo explain his reasoning for the actions he took at any point? No, sensei. Did Bakugo ever take the time to inform you of what he was doing, or what was going on? No, sensei. Tell me, Hagakure, what did Bakugo do? Too embarrassed to repeat his exact words, Hagakure hesitated. She could almost feel Bakugo's glare boring through the back of her invisible head. He just yelled at me to stay by the weapon and keep out of his way. Then he left. I see. Thank you, that's all I needed to know. Aizawa paused. Before I say the answer, who here thinks they know what Bakugo's major failing was? Several students raised their hands, but one seemed more eager than most. Ida, go ahead. Thank you, sensei. Ida boomed as he stood up. He chopped his hand through the air in a robotic motion. Bakugo failed to communicate with his teammate in any capacity. He wrote off Hagakure as a liability and decided to forego any attempt at teamwork. While it may have worked out for him this time, such arrogance could very well prove to be his downfall in the future. Ida bowed and sat back down. You're on the right track. Aizawa replied. But not exactly. As I said before, my criticism is not of Bakugo's tactical judgment or performance. Bakugo, Aizawa asked, why did you leave Hagakure with the weapon? Is it because you thought she was useless? That you didn't need her? What the F kind of dumbass question is that? Bakugo huffed. She got into Yui. Of course she isn't useless. I had the see-through nudist stay put because I didn't want to worry about blasting my own partner while I'm fighting. How the F am I supposed to keep an eye out for an invisible person? I focused on taking down Dangle Ears first so that she'd have no problem taking Stupid Hair by surprise and capturing him in the unlikely event that I lost. The class stared at Bakugo as if he'd grown a second head. What the F are you all looking at? He snapped. You know, Jiru said, if you filter out the total douchebag way he phrased it, I think Bakugo might have actually said something vaguely decent. Bakugo! Kirishima grinned and clapped Bakugo on the shoulder. You might act like an arrogant jerk, Bakugo growled, but you had faith in your teammate all along. He clenched his fist. That's manly as hell. You better get your effing hand off of me before I remove its stupid hair. Well, why didn't you just say that in the first place? Hagakure exclaimed. You treated me like dead weight. If you hadn't have won so fast, I was thinking about leaving the weapon to capture one of them to prove you wrong. The F-dash? Bakugo shouted, you would have ditched the weapon to prove me wrong. Is your brain as empty as your wardrobe, you nudist idiot? That could have ruined everything. Call me a nudist one more time, Hagakure muttered darkly, and I'll shove my invisible foot straight up your. And that, Aizawa cut in, is exactly my point. Bakugo, you are talented but you lack leadership. Despite coming up with the optimal plan for your team, Your complete lack of respect for your ally nearly incited her to mutiny against you. True leaders don't simply bark out orders, they inspire others to follow them. This requires a level of mutual respect, and respect must be earned. If you wish for anyone to listen to you, you must first demonstrate consideration for their thoughts and feelings. I was right. Bakugo clenched his fists and glowered at his desk. You even said I was right. Why should I have to explain myself to the people below me? Aizawa raised an eyebrow at Bakugo's defensive body language. You clearly seem to disagree with what I've said. Care to share your thoughts? Bakugo opened his mouth to retort when a scene from the day before flashed through his head. Words of condemnation and contempt directed towards an individual who had if only for a moment made Bakugo think, I can't beat him. You'll never become the #1 hero with your current attitude. We aren't the kind of losers who refuse to do our best out of spite. DMN it. Bakugo cursed. That Ifeanji nerd is right? I am different than that half-and-half BSD. If I reject this lesson out of pride, then I'm no better than him. Bakugo scowled. No, sensei. He forced out through ground teeth. Aizawa nodded. Very well. Now, onto homeroom business. Sorry to spring this on you all of a sudden, but I have an announcement to make. The class froze at the sight of Aizawa's dead serious expression, fearing the worst. What is it this time? Ashido sweated. Is it another brutal pop quiz? Is someone gonna get expelled again? Kaminari squeezed the sides of his desk. Please don't be me. He's expelling someone again, isn't he? Hagakure slid down into her chair as low as she could. Maybe I'll be safe as long as he doesn't see me. I wonder what's for lunch today? Uraraka wondered, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere. Aizawa sighed. It's time for you to pick a class president. Several loud thumps from multiple students slamming their foreheads onto their desks sounded out. Ojiro let out a relieved sigh. Finally, a normal, school-like activity. Ooh. Ashido jumped out of her seat and moved her hand up in the air. I want to be a leader. Hell yeah. Kirishima pumped his fist. I'm fired up. This position was made for me. Aoyama Yuga, a blonde boy with a penchant for randomly spouting French, declared. I'd like to do it. Jairu raised her hand. Midoriya shook his head. Every single member of the class was putting themselves forward as a candidate, unlike regular schools where the position usually amounted to taking on a bunch of mundane extra tasks. The representative of a hero course was tasked with the responsibility of leading the group, a role which opened quite a few doors upon graduation. I can hardly blame them for wanting the prestige, but it's hard to believe that all of them actually want everything that comes with the job. He calmly raised his hand. Still, if I'm going to be All Might's replacement, I can't miss this opportunity to establish myself as a leader of our generation. Be silent. Ida boomed, gathering the attention of his classmates. Leading the many is a task laden with immense responsibility, but ambition alone does not equate to ability. As Aizawa-sensei said, a leader must have the trust and respect of those who follow them. That is why I propose that our leader be chosen by vote. Ribbit, the words you're saying are good, but you've got your hand up higher than of the rest of us, Ida. Azui pointed out, taking the wind out of his sails. Besides, we haven't known each other long enough to build much trust. Yeah, Kirishima chimed in, and since everyone wants to do it, they'll all just vote for themselves. That's precisely why anyone who manages to accrue multiple votes will be the best-suited individual for the position. Ida argued. Sensei, is this acceptable to you? I don't care. Aizawa replied. He zipped up into his sleeping bag and propped himself against the wall to catch a few precious moments of shut-eye. Decide however you want as long as you do it in the next 30 minutes. Excellent. Ida took out a piece of paper and tore it into 19 pieces. Let's get this vote underway then. Hold on a minute, Ida. Midoriya spoke up, catching everyone's attention. Ida frowned. What is it, Midoriya? Do you have a different suggestion for deciding who gets the role? Midoriya shook his head with a smile. Not at all, but we shouldn't rush straight to the voting. Aizawa-sensei said we have 30 minutes to decide. That's enough time to give everyone a minute or so to formally introduce themselves and briefly make their case for the position. It's not much, but it's better than making such an important decision based off of zero information. Plus, he mentally added, it'll weed out the people who can't handle speaking publicly or can't articulate why they want to do the job beyond the personal accolades. Of course. Ida clenched his fist with a pained expression. How could I have been so foolishly impatient? No need to beat yourself up over it. Midoriya said diplomatically. No one can think of everything. Very true. Ida replied, chopping the air as he spoke. Still, what a wonderful suggestion, Midoriya. You continue to impress me. Ida rubbed his chin. Now, how should we decide the order in which we speak? Triplets. With Ashido. Triplets. Ooh, I'll go first. Ashido bounded up to the front of the class without hesitation. Hey everybody! She cheered. To those of you who don't already know my names. Ashido Mina. My quirk is acid. I can create acid from any gland on my body. I can also control its strength and kinematic viscosity. She shot a wink at Midoriya, who smiled and shook his head in amusement. I like to dance. I want to be president because I've always been good at making friends and I'm not afraid to speak my mind. The one thing that I can't stand are people who bully others. I'm looking at you, Bakugo. Bakugo let out a derisive scoff and flipped her off. You too, raccoon eyes. Ashido stuck her tongue out at him. I'd like to make us all a class of people who look out for and take care of each other. She flashed a grin and a peace sign. Vote for me, K? Triplets. With Kirishima. Triplets. All right. Kirishima grinned and knocked his hardened fists together with a satisfying crack before making his way up to the front. I'll go next. Kirishima pointed his thumb at his chest and flashed his shark-like teeth at the class. The name's Kirishima Ijiro. My quirk is called hardening. Kirishima activated his quirk and transformed his arm into a jagged, sharp and rock-like material. It's pretty much what it sounds like. I can turn any part of my body as hard as a rock. I'm also a lot stronger when I use it too. My favorite hero is Crimson Riot. Who the heck is Crimson Riot? Satu whispered to Todoroki, who merely shrugged in response. I believe that he was a hero from a long time ago. Yaoyorozu helpfully supplied. His prime was shortly before All Might's rise into prominence, if I'm not mistaken. Dang. Satu said. Talk about retro. I want to be class president because my dream is to become a man like him. A chivalrous hero who leads from the front and always does his best. If you vote for me, I'll be this class unbreakable pillar. Triplets. With Jiru. Triplets. Hey. Jiru held up a hand and waved half-heartedly at the class. I'm Jiru Kyuka. My quirk is earphone jack. It's pretty useful for a lot of stuff. I can move them at will, they've got a decent range on them, and I can use them to hear quiet things and send out my heartbeat through them as an attack. I sing, and I know how to play a couple of instruments, but I'm best at the guitar. That's super cool, Jiru. Ashido called out. Uraraka nodded. Yeah, you'll need to play for us sometime. Maybe I will, sometime. Jiru shrugged nonchalantly but couldn't conceal her slight blush at the cheering from the other girls. Anyways, I was the president of the music club back in middle school, so I've got some leadership experience, I guess. She twirled her finger around her earphone jack and faintly smiled, and I'm a pretty good listener, for obvious reasons. I'd appreciate your support. Triplets. With Aoyama. Triplets. Oomph. Aoyama struck a flamboyant pose as soon as he reached the front of the classroom. It's a crime that I've been forced to wait this long to display my brilliance to you all. Minam est Aoyama Yugaman Amis. My quirk is the trace bow brilliant navel. Laser. My favorite thing? Why, myself of course. The class stared at Aoyama, everyone at a complete loss for words as he continued to pose like a model while he spoke. Speechless in the face of my beauty? Aoyama chuckled. Unsurprising. The leader of the class should shine like a diamond. That is why I am the clear choice we. Triplets. With Bakugo. Triplets. All right. Bakugo barked. Listen up, small fry. You had better pay attention, because I don't like repeating myself. Sorry, what was that? Shiro asked with a grin. I couldn't quite hear you. Bakugo's eye twitched and he slowly began to walk towards Shiro with sparks popping off in his palms. You think you're funny, soy sauce face? 50 seconds Kaken. Midoriya reminded Bakugo before he wasted all of his available time. Clock's ticking. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Whatever, I'll deal with that smartass later. I'm Bakugo Katsuki, and my quirk is explosion. If you can't put together what it does from the name, then I don't know what else to say to you other than you're effing dumbass. The class stared in disbelief at the nerve of Bakugo for casually insulting the very people he wanted to vote for him. Bakugo slammed his fist into his palm with a bang. If your idea of a leader is someone who's gonna hold your FNG hand and sing Kumbaya, I'm not him. You don't say. Jiru snarked. I never would have guessed. Bakugo's eye twitched, but he ignored her. I've got my eyes on one thing and one thing only. I'm going to be the #1 hero, no matter what. You vote for me, and I'll drag all of your buttes kicking and screaming to the top along with me. Without another word, Bakugo marched back to his desk and threw himself into his chair, and the class spent several seconds in shocked silence. A vein pulsed in Bakugo's forehead. Well, he shouted, get up and move on. Let's get this sheet over with, god damn it. Triplets, Ida. Triplets. I am Ida Tenya. Ida loudly declared. My quirk is called Engine. It allows me to travel at high speeds. You know we can all hear you perfectly fine, right? Azui called out. You can stop shouting. Ida pushed up his glasses to hide his flush. Yes. Anyways, the person I look up to the most is my brother, the turbo hero Ingenium. Ida smiled proudly. He is an excellent hero who leads others and always follows the rules. I aspire to become a man like him. At this revelation, several members of the class began whispering amongst each other. Midoriya raised his eyebrows. I thought Ida looked sort of familiar, but I didn't expect him to be part of that Ida family. It's no surprise people are talking about it. Ingenium is one of the most popular heroes out there right now. Ida bowed. I realize that I have much to learn, but I humbly request that you place your trust in me. Upon the honor of the Ida family name, I swear that I shall carry out the duties of this office with integrity, dignity, and to the very best of my ability. Thank you very much. Triplets. With Yaoyorozu. Triplets. If nobody has any objections, Yaoyorozu said, I'll go next. After waiting a few seconds, she made her way to the front. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo, and my quirk is called Creation. She held out a palm face up and materialized a Matryoshka doll. As long as I have a little bit of time and an understanding of its chemical structure, I can create any non-living material. I enjoy reading and a nice cup of tea. As some of you may know, I am one of the students who was admitted through recommendations. I come from a line of pro heroes stretching back several generations and have been groomed for this role since I was very young. Yaoyorozu paused, unsure of how to phrase her argument in a way that did not seem like she was boasting. Due to the nature of my quirk, I require a great deal of academic and organizational proficiency. If I am your class representative, I promise to utilize my academic skills and lifelong preparation for heroics in a way that will bring out the best in all of us. You know, Shiro remarked. After so many weird or overly intense people in a row, that was pretty refreshing. Hagakure nodded. She was really impressive in breaking things down yesterday during the combat trial too. I wouldn't have a problem if she won. Yaoyorozu bowed with a pleased smile. Thank you very much. Triplets. With Midoriya. Triplets. One by one, the rest of the class made their pitches, and before long Midoriya was the only person who had yet to say his piece. He rose to his feet and made his way to the front of the class. Hello everyone. He began with an easy smile. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and my quirk is called Superpower. It didn't properly manifest until about a year ago, so I'm still figuring out everything I can do with it, but for now, he flooded his body with 5% of One for All, making a few members of the class inhale sharply and stiffen in their seats when his glowing gaze fell upon them. Interesting, he thought. It seems as if my observations regarding people's reactions to One of All were correct. It looks like sensitivity varies from person to person, but they can clearly feel the energy I'm putting out. Now let's see how they react if I keep going. It should be fine to go past the safety limit as long as I don't move. I can summon a pool of energy either to individual limbs or throughout my entire body and use it to drastically increase my strength, speed, and durability. Midoriya explained, observing the reactions of the class with a clinical eye as he continued to raise his output. But if I use too much, the backlash can leave me severely injured. The class watched in open-mouthed shock as the small green sparks flying off Midoriya's body quickly grew into crackling arcs of electricity until they were suddenly shut off by a glare from Aizawa. Midoriya! The sleeping bag-bound hero grunted, "Quit showing off. I'm trying to get a few minutes of rest here." "Ah, sorry, sensei." Midoriya apologized, noting the visible relief in the faces of the crowd as the tension quickly drained from the room following the deactivation of his quirk. "Excellent. It looks like this will be an effective intimidation tactic, and All Might's absurd effect on crime suddenly makes a heck of a lot more sense." "Dude," Kaminari let out a shaky breath, "that was kind of freaky. Are you sure that the only thing your quirk does is boost your strength? That was some crazy pressure you were giving off." "As far as I know," Midoriya replied. "Ha!" A sudden shout from Ashido drew stares from everyone in the class. She had stood up in her seat and was giving all of the girls a triumphant look. "I freaking told you." "Okay." Jairu nodded with a shell-shocked expression. "Now I see what you meant." "Wow." Hagakure breathed. "That was certainly something." Yaoyorozu agreed, giving Midoriya a considering look. "I never would have expected something like that." Unsure of what to make of the conversation playing out in front of him, Midoriya looked at Ashido. "Should I be concerned about this?" "Don't worry about it." Ashido sat back down with a satisfied smirk on her face. "I'm just basking in the familiar sensation of being proven right. Go ahead and finish your speech." "Right." Midoriya nodded. Ida was correct when he talked about the great burden of responsibility that comes with being a leader, and honestly, bringing together a class of such wildly different personalities won't be an easy task. She grinned. "But if we were the type of people who took the easy route, we wouldn't be here at UE, now would we?" A few of the more boisterous students let out a cheer at that. "It's only been a few days since we started school," Midoriya continued, "but I've dedicated a great deal of time observing each of you." He glanced at Ashido. "As anyone who has seen my notes can attest." Ashido laughed. "I want a copy of that drawing you did of me, by the way. Come see me later." Midoriya agreed. "I'll see what I can do." "Drawing?" Azui whispered. "He drew you?" Ashido grinned. "I'm pretty sure he drew everyone. He's pretty good too." "Make no mistake," Midoriya pressed on, "everyone here has something valuable to offer as a leader, qualities that set them apart from the others." He smiled at Ashido. "Whether it be a friendly, approachable demeanor," he gazed at Kirishima, "overflowing passion," he glanced at Bakugo, "a relentless obsession with victory." His eyes shifted to Yaoyorozu. "A keen mind honed by years of preparation," he looked at Ida, "or an unyielding sense of duty. All of you possess qualities that would make for a fine leader, a leader I would be proud to follow." Midoriya smiled. "Right now, you may be wondering what qualities I'm bringing to the table." He paused for a moment to let out a chuckle. "Well, someone recently told me that I'm super weird, so there's that." Ashido snickered along with the rest of the class at the self-deprecating. "And it's true, I am a little weird. For years, my hobby was hunting for villain attacks so I could watch the heroes work. I spent almost every waking moment imagining myself in their shoes, reflecting on how to incorporate their best qualities into myself. I promise to apply this same practice to each of you. I will watch you. I will listen to you. I will learn from each and every one of you and make your strength my own, because at the end of the day, I aim to become more than just your representative." Midoriya paused and called upon One for All, illuminating his eyes for dramatic effect. "I'm going to become the next All Might." He bowed to the silent classroom. "Thank you very much." Triplets. Heroes never die. Triplets. Lunchtime. In the end, the results weren't even close. Midoriya had dominated the final tally with 7 votes compared to Yaoyorozu's 4. Bakugo's negative reaction to Midoriya's overwhelming victory had been unsurprising, but everybody else seemed fine with the way things turned out. The moment he entered the cafeteria, Midoriya took the opportunity to claim a spot in the back corner of the room before making his way over to the lunch line. With his meal in hand, he opened up his sketchbook and eyed a few of the more interesting mutant-type students, idly drawing them as he ate. Class Prez, mind if we sit with you? Midoriya looked away from his current subject to see none other than Ishido grinning at him with Yaoyorozu and Uraraka in tow. Oh sure. Why do they want to eat with me? Midoriya wondered. I went out of my way to sit in the furthest, darkest corner of the room. Midoriya, would you mind if I joined you for lunch? Ida loudly greeted him. Please. Midoriya gestured at an open seat. And now Ida is here. Is this what being popular feels like? He furrowed his brow. This is weird. Why are you crammed all the way over here in the back corner? Yaoyorozu asked. It was pretty difficult to find you. It's a little quieter. Midoriya answered. I usually spend lunch either drawing or going over my notes to relax. Plus, nobody can get at my back in this spot, and I have a clear line of sight to the door. Are you Musashi Miyamoto or something? Yaoyorozu smiled in amusement. Do you think someone's going to try and assassinate you? Little bit too honest just then, Izuku. Midoriya smiled back at her. Maybe. He replied in a light-hearted tone. You never know. Uraraka giggled. You know, you're actually pretty funny for someone who's so quiet and serious all the time. Hey, do you mind if I ask you something? Go ahead, Midoriya replied. Why does that Bakugo guy call you Deku? I too am curious about that. Ida chimed in. Your given name is Izuku, is it not? Ah, Midoriya replied. That? He took a bite of his food. Kaken's been calling me that since we were 4. The kanji of my name can be read as Deku, and I was pretty clumsy as a kid, so he used the name to pick on me, saying that I was good for nothing. So, it's an insult then. Ida frowned. Ishido puffed out her cheeks angrily. Geez. Sounds like he's been a JRK from day one. Midoriya shrugged. I guess. It used to bother me a lot when I was younger, but I don't really care anymore. I know it isn't true. You know, I actually kind of like it. Uraraka said. I think it's kinda cute, and it sort of sounds like the word for, I can do it. Midoriya stopped eating to stare at Uraraka for a few seconds, making her cheeks light up under his piercing scrutiny. What? Did I say something weird? Midoriya smiled and shook his head. No, I just never thought about it like that. I guess you guys can call me Deku if you want. Really, Midoriya? Ida asked incredulously, you're okay with that? It's supposed to be an insult, remember? If I didn't care when it was explicitly being used as an insult, Midoriya replied evenly, why would I care when it has a new meaning? So, Deku, Ishido leapt right into using the nickname with no hesitation. When am I going to get a copy of that drawing? Yes, that's right. Yaoyorozu chimed in. You said that you like to spend your lunch artist drawing. Would you mind showing us some of your work? I don't see why not. Midoriya handed her the sketchbook. He shot Ishido a meaningful look. Thank you for asking. Ishido rolled her eyes in response to the subtle jab. I said I was sorry. Oh. Yaoyorozu let out an impressed murmur as she flipped through the pages. These are actually quite good. Do you draw a lot? Not as much as I used to. Midoriya replied. But I still like to fit in time here and there. I find it relaxing. Midoriya had an odd feeling in his chest as he spent the rest of the lunch PRD making small talk with his fellow heroes in the making. It had been many, many years since he'd had anything that could be remotely described as a friend, but he found that he was rather enjoying the experience. At least, he was until the alarm started going off. And, next chapter is the beginning of the USJ arc, and boy do I have something big planned out for you, my beloved readers. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Vree. Attention, there has been a Level 3 security breach. All students, please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. Attention, there has been a Level 3 security breach. All students, please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. Level 3? An upperclassman shouted before running towards the exit. That means somebody's infiltrated the building. What? Another student cried, let's get out of here. It's a villain. Everybody run. Midoriya closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a long, low, groaning sigh while the student body proceeded to break out into a frenzied panic, completely ignoring the soothing feminine voice reading out the pre-recorded instructions over the loudspeaker. He had begun to walk over to the window to see if could survey the situation when he felt a hand grab his shoulder. Midoriya, what are you doing? Ida shouted over the racket. Didn't you hear the announcement just now? We need to get out of here. I heard. Midoriya scribbled onto his sketchpad. He pointed to the huge press of bodies trying to shove their way through the double doors of the cafeteria. We can't get out through there right now. I'm going to see if I can assess the situation from here. In the meantime, I need you to go find Yaoyorozu and assist her in making sure the rest of the class is together and keeping their cool. Can you do that? A gleam appeared in Ida's eye as he nodded. Yes, of course. You can count on me. Midoriya nodded in gratitude and headed over to the window, where he saw present Mike and Aizawa trying to drive away the press corps he had encountered that morning. They had somehow gotten through the physical UA barrier, but their lack of identification still set off the sensors, leading to the current situation. Are you kidding me? He thought. He glanced over his shoulder at the panicked mob behind him. All this for a freaking news story? He shook his head and frowned. I need to put a stop to this before somebody gets seriously hurt. First things first. Midoriya climbed up onto a table to get a better view of the crowd and searched for Yaoyorozu. After a few seconds of this, his eyes lit up at the sight of a spiky black ponytail sticking out of the mess of people. I'm fortunate that she's so tall. If she was Azui's height, I might have never been able to find her. Midoriya scribbled something into his sketchbook and hopped down from the table. He shoved his way through the crowd until he was able to lay a hand on his fellow representative's shoulder and held up his sketchbook for her to read the large, hastily scrawled words. It's just the press. I need your help to calm everybody down. Can you make me a megaphone? Yaoyorozu's face lit up with understanding and she materialized a pen out of her hand. Not right here. She wrote, I'd need some space to pull it out, and I'd need to open my shirt to have enough surface area to make it. Doing that in this situation is... Midoriya nodded and gestured for her to give him the pen. The way her quirk worked meant that she had to be prepared to bear some skin, but opening her shirt in the middle of a crowd packer tighter than a train at rush hour was another thing entirely. Understood. He wrote, grab onto my collar and follow me. I'll get us out of here. Yaoyorozu nodded. One for all, 4% parallel flow. Holding onto the back of Midoriya's blazer, Yaoyorozu's eyes widened when he ignited his quirk and bulldozed through the panicking mass of people pushing them forward. In the face of his oppressive aura and his sheer strength, it didn't take long before the people in his path simply began to make way, flowing around him like a stream diverted by a rock. Hurry! He wrote in the notebook once they were free. If this keeps up, someone will get hurt. I'll stand in front of you to block their view. Do what you have to do. Yaoyorozu nodded and wasted no time in unbuttoning her shirt to pull the requested megaphone out of her stomach. Without waiting to button herself back up, she handed it to Midoriya. With a blush on his face from the eyeful he'd just received, Midoriya turned on the megaphone. Attention everyone! Midoriya stated, his amplified voice drowning out the racket of the alarm and the shouts of the student body. It's only the press. There's no reason to panic. If you look out the window on your right, you'll see that it's only the press. Please calm yourselves before somebody gets hurt. This news, delivered in a calm, authoritative manner, was like a bucket of ice water on the panic-stricken mob. Hey, he's right. Somebody shouted, look, it's just a bunch of reporters. For real. Another voice complained. I thought we were under attack by villains or something. Way to go, megaphone kid. Yeah, awesome work. I totally thought I was gonna get crushed. Midoriya shook his head. These are supposed to be the next leaders of the hero industry? He muttered. An alarm goes off and they panic immediately. Is this how the students of the best hero school in the nation respond to a crisis? This is just embarrassing. That's not entirely fair. Yaoyorozu replied with an amused undertone. Her undone top had been restored to its former state. Only a quarter of the students at Yui are actually in the hero course, you know. Midoriya flushed. Shoot, I didn't mean to say that out loud. Can you pretend you didn't hear that? Yaoyorozu had to cover her mouth with her hand to suppress her laughter. You're an interesting person, Midoriya Izuku. I'm not quite sure what to make of you. Midoriya snorted softly and flashed a good-natured smile at Yaoyorozu. That's got to be one of the nicest ways somebody's ever called me weird. Yaoyorozu let out a chuckle. I didn't say that. But I can't deny that I find you to be a walking contradiction in many ways. Is that so? Midoriya replied evenly. That's not the first time I've been told that, but it's interesting that you'd say that with a little interaction as we've had. I'd like to get your take on it. Well, Yaoyorozu frowned thoughtfully. You're usually so quiet, aloof even, and yet you're a confident and compelling speaker. You can produce that intimidating aura and claim that you're going to be the next All Might, but at the same time, you're soft-spoken and humble. I don't know about that. Midoriya smiled. Making a claim like that requires a certain level of arrogance. I appreciate the compliment though. Midoriya. Yaoyorozu. Ida called out as he approached them. All of Class 1A has been accounted for. We are now waiting on you to proceed with evacuation. Good work, Ida. Midoriya clapped Ida on the shoulder. I knew I could count on you. He paused. I realize that this is selfish, but I have another favor I'd like to ask of you if you are willing. Ida nodded. Of course. It would be my pleasure to assist you in any way that I can. I'd like you to join us on the student council. He glanced over at Yaoyorozu. Unless you have any objections, of course, I don't intend on deciding on the officer positions unilaterally. Yaoyorozu shook her head. I would have suggested him if you didn't. She smiled. But I appreciate the consideration. Ida beamed. I'm happy to be of service. Triplets. Heroes never die. Triplets. For today's hero training, Aizawa droned. We will be performing rescue training. Specifically, we are going to cover disaster relief things like fires, floods, and earthquakes. This time, All Might, myself, and another teacher will be supervising you. Man, Kaminari smiled woefully, sounds like another tough day, huh? Come on. Kirishima slapped Kaminari on the shoulder. This is what being a hero is all about. I'm totally pumped. I'd be right at home in a flood. Azui croaked. I'm not done. Aizawa rebuked them with a scathing look. He withdrew a remote from the folds of his scarf and brought out the panels containing their costumes with a click of a button. I'll leave it up to you to decide whether to wear your costumes or not, since some of them are ill-suited to this sort of activity. The training site is pretty remote, so we'll be going by bus this time. Rescue training, huh? Ha! It's all right now. All Might's booming voice sounded off in Midoriya's mind. This is it. Midoriya pulled the aluminum case containing his costume out of its slat as scenes from the video of All Might's legendary debut played through his head. He had seen it so many times that every second of the grainy footage was seared into his mind. Why? A fearless smile shone through the darkness, a beacon of hope to all who lay eyes upon its brilliance. Because I am here. His eyes gleamed and he tightened his grip on the case to control his excited trembling. As informative as the battle trial was, combat was perhaps the least interesting aspect of heroics to Midoriya. It's just training now, but this is the reason I wanted to become a hero. Triplets. Heroes never die. Triplets. Uraraka did a double take when she filed past Midoriya as she made her way onto the bus and saw the massive grin poking out from beneath his hood. She smiled and nudged his side when he plopped down next to her near the front of the vehicle. You sure look pumped, Deku. I don't think I've ever seen you smile like that. Oh. Nearly giddy with anticipation at this point, Midoriya had to resist the urge to break out into giggles. How do I usually smile? Uraraka furrowed her brow. It's kinda hard to describe, it's more like, peaceful, I guess? It looks like what you'd see on one of those old Buddhist statues. Azui croaked to his left, cracking up everybody within earshot with how completely spot-on that description was. I always feel like you're going to start chanting mantras at me. Oh my gosh, Ashido snorted, that's totally what it looks like. She closed her eyes and performed a rough approximation of a Buddhist meditation gesture. Master, please show me the path towards enlightenment. I can provide you with the tools. Midoriya replied in his typical measured tone. But the path to enlightenment is ultimately a personal journey. Also, you're doing the Abhya Mudra backwards. Ashido broke out into laughter. He actually knows what it is. Anyways, Uraraka cut back in by now. The girls had realized that getting back on topic when Ashido was involved in a conversation was not unlike finding a missing person. If it didn't happen quickly, it likely wouldn't happen at all. Right now, you look really excited and happy. She pressed her fingers together and smiled widely at him. It's nice. Too cute. Oh, really? Feeling his heart constrict, Midoriya averted his eyes from Uraraka and ducked his head, eminently grateful for the way his hood helped to hide the blush slowly creeping up the back of his neck and onto his cheeks. Thanks, I guess I'm really excited for the training. There's literally nothing to be embarrassed about. Midoriya reminded himself. He took a deep, calming breath. Why am I reacting like this? Oh, right. He realized. PBRTY freaking SCKS. Oh ho. Ashido eyed Midoriya's reaction with a mischievous gleam in her eye. I just saw something that promises to be entertaining. Hey Midoriya, Azui said. Trying to ignore the random shiver that had just run down his spine, Midoriya glanced her way. Yes, Azui? You can meet you. Azui informed him. And I've got a question for you. Ask away. Midoriya replied. What did you mean when you said that you want to be the next All Might? She raised a finger to her lip. I can't help but think that you had something different in mind than when Bakugo said he wanted to be the #1 hero. She paused. He's angry and rude all the time, though, so I can't see him ever getting that popular. The F, did you just say frog face? Bakugo shouted, I'll kick your butt. Azui pointed at him. See what I mean? Midoriya waited patiently and watched with detached amusement as several students took turns needling the ill-tempered teen. I wouldn't underestimate him if I were you. Midoriya reprimanded the naysayers with a smile and shook his head. Kaken's temperament aside, he's my most formidable rival for the #1 position. He paused. That I know of, anyway. Truly? Ida exclaimed, only one of several people who reacted with surprise to that statement. You think he has a better chance than Todoroki? Yeah. Kaminari added, don't get me wrong, Bakugo's a crazy tough customer, but Todoroki's got 2 ultra-strong quirks, and he's not a total a-hole. You too, you piss-headed moron. If I compare Kaken's attitude to his? Midoriya saw Todoroki look in his direction and unflinchingly match the elite student's piercing glare. Easily. After a second, Todoroki scoffed and returned to looking out the window. Don't if praise me, Deku. Bakugo yelled, it's goddamn gross, you shitty nerd. Anyways, Midoriya returned his gaze to Azui. All Might is the #1 hero, but you're right, I meant something different when I said what I did. But don't ignore me, shithead. Midoriya smiled. To be perfectly honest, I don't particularly care about the title of #1 as far as the rankings go. The whole popularity contest aspect of the hero business seems like a meaningless waste of time to me. At the very front of the bus, Aizawa let out an approving grunt. Got that right? Midoriya shook his head. All Might has been doing this for a long time. Sooner or later, he'll need someone to take up his mantle, and I don't mean his spot in the hero ranking. He clenched his fists in his lap and his eyes gleamed with determination. It's his other title that interests me. His other title? Uraraka scratched her head. He has another title? Ida stared at Midoriya with wide eyes. You wish to become the next symbol of peace? Midoriya nodded. Wonderful. Ida shouted and jumped to his feet, making the rest of the passengers startle at the unexpected outburst. He had tears in his eyes as he burst into spontaneous applause. What a wonderful ambition, Midoriya. Truly, you were the correct choice to lead this class. Thanks. Midoriya's eyes darted around the bus to confirm if everyone else was as weirded out by Ida's over-the-top display as he was. Ida's a nice enough guy and all, but he seriously needs to take it down like 5 notches. This is a little embarrassing. Hey, shitty Four Eyes. Bakugo jeered. See his D a little harder, why don't you? Ida's eyes bugged out. How crude. Sit down and shut up. Aizawa barked. We're almost there. I'm terribly sorry, Sensei. Ida turned and bowed. Please accept my apologies for my outburst. Aizawa's eye twitched. Stop apologizing and just do what I said. Triplets. Heroes never die. Triplets. Midoriya stared around at the many features of the massive domed facility with stars in his eyes. Fires, floods, landslides, earthquakes, typhoons, simulations for every kind of disaster I can imagine at my fingertips. He pulled out his notebook and bit the inside of his cheeks to keep from muttering. Just thinking about the amount of data I'm going to be able to collect here is... This is so cool. Someone remarked. It's just like Universal Studios Japan. It makes me happy to see everyone so excited by my facility. An amused voice belonging to a man in a space suit remarked. I designed and built this ultimate space for jams myself, you know. Huh. Kaminari said. So, it really is USJ then. Oh my gosh. Uraraka elbowed Midoriya to snap him out of his note-taking frenzy. Look, Death. It's 13. He's my absolute favorite. So it is. Midoriya agreed. You said you even based your costume off of his, right? Uraraka furrowed her brow. Did I say that? I mean, I did do the design with that in mind, but I don't remember talking about that with you. Sheet. Damage control, fast. Midoriya nodded. Yeah, you did, I think. He shrugged. I also might have overheard you saying that you liked him and I jumped to conclusions. After all, my costume is based off of All Might's, so I figured with the space theme you've got going on. That makes sense. Uraraka agreed. That's a good guess though. I wanted my outfit to be puffier like his, but the design department came back with this skin-tight jumpsuit. I'm more used to it now, but it's still a little embarrassing. I think it looks good on you. Midoriya calmly reassured her. Plus, it's probably for the best that it's more form-fitting. Unlike 13, your quirk is contact-based, so mobility is more of a requirement. You think it looks good? Uraraka shyly repeated with a blush. That's them. Though he'd had no ulterior motives, Midoriya flushed once he realized how she'd taken his compliment. Idiot. The outfit is skin-tight. That was basically me outright saying I like her body. Yeah, I'd say that your outfit has the best design out of the girls, aesthetically speaking. He cleared his throat and tried to remember his original compliment that went over well. It's eye-catching and memorable, but the dual color scheme and simple pattern keep it from being over-designed. That's just my opinion, anyways. Oh. Uraraka beamed, still blushing but looking far more pleased. Thanks. I think that's probably one of the best compliments I've ever gotten from a boy. Don't mention it. This time, Midoriya decided to keep his opinions regarding her footwear to himself. Meanwhile, Aizawa walked up to the other hero. Where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here. Aizawa looked around suspiciously. He isn't hiding so he can do one of his stupid entrances, is he? 13 shook his head. No, he answered in a low voice. He's waiting in the break room. Apparently, he just about hit his limit during his morning commute. Seriously? Aizawa glowered. That man is the height of irrationality. He sighed. So be it, let's get started. Before that, 13 said, I just want to cover 1 point, or maybe 2, 3, no 4. Just get to the point before the number gets any higher. Aizawa cut in. Right. 13 agreed. He cleared his throat and got the attention of the class. As I'm sure many of you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can SCK in and tear apart anything. Midoriya nodded. You've used it to save people in all sorts of disasters. Uraraka nodded enthusiastically. That's correct. 13 continued, but it can also easily be used to kill. The space-themed hero paused to let his point sink in. I'm sure many of you have powers that are similar. Though our society's heavy regulation of quirk use seems stable, we must never forget that it only takes one wrong move with a dangerous quirk for somebody to die. Midoriya clenched his fists. Some of us more than others. During Aizawa's fitness test, you discovered some of your hidden potential. During All Might's combat training, you learned how dangerous your quirks can be to others. But today will be a lesson with a very different perspective. You will learn to use your quirks in order to save lives. It's all right now. Midoriya's mouth twisted into a grin. But because I am here. Your powers are not meant to inflict harm. I hope that you leave here today with the understanding that you are meant to help people. Midoriya cut his gaze over towards Todoroki. I hope he's listening to this. As the class applauded 13's speech, a small dark spot appeared in the middle of the plaza below them and began to grow into a gaping maw of swirling black mist. When a figure emerged from the mist, Aizawa's eyes widened. Huddle together and don't move. He roared, making the students jump in surprise. 13. Protect the students. Sensei? Kirishima asked, what's going on? He began to walk toward the edge of the stairs. Is this that pattern from the entrance exam? I told you not to move. Aizawa barked as he pulled a pair of yellow goggles from the folds of his scarf. Those are villains. A deep voice emerged from a pair of glowing yellow eyes within the dark mist. Eraserhead and 13, it said, according to the teacher's curriculum we stole yesterday, All Might was supposed to be here, and yet. Yesterday, Aizawa muttered, I knew it, so the break-in yesterday was you. Where is he? A pale, white-haired man covered in hands whined petulantly, we went through all of this trouble, and rustled up so many friends to clear this level. You can't tell me that All Might, the symbol of peace, isn't here? His voice got lower and angrier. I know, maybe he'll show up if we kill all of these kids. The villains. Kirishima exclaimed incredulously, get out of here. What kind of idiot would think that they could just walk right into the hero's home base? Sensei? Momo asked 13, don't we have alarms here? They went off yesterday when the press got in. Of course we have them here, 13 answered, but they aren't working right now, he let out a frustrated growl. And I can't get a hold of the main campus either. They must have one among their number with a quirk who can do that, Todoroki coolly surmised. That means that this wasn't a random attack, this was carefully planned out with an objective of some kind. 13. Aizawa shouted, start the evacuation procedures. Kaminari, try contacting the school with your quirk. If they have an electrowave type interfering, then you might be able to get around it. Midoriya, use your broad-spectrum distress signal as well. Impressive. Midoriya noted as he pulled out the tough battery-powered device from one of his pouches and activated it. Must know what equipment everyone has registered. He's thorough, I'm going to have to watch myself around him. All right. Kaminari stammered and began to fiddle with his earpiece. Sensei? Midoriya eyed the tension in his teacher's frame and realized what the man intended to do. Are you seriously going to try and fight them alone? He asked, keeping his voice as even as possible. You need to let us help you or you will die. Your style of combat is one-on-one ambush tactics. Everything's going to be all right, Midoriya, Aizawa reassured him. A pro doesn't last as long as I have without having a few tricks up their sleeve. 13, I'm counting on you. Without another word, he leapt down the stairs into the crowd of villains and immediately began beating them senseless. I see, Midoriya muttered as he watched Aizawa tear through villain after villain like wet paper. With his goggles on, the enemy has no way of knowing whose quirk is being erased, preventing them from properly coordinating their attacks. This is no time for analysis, Midoriya. Ida cried, we need to evacuate. Midoriya nodded. You're right, he said calmly. Let's get everyone to the door. Everything is going to be all right. I'm afraid I can't allow that. Any attempt to make an escape was brought to an immediate halt when the dark mist from earlier materialized in front of them. Stay back! 13 shouted. Don't! Get out of the way! Die! Bakugo and Kirishima shouted together, ignoring 13's warning and attacking the mist with all of their might. No! 13 cursed. I can't Isekai him up with those two in the way. Greetings, the mist said politely as it easily swirled away from the two simultaneous attacks. My name is Kurogiri, and we are the League of Villains. Forgive the presumption, but we came here today in order to engage with All Might, so that we might extinguish the symbol of peace. Kill All Might? Midoriya's eyes went wide. Is this guy serious? He was supposed to be here today, was he not? Kurogiri sighed. Ah, well, setting that aside, the ground beneath the students turned black, and they began to sink into the swirling maelstrom of dark mist. This is my role. A portal quirk? Midoriya exclaimed, struggling in a futile attempt to escape the dark mire. Sheet, he thought, now chest-deep in the portal. This is bad, I need to warn them. Everyone, he shouted, get away from the dark spots. It's a portal. Don't let him Isekai you in. Just before his head completely slipped through the portal, the last thing he heard was a chillingly polite declaration from Kurogiri. It is regrettable, but to achieve our goals, you will all be scattered, tortured, and slain. Triplets. Heroes never die. Triplets. When Midoriya exited the portal, he quickly realized that he was nearly 15 meters in the air. As he plummeted towards the deep waters of the flood zone, he only had time for two thoughts to run through his mind. The first was that he was glad that he was above the flood zone. The second was a desperate hope that nobody else was teleported this high into the air above hard ground. But, ow! After hitting the water with a great deal of force, Midoriya was in pain, disoriented, and being pulled downwards by his heavy costume. Thinking quickly, Midoriya let out a short pulse of air from his nose to figure out which way was up before vigorously kicking in the opposite direction. Despite the stinging of the salt water, Midoriya forced his eyes to open and immediately let out a huge volume of air with a yelp. Sorry kid, it's nothing personal. The distorted voice of a fish-like man rang out underwater. The villain opened his enormous mouth and displayed rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. But your chum. Midoriya's gaze hardened and he chambered his fist, channeling One for All into his body. If this guy thinks I'm going to sit back and become his victim, he's got another thing coming. One for All, 4% submit. Before the fish-like villain could close the distance, a pair of feet slammed into the man's head, knocking him unconscious. Midoriya blinked as a powerful tongue wrapped around him and dumped him onto the boat that was floating in the middle of the man-made cove. You okay there, Midoriya? Azui croaked. After a few seconds of coughing up the water in his lungs, Midoriya nodded. Thanks, Azui. Yeah, I'm fine. Was anybody else dropped with us? Wow, I'm actually surprised that I didn't have to correct you on that. Azui said. And no, I think it's just us. Midoriya gave the girl a curious look. You're certainly taking this well. Aren't you scared? I am. She replied. But it's not like panicking will make the situation any better. Midoriya raised his eyebrows in respect. No, he agreed. No, it won't. She's got a really good head on her shoulders. I'll talk to Yaoyorozu about adding her to the council after this. They knew our schedule. Midoriya removed his helmet and shook out his hair. The simplest explanation is that they caused that mess with the press yesterday to get their info. It's like Todoroki said, they've been waiting for this chance and prepared well. What about you? Azui asked. They seem to think they've got a plan to kill All Might, but you don't seem scared at all either. I'm not. Midoriya replied, digging through his waterlogged medicine pouch. Because I've got a surefire way out of this. You've got a plan? Azui asked. Yeah. Midoriya unwrapped the waterproof packaging containing his cyanide tablet. I'm going to use my quirk. Azui eyed the tablet. What's that? Some kind of medicine for your quirk. Midoriya smiled. Something like that? Sorry in advance. He took the pill. And the world went black. Triplets. Heroes never die. Triplets. It is regrettable, A deep, menacing voice reverberated within the darkness, but to achieve our goals, you will all be scattered, tortured, and slain. Midoriya opened his eyes and paled when he realized that he was plummeting towards a body of water. No, he thought. No, 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 it can't be. He forced his eyes open, ignoring the stinging from the salt water. It can't start here. Sorry, kid. The distorted voice of a fish-like man rang out underwater. The villain opened his enormous mouth and displayed rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. But your chum. Just as before, Azui's feet slammed into the villain's head, knocking them out. Then, Midoriya was unceremoniously deposited onto the deck of the boat by Azui's powerful tongue. You okay there, Midoriya? She croaked. Midoriya? Coughing the water out of his lungs, Midoriya ignored Azui and staggered to the railing of the boat and began to count the villains waiting for them. 1.2, 10. His stomach dropped. There are 10 villains out there waiting for us. They likely all have water-related quirks. Can I beat them with what we have available? He tightened his grip on the railing, squeezing the metal bar until his knuckles popped. Midoriya? Azui's concerned voice rang out behind him. Are you okay? Midoriya took a deep breath. Okay, Izuku, calm down. The loops have never put you in an inescapable situation. There is a way out. I can do this. I have to do this. Yes. He replied. He turned and faced Azui with a determined smile. Everything is going to be just fine. Because I am here. And so it begins. Don't worry about too long of a wait. I've been working out the details of the next chapter as well, and I'm extremely excited to put it out. For those of you who were happy about grape juice getting the boot, know that your joy will cause our boy quite a bit of pain. Anyways, until next time, plus ultra. It is regrettable, but to achieve our goals, you will all be scattered, tortured, and slain. Sorry, kid, it's nothing personal. But your chum. Are you okay, Midoriya? I'm fine. Midoriya removed his waterlogged helmet and jacket before mentally brushing off his latest failure. Everything is going to be all right. Okay. He furrowed his brow in concentration. Obviously, using the boat isn't an option as long as they keep destroying it the moment the engines kick in. He'd never piloted a boat before, but Midoriya was confident in his ability to figure out the intricacies of the practice over the course of a couple of loops if necessary. He'd wasted a handful of loops trying to find the keys to the rescue vehicle they used as their refuge before he'd realized that they were probably in 13's possession. From there, figuring out how to hotwire the boat in under 4 minutes been a bit more of a challenging, but it wasn't anything he couldn't overcome with his basic set of tools and some trial and error. Well, I can't say this has been a total waste. I learned something new, and I can keep this as an option once we deal with our most pressing issue. Midoriya stared over the railing of the boat at a specific villain with amphibian features and a dangerous knack for hydrokinesis. There's only 2 of them. One of the villains surrounding the boat laughed. Let's just get in there and tear them apart. Don't just charge in there, you idiot. The amphibious villain barked. Shigaraki told us not to get cocky. Judge them by their quirks, not their age. The water around the villain began to bubble and writhe in response to his mental command. And clearly, our quirks have the advantage in the water. He's obviously in some kind of a leadership role. Midoriya noted. But he's not just powerful, he's cautious too. That guy is dangerous. We're obviously going to have to take him out if we want to succeed, but it'll have to be done from inside the boat. Maybe we can jury-rig some kind of ranged weapon with the equipment we have available. As he mentally measured the distance and angle between the boat and their target, Midoriya wished that he had his notebook with him to help organize his thoughts. He had dropped it when he was caught in Kurogiri's gate, so it was presumably sitting at the top of the stairs, near the entrance. While he was busy racking his brain for a plan, a blade of water suddenly sliced the boat in half and the craft began to rapidly sink. Any bright ideas, Midoriya? Azui asked, completely deadpan. All I can think of at the moment is to swim as hard as we can and hope for the best, so if you've got something better than that, now would be a really great time to let me know. Midoriya shook his head with impressed disbelief. He was basically immortal. So Midoriya didn't think his nonchalant attitude towards lethal situations counted, but Ajui's ability to keep her cool under pressure and crack jokes like that while staring death in the face took some serious nerves of steel. "Start swimming," he suggested. "Without the boat, my current plan is off the table this time." "This time?" Ajui croaked. Midoriya shook his head and called upon One for All. "Don't worry about it. I'll distract them, but you only have a moment before I have to focus on saving myself, so get ready to go on my mark." Ajui nodded. 3, 2, 1, go. "It is regrettable, but to achieve our goals, you will all be scattered, tortured, and slain." Flash. "Sorry kid, it's nothing personal. But your chum. Are you okay, Midoriya?" "I'm fine," Midoriya tersely replied. "Help me gather every bit of equipment you can find on this boat. We need to make a weapon. Hurry, I'll give us a couple of minutes at most before they come for us." Ajui nodded and immediately began to gather materials as requested. "What kind of weapon are we making?" "Something with at least 5 meters of range," he said, "something that can be assembled quickly and is preferably reusable." "What about this?" Ajui asked, holding up a small anchor she scavenged off of one of the lifeboats. "It's got a rope attached, and if you threw it with your strength, anyone who gets hit with this probably isn't getting back up." Midoriya eyed the sharp edges of the anchor and shook his head. "Tsuyu, if I hit someone with that thing, it wouldn't knock them out, it'd kill them. I can't do that." "That's a real noble sentiment, Midoriya," Ajui croaked, "but I doubt the guys down there feel the same way. I just stopped one of them from eating you a minute ago. We're outnumbered by adult villains who have demonstrated murderous intent. We're trapped in a situation where we can't reasonably expect to escape with our lives or receive authorized assistance. We're legally in the clear for any actions taken in the immediate pursuit of preserving our lives." "I'm aware of the law," Midoriya replied. "But I won't kill them." "But," Ajui began. "No," Midoriya stated definitively, silencing her objections with glowing eyes and sheer force of will. "I won't do it. Not now, not ever. End of discussion." He paused. "We'll have to find another way." He stared at the anchor speculatively. "Maybe if I wrap it in my coat and secure it with rope?" "No. It'd still produce way too much blunt force. If I tried it with my helmet though, that could work without necessarily being lethal." Triplets. "Heroes never die." Triplets. "It is regrettable, but to achieve our goals, you will all be scattered, tortured, and slain." Flash. When he hit the water, Midoriya didn't open his eyes or even attempt to fight against the weight of his gear dragging him to the depths of the flood zone. As the seconds ticked by, he ignored the posturing of the villain and the sensation of a tongue wrapping around him and dumping him onto the boat that had become his entire universe for who knows how long. Midoriya tried to ignore the person shouting his name, but ended up having no choice to respond when his nostrils were assaulted by the unmistakable smell and sensation of ammonia. "Midoriya!" Ajui's eyes were wide with concern, and she let out a sigh of relief when he gasped and opened his eyes. "Thank goodness, you weren't responding at all. Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Midoriya stared at Ajui for a second before he snatched his waist pouch out of her hands and tossed it overboard. "No more smelling salts for you." "What are you doing?" Ajui asked. "Why did you just toss all of your gear? Have you gone nuts?" "Shut up." He shut his eyes and dropped his head back onto the deck of the boat. "I'm so tired, I can't think. I just need some time to rest." Ajui made a choking sound. "What are you saying?" "Midoriya." Midoriya desperately needed mental respite. His body wasn't physically fatigued, but he had been in a constant fight-or-flight state for what seemed like months. To make matters worse, the frequent resets meant that the chemical receptors in his brain wouldn't become desensitized to the stress hormones surging through his body. He felt as if his mind was coming apart at the seams. By using several of his colored smoke dispensers for cover, and his helmet stuffed with filler and secured with copious amounts of rope as a projectile, Midoriya could reliably take out up to 4 of the 10 villains surrounding them before they caught on and cut the rope, allowing them to retrieve the improvised weapon. Unfortunately, the amphibious villain was far from the only enemy capable of destroying their refuge, and after robbing Midoriya and Ajui of their ranged options, It was never long before the villains scuttled the boat in one fashion or another. Then, it was only a matter of time before the two teens were overwhelmed by their enemies' sheer numerical and environmental advantage. On a handful of occasions, he'd actually managed to make it to the shore, usually at the expense of Azui or some grave injury to himself. However, once there, he was either cut down by the pursuing aquatic villains, disintegrated by Shigaraki Tamura, the pale man leading the League of Villains, or pummeled into paste by the blindingly fast and powerful creature called Numu. What was I even doing before this started? Midoriya wondered. Some kind of training? How long have I been stuck here? I lost count a while ago, but I don't think I've been in a loop this long since Darena. Don't think about that. Just breathe. Overwhelmed by the combination of Midoriya's inexplicable mental breakdown and the seemingly inescapable death awaiting them, Azui finally lost her cool and began to cry when a blade of water sliced the boat in half, robbing them of their sanctuary. Given her steely composure, Midoriya had been surprised the first time she cried, but he supposed that his presence must have been more reassuring than he gave himself credit for. He had felt guilty the first couple dozen times his lack of mental energy prevented him from giving her any kind of moral support, but now he just found her crying annoying. Ugh, and now here comes the crying, he thought as his consciousness slipped in and out of the present moment. It's so distracting, I really wish that she would just. Triplets. 10 years ago. Triplets. Cut it out, Kaken. 5-year-old Midoriya's voice was devoid of emotion. He's crying already. Let him go. His gaze was fixed upon the ground, hiding sunken, haunted eyes that were chillingly out of place on such a young child. Bakugo let out a laugh. Hey look guys, he said to the two cronies at his back. It's Deku, the quirkless wonder. Still trying to play hero, Deku? Sorry, but the Bakugo Hero Agency doesn't have any room for quirkless weaklings. I don't want play with you, Midoriya said quietly. I want you to stop, and I'm not quirkless, the doctor said so. If you aren't quirkless, then why don't you show us your quirk, Deku? Bakugo jeered. I can't. Midoriya clenched his tiny fists. My quirk doesn't work like that. Then you might as well be quirkless. Bakugo let out a laugh. Actually, it sounds like your quirk is a perfect fit. It's good for nothing, just like you. The rest of his cadre began to laugh along with him. Deku, Deku. They chanted rhythmically. He's good as. Quirkless. Deku, Deku, he's totally worthless. Stop it. Midoriya quietly pled, desperation leaking into his tired voice. Kaken, please just stop. Why do you keep doing this? Get out of my way, Deku. Bakugo demanded, ignoring Midoriya's words. He eyed the crying boy behind Midoriya menacingly and began to march forward. I've got a bad guy to kill. On instinct, Midoriya stuck out his arm to halt Bakugo's forward progress. I said N. The sound of firecrackers was Midoriya's only warning before he was sent tumbling to the ground, leaving him with a split lip and the side of his face covered with minor burns. I told you to get out of my way, Deku. Bakugo growled. Kaken. The two other members of the Bakugo Hero Agency pointed at the fleeing back of Bakugo's original choice of victim. The villain is getting away. Bakugo narrowed his eyes and stormed over to Midoriya, who continued to lie on the ground. Bakugo sneered at the sight of his former friend's quivering shoulders. Deku, you idiot. Look at what you did. What do I do? Midoriya's tears stung as they ran down his burned cheek. Why won't it stop? Why is this happening to me? Why won't he just listen? I don't know what to do. Midoriya had lost count of how many times he'd replayed this afternoon. No matter what he said, no matter what he did, the result remained the same. Within a few minutes of this encounter, something would inevitably kill him and send him right back to his room, a few hours before Bakugo decided to play hero. Talking didn't work, avoiding the park didn't work, telling an adult didn't work, preemptively attracting Bakugo's ire in the place of Bakugo's victim didn't work, getting the other boy to leave before the confrontation didn't work. The only thing he hadn't tried was fighting Bakugo directly. I can't fight Kaken. I can't win. He's too strong. He always wins. He even beat up a middle schooler. Look, Kaken. One of Bakugo's cronies crowed. He's crying. Bakugo sneered. You useless little crybaby. Don't think that crying will get you out of your punishment. You helped the villain escape. That makes you a villain. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and I am here to dispense justice. Midoriya inhaled sharply. Fear not, citizens. All Might's deep voice boomed in his mind. He had watched the video. That particular line originated from so many times that the image of All Might's smiling face at that exact moment had been etched into his soul. Help has arrived because I am here. That simple statement had become a lifeline to Midoriya after his quirk emerged. It was something to hold on to when he felt as if he were about to drown in despair at his helplessness. Hearing Bakugo take that precious bit of hope and warmth, twisting and warping it with his childish cruelty into the plaything of a bully was too much for him to bear. Shut up, Midoriya whispered, barely noticing the sensation of his fingers wrapping around a nearby. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. What was that, Deku? Trembling with anger, Midoriya rose to his feet and hid the egg-sized rock behind his back. I told you to shut your mouth, Kakin, he said, louder this time. You're nothing like All Might, so don't you dare use his catchphrase. Bakugo bristled. What does a useless loser like you know about All Might? I'm gonna be a hero just like him, one who never loses, no matter what. No, you aren't. Midoriya tightened his grip on the stone. You aren't a hero, you're just a mean, stupid bully, and I won't let you use his catchphrase. Now shut up. Don't tell me what to do, Deku. Bakugo growled. I am here. I'm here. I am. Shut up. Midoriya shrieked. He lashed out with the rock and smashed it into the side of Bakugo's head with a loud crack. Bakugo's eyes glazed over and Midoriya pounced on him like a rabid animal, howling with rage. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Stone in hand, he rained down wild blows upon his helpless opponent while tears poured down his face. Each blow landed with a sickening thud, opening grisly wounds which splattered Midoriya with alarming amounts of blood. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. The two other boys were frozen in shock at the sight of Midoriya doing his utmost to smash in Bakugo's skull, their faces ashen at the sheer volume of blood pouring out of their motionless friend. Hey! The chubby, winged boy finally cried. He darted forward and grabbed Midoriya by the arms to pull him off the unresponsive Bakugo. Cut it out, Deku. Kakin is bleeding a lot. I think he's really hurt. Crap. The taller boy was falling into a panic and had tears in his eyes. Tsubasa, this is really bad. We need to get an adult. I don't think Kakin is breathing. Let me go. Midoriya snarled. It's all his fault. Everything is his fault. He tried to renew his assault on Bakugo, but Tsubasa's hold on him was stronger than his flailing attempts to break free. Gradually, the animalistic rage that had overtaken him faded away and his senses returned to him. It was only then that he noticed the blood that covered his hands and dyed Bakugo's ash-blonde hair a dark red. He let out a horrified shriek of anguish and he fell to his knees, collapsing into hysterical tears. Why won't it stop? He screamed over and over at the motionless, glassy-eyed form of Bakugo. Why won't it stop? Why won't it stop? Why won't it? Triplets. Heroes never die. Triplets. Stop! Midoriya shouted before immediately breaking out into a coughing fit from the excess water in his lungs. What are you talking about? Azui asked as she hopped into the boat. Stop what? Midoriya blinked and stared at his shaking hands, inspecting them for blood. Crap, I'm having flashbacks of the park. This is really bad. I haven't had one of those in a really long time. I need to get out of here. He took a shuddering breath and tightly grabbed one of his wrists, cradling it to his chest in a desperate attempt to stop his trembling. Remember, Izuku. Remember who you are. You aren't that person anymore. Who do you think you're fooling, Deku? A voice whispered in the back of his mind. You know what you need to do to escape. Stop holding back and do what needs to be done. It'll be easy, just like riding a bike. Midoriya shook his head. Shut up. He whispered. I didn't know anything. I didn't understand what I was doing. I didn't know who I was. Start with the hydrokinetic one. The little voice said, use the anchor, like Tsuyu said. Just think about how satisfying it'll be to see that baby bleed out through his crushed skull. No, Midoriya muttered. I can't do that. Have to find another way. Midoriya? Azui stared at her class rep in disbelief. It was hard for her to reconcile her image of the powerful, charismatic, and fiercely competent boy who'd taken out Todoroki with the muttering shell of a person in the midst of a nervous breakdown. Can't give up. He muttered, practically hyperventilating in his attempt to calm down. Have to keep trying, remember who you are, you're a hero. Midoriya, what's wrong? Azui glanced over the edge of the railing and let out a nervous croak when she saw the gathered villains beginning to grow restless. She walked back over to him and grabbed him by the shoulders. Midoriya, you need to pull yourself together. I can't do this without your triplets. Heroes never die. Triplets. Help. The other children screamed as they fled the playground in terror. Deku killed Kaken. Someone please help. Bloodied kitchen knife still in his hand, Midoriya tilted his head and stared down at Bakugo with the detached, malicious curiosity of a child pulling the wings off of an insect to watch it squirm. Dido, Bakugo. He lay on the ground in the fetal position, shivering as he clutched his torn stomach in a desperate and futile attempt to staunch the flow of blood. Why? Why? Midoriya echoed with a frown, seemingly stumped by the question. He set down the knife and knelt next to the dying boy. Why do you do the things you do, Kaken? I don't. Bakugo weakly replied. Are you? You know what I think? Midoriya asked. I think you like to hurt people. You're always so happy when you play hero and beat me up, so I thought I'd play the hero this time. Midoriya smiled. What's wrong? Aren't you having fun? I'm as scared. Tears slipped down Bakugo's face, washing away the dust of the playground and leaving tracks his pale, bloodless cheeks. I don't want to die. Don't worry, Kaken. Midoriya said. This isn't real. Nothing is. You won't remember a thing when you come back. You'll be the villain again, and I'll stop you again. Don't worry. He repeated softly. We'll play hero again. As the sound of sirens approached them and the light faded from Bakugo's red eyes, an eerie grin stretched across Midoriya's round, childish face. He stood up, dusted off his pants and picked up the knife. Now. Triplets. Heroes never die. Triplets. Let's go kill some bad guys. Midoriya muttered. Huh. Azui laid a hand on his shoulder and gently shook him. Are you okay? When Midoriya looked up and met Azui's gaze, she recoiled in surprise. Instead of his calm, kind, and genuine smile, the expression on Midoriya's face had an uncanny, mask-like quality. His eyes, normally vibrant and full of warmth, were cold and lifeless. Azui was uncomfortably reminded of a childhood visit to a wax museum. She found the incredibly lifelike sculptures so unsettling that she had been plagued by nightmares for months afterwards. And Midoriya? Azui's voice quivered. Midoriya blinked and the dead look in his eyes disappeared, replaced by horror at what he had just said. Sorry about that. I was somewhere else for a moment there. Don't worry about it. I think we have more important problems on our hands, like what are we going to do about these villains? She looked over the railing. It seems like they're not going to attack right now, but I don't know how long that will last. She glanced back his way. Any chance you've got an idea on how to handle them like you did with Todoroki? No, Midoriya replied. But I'm going to keep thinking. Just give me a minute. Azui eyed the increasingly anxious-looking villains and leapt to the side with a rib bit when a blade of water flew towards them and sliced the boat in half. Not to rush you, but I don't think we have a minute. I just need to keep it together. Think, Izuku. Focus. There has to be a way out of here. There is something that you haven't thought of yet, something that you haven't tried. Midoriya closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and the world went black. Triplets. Heroes never die. Triplets. When Midoriya opened his eyes, he found himself back at the playground that was the focal point of his longest, most traumatic loop so many years ago. The air in the empty park was eerily still and a heavy silence reigned over the space. The noticeable absence of rustling leaves, chirping birds, laughing children and the distant background noise of the surrounding city gave Midoriya a surreal feeling of timelessness. I'm still in my hero gear, Midoriya noted. This isn't a flashback. That doesn't make any sense unless this isn't a memory. Midoriya's voice seemed deafening in the complete silence of the park, and he felt as if he were breaking some sort of taboo by disrupting the quiet. Midoriya took off his helmet and continued to look around the park. Am I actually dead for real? He walked over to a nearby bench and sat down. Well, he sighed and reclined his head against the cool wood before closing his eyes. It's not my first choice of location, but at least the afterlife is quiet. You don't actually believe that, Deku? Startled by the unexpected sound of a young boy's voice, Midoriya leapt to his feet and saw a 4-year-old version of himself standing a few meters in front of him. The doppelganger wore one of his old All Might hoodies, was covered in blood from head to toe, and stared at him with sunken, lifeless eyes. You know you can't die. You need to stop lying to yourself. It's pathetic. Midoriya stared at the blood-soaked boy for a few seconds before he collapsed back onto the bench. So, it's finally happened, huh? Midoriya chuckled humorlessly. I've finally completely lost it. Let's be honest, the boy's form flickered and he was now seated next to Midoriya. We crossed that threshold a long time ago. So, what are you supposed to be then? Midoriya asked. Some kind of split personality? The doppelganger scoffed. Don't be stupid, Deku. You know that's not how this works. You don't just develop a split personality out of thin air. I'm the metaphorical mental representation of your true, subconscious desires, the thoughts and feelings you try to bury away. I see. Midoriya paused. So what's the difference between what you just said and a split personality again? The boy growled. I'm not a separate entity. I'm still Midoriya Izuku, the real Izuku. The real Izuku, huh? Midoriya closed his eyes. I can't say I agree with that, but if you're really me, I guess I'll call you Boku. Don't give me a name, Deku. Boku growled. I just told you, I'm not some separate entity, I'm you. Well, if you're going to call me Deku, I'll give you a name too. Midoriya retorted. If you were really me, you'd know I'm not exactly fond of that name. You know, Uraraka appeared next to them out of thin air, making Midoriya twitch with surprise. As she spoke, her voice echoed in the empty park, seemingly coming from every direction at once. I actually kind of like it. I think it's kinda cute, and it sort of sounds like the word for, I can do it. Midoriya blinked. I forgot about that. You might have forgotten, but your subconscious didn't. You can call me Deku if you want. He mocked Midoriya in his childish voice. Please, please, pretty girl. Don't worry about me, nothing bothers me. I'm totally harmless, so don't treat me like a creepy freak. Midoriya frowned. That's not true. Boku cut him off. Really? Uraraka disappeared and a Shido appeared in her place. You might not be a creepy perv, but you've got one heck of a creepy stalker skill set. Midoriya flinched. What do you want? He asked. I'm a little busy at the MOMAF. Midoriya let out a cry as his midsection lit up in agony. Blood rapidly stained his uniform bright crimson before he split in half at the waist and his torso fell to the ground. He stared in disbelief at his legs still sitting on the bench for a few moments before his form flickered and he was whole again. Looks like you died again. Boku informed him. That's a new one too. We've definitely never been bifurcated before. Even if it's me, it's weird hearing someone so young say something like, bifurcated. Midoriya muttered as he patted his suddenly restored body. I've definitely never been conscious during the restoration process before either. This is really bizarre. Let's get back on topic, Deku. Give me control. Boku's form flickered again, and he was standing behind the bench. Let me run free and I can get us out of here. He whispered into Midoriya's ear. I can get us free of this loop. You're too soft for this kind of action. Let me free and I'll show those BSRDS exactly who they're messing with. Not a chance. If you're my dark subconscious desires that I keep buried away, then I have a pretty good idea of what you want. Midoriya shook his head. I won't kill them. I won't kill anyone ever again. You were the reason I was trapped in that loop for so long. Boku snarled, and wordlessly pointed towards a swirling mass of black mist with two glowing yellow eyes. Thin, pale, Shigaraki Tamura stepped out of the void, followed by several villains who had already killed Midoriya multiple times. It is regrettable, Kurogiri said, but to achieve our goals, you will all be scattered, tortured, and slain. All Might isn't here? Shigaraki whined. I know, maybe he'll show up if we kill all of these kids. Sorry kid, the shark-like villain grinned, it's nothing personal. But your chum. I'm getting bored. A fish-like, lipless villain complained. Let's hurry up and kill them already. He's jumping in? He's just a dumb kid after all, another aquatic villain laughed. As soon as he hits the water, let's gut him. New move, kill him. You want to show mercy? Restraint? For those animals. Boku pointed at the villains and bared his teeth. They're different from Kaken. They're murderers. He shouted, child killers. What are they worth in comparison to your life? Tetsuyu's life? Nothing. Less than nothing. They're trash, human garbage. Society will be an objectively better place without them. That's not my decision to make. Midoriya replied. I don't have the right. The villains disappeared into thin air and were replaced by a large pile of Bakugo corpses. A horde of hysterical Mitsuki Bakugos appeared soon after, each of them sobbing, screaming and cursing as they clutched the tiny bodies of their slain sons. Midoriya swallowed the upswelling of shame that arose at the gruesome, gut-wrenching sight. I don't have the right to judge them. Midoriya softly repeated. Not after everything I've done. None of that was real. Boku argued. He waved his hand and the pile of corpses vanished, replaced by a scowling Bakugo in his hero costume. Kaken is alive. None of it actually happened. It doesn't count. Midoriya smiled humorlessly. Who's lying to themselves now? Boku made a frustrated noise. These animals only understand force. His voice grew louder in direct proportion to his increasing anger. Demoralize them, teach them fear. You know that this is the only option. This is the most logical choice. Logic has nothing to do with this. Midoriya replied evenly. Oddly, the angrier his doppelganger grew, the calmer he felt. It turned out that it was fairly easy to identify the source of his unsavory emotions when they were being put on display in front of him. I have a desire to hurt them because they've hurt me. Boku appeared directly in front of Midoriya. How many times have they killed me? He howled. How many times have they killed Tsuyu? They're monsters, Deku. And it takes a monster to beat a monster. Kill them. Boku screamed, truly losing his temper. He began to cry, stamp his feet, and thrash his tiny arms. I want them dead. I want them to suffer. I want to feel their bones crumple beneath our fists. I want to see their blood flow. Kill them, kill them, kill them all. Midoriya watched this temper tantrum silently. You're wrong about me. He shook his head. I've had a lot of time to think about this. I'm not a monster. I was just a scared little kid with a quirk I didn't understand, but it's all right now. I think talking to you reaffirmed why I've chosen the path I have. An emaciated All Might appeared next to them. A symbol of peace must never be daunted by evil. You said that I save people with a fearless smile. Well, the reason I smile is to hide the pressure and the fear that I battle with constantly. I'm going to keep on smiling. Midoriya said, I won't be daunted by evil, and I won't let a bunch of villains make me into a killer again. That's your answer? Boku scoffed. Just keep on smiling? I know that you think you're just being stubborn and illogical. What do you think that's going to accomplish? It's our methodology that needs adjustment, not our attitude. Midoriya smiled. Maybe I am, but it will be all right. I'll find a way to get past those villains and get out of this loop without compromising my ideals. Boku glared up at his older self. How can you say that? He asked. Why are you so confident? After everything that's happened, how can you still think that you won't need my help? You're still trapped in this cycle of death. You're still all alone. You're wrong. Midoriya stood up from the bench and walked towards Boku. The students of Class 1A appeared behind him. I'm not alone. I have my classmates, the next generation of heroes, who all put their trust in me to lead them. He clenched his fist and channeled one for all. All might appeared behind him, along with the shadowy, indistinct forms of 7 other figures. I also have this power, and I carry the accumulated hopes of 8 generations of heroes. A determined light shined in his eyes. With these quirks, I can't lose. As long as I don't give up, I can accomplish anything. Nice! A loud voice cried out, startling both Midoriya and Boku. A large, unfamiliar bald man with a pair of goggles on his forehead walked forward and clasped Midoriya by the shoulders. I like your attitude, kid. You've got this, man. You aren't alone anymore, so do your best. Midoriya and Boku exchanged a confused look in response to this unexpected development. Midoriya said, "Excuse me, sir, not to be rude, but who the hell are you?" Boku demanded. And, for those of you who are unaware, Boku is a personal pronoun. It is a boyish, somewhat childish way of saying me, I, in Japanese. For those of you who keep up with the manga, I'm sure that you understand the significance of this ending. It annoys me a little to put out a chapter where Midoriya basically accomplished nothing, but I needed to set this up for him to have any hope of escaping the boat. Without Mineta and his pop-off to restrain the villains, I literally cannot think of any non-spool way for Midoriya and Azui to escape this situation. No matter how skilled he becomes at controlling One for All, and he has picked up a couple of new tricks during the loops that I'm excited to show off, Midoriya's body cannot get any stronger in a time loop, so the amount of power he has access to does not change. The real action will begin next chapter. Until next time, Plus Ultra.